Thank you. Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge, beg your pardon, I think we'll start again, racing away with the day. I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sitting of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 3 of today's order of business, and I also table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
I'm very keen for the day to get ahead. If there's no objection, the meetings are authorised. And Senator Faruqi, you're seeking the call? Oh, beg your pardon, I'll call the clerk.
Private Senators Bills, order of the day, number 18, Higher Education Support Amendment, End Dirty University Partnerships Bill 2025, second reading to be moved.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I move the Higher Education Support Amendment, End Dirty University Partnerships Bill 2025 be read a second time. This bill comes at a time of crisis, a time where weapons manufacturers pocket billions as tens of thousands are slaughtered in Israel's genocide in Gaza, a time where climate-driven disasters continue to escalate while fossil fuel companies record mammoth profits, a time where gambling corporations prey upon the vulnerable to maximize profit, a time where our higher education institutions serve corporations rather than their staff and students. This bill alone will not end the climate crisis. It will not end the genocide in Gaza or in Sudan. It will not free us from the scourge of gambling. But it will dent the armor of companies who profit off the misery of humanity by denying these dirty industries access to the research prowess and funds of our public universities. And it will ensure that the corporate uni is forced to become more ethical. This bill prohibits monetary partnerships and investments between public universities and dirty industries like fossil fuels, weapons, gambling, and tobacco. It also requires universities to divest from current partnerships and prohibits universities from appointing individuals involved in these industries to their governing bodies. Such partnerships fly in the face of the core purpose of universities. Universities advance the public good. They are there to create knowledge and research, to progress humanity for the collective good of society. Partnerships with industries that inflict harm on people and the planet shatter this core purpose. The bill requires all higher education providers who receive Commonwealth funding to disclose any existing partnerships with or investments in prohibited industries. It identifies the weapons industry, the gambling industry, the tobacco industry, and the fossil fuel industry as prohibited industries that have no place in our universities. Additionally, the bill requires higher education providers to divest from any existing prohibited partnerships within 6 months of this bill becoming law. It prohibits higher education providers from appointing to their governing bodies any individual that has investments in a prohibited industry or sits on the board of a prohibited entity. Crucially, as universities end these dirty partnerships, the government must commit to making up the funding shortfall. The bill acknowledges this by noting that where compliance with these obligations results in a quantifiable loss for a higher education provider, the Commonwealth may provide reasonable compensation. Beyond this, however, our public universities are in desperate need of increased and sustained public investment. If our universities are to be places of public good, they must be adequately and publicly funded. For decades, successive Labour and Liberal governments have chipped away at public funding for universities, forcing universities to turn to other funding and rely on industries that are harmful to our environment, our health, our communities, and our planet. For 2 years now, the world has witnessed Israel's genocide in Gaza as affirmed by a UN Special Committee, Amnesty International, and Human Rights Watch. The genocide has seen thousands upon thousands of Palestinians murdered and starved. The largest age demographic killed by Israeli forces in Gaza are children aged 5 to 9. The scale of devastation is such that, according to the UN, it would take 350 years to rebuild Gaza to pre-genocide levels. Additionally, Israel's invasion of Lebanon on October 1, 2024, killed more than 4,000 Lebanese people. This genocide has been inflicted with modern weaponry built through an extensive global supply chain. That includes the F-35 fighter jet, parts of which are manufactured right here in this country. Companies involved in the production of F-35, such as Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, BAE Systems, enjoy partnerships with public universities in Australia. Documents obtained under Freedom of Information laws revealed that as of March 2024, the Australian National University held 8,517 shares in BAE Systems, worth over $200,000. Even worse, these documents also shows that ANU's shares in BAE jumped from 6,758 in September 2023 to 8,517 in November 2023, the period after the bombing of Gaza had commenced. This is no surprise, as the value of BAE shares have only grown over the past year and a half, as their death machines have played a starring role in Israel's genocide. BAE Systems' list of products includes white phosphorus bombs, the use of which potentially amounts to a war crime, and missile launching kits used in many Israeli fighter jets. The Hermes series of drones manufactured by Elbit Systems have also been crucial to Israel's ability to kill civilians in Gaza and Lebanon. It was this series of drones that was used in the Israeli strike on April 1, 2024, that killed Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham. In February 2024, Elbit Systems was awarded a contract worth more than $900 million by the Albanese government. When asked by the Greens in Parliament in June 2024 about the contract, the Defence Industry Minister Pat Conroy emphasised that the contract was ostensibly awarded to Hanwha Defence Australia to build infantry fighting vehicles in Australia, and it was Hanwha Defence Australia that had contracted Elbit to build the turrets of those vehicles in Australia. Well, Hanwha Defence Australia benefits from the research and development performed by Australian universities in order to produce the very weapons inflicting mass harm on civilians. Having signed, as recently as September 2024, a memorandum of understanding with Deakin University. In October this year, Western Sydney University announced it has joined forces with Lockheed Martin under a 3-year memorandum of understanding aimed at building defense and aerospace capabilities, creating career paths and driving innovation through research and development. The world's largest weapons manufacturer, Lockheed Martin, supplies Israel F-35 fighter jets, amongst many other weapons used to bomb Gaza. Just yesterday, it was reported that ANU invested in Elbit Systems, a weapons manufacturer whose profits are steeped in the blood of Palestinians. And the investment was as recently as March this year. These are examples of just some of the relationships existing between Australia's higher education institutions and weapons manufacturers whose weapons are causing such catastrophic levels of death, destruction, and suffering. University managements are beginning to be held to account by the tireless activism of staff and students who are demanding disclosure and divestment. In August, more than 5,000 students across the country came together to condemn the Australian government's complicity in the ongoing genocide in Gaza and to call on universities to end their ties with Israel. The National Council of the National Tertiary Education Union this year supported a motion that states the NTEU will demand university management cut ties with the weapons industry and militaries in general and commit to a long-term strategy of demilitarization of the higher education sector. Despite mounting calls for investment, university boards have largely dismissed these demands or made surface-level changes to investment policies that require no genuine action. So they do have to be dragged to make this change. For many years, for too many years, university students have been campaigning and pushing for the university to divest from fossil fuels, to become fossil-free, because they know that coal and gas is driving the climate crisis. It is killing the planet. Once emissions from fossil fuel exports are included, Australia is the world's second largest climate polluter. For years, Australian governments have disrupted progress in international climate negotiations. The fossil fuel industry's stranglehold on the Labor and the coalition parties shows no sign of abating. In the last parliamentary term, the Albanese Labor government approved over 30 coal and gas mine projects and expansions. And now they want to fast-track coal and gas under the guise of environmental reform. A study released in September 2024, led by Sophia Hiltner from the University of Michigan, considered Australia, along with the US, UK, and Canada, as the 4 countries that lead the world in fossil fuel production and per capita carbon dioxide emissions. The study pointed to fossil fuel involvement in higher education within each of these 4 countries. Despite some universities making announcements of significant divestment from fossil fuel companies, an August 2025 report by the Australia Institute found that of Australia's 37 public universities, 26 take money from fossil fuel companies. Scholarships funded by fossil fuel companies total at least $423,000 per year. Tens of millions in grant funding is provided via the Australian Research Council linkage grants and industry organizations like the Australian Coal Association research programs. Universities should not be in relationship with an industry that is directly responsible for wrecking the climate and the devastating consequences already being felt around the world, including in this country. Gambling is also identified as a prohibited industry under the bill. Each year, people living here lose billions of dollars in gambling, with so much significant harm inflicted on individuals and families. In 2022-23, the total gambling expenditure in Australia was $31.5 billion, the highest it has been in the last 2 decades. The harms caused by gambling are well documented. A 2022 federal parliamentary inquiry found that 4 out of 5 gamblers were at risk of harm and heard stories of deep suffering, including financial ruin, substance abuse, homelessness, domestic violence, and mental illness. And animal cruelty is baked into their business model, into the business model of gambling-fueled greyhound and racing industries, with hundreds of animals killed each year and many, many more harmed, injured, and drugged. Public scrutiny of the gambling industry has intensified in recent years, prompting a response from the industry to protect its interests. One such avenue the industry has pursued is in higher education. In August 2023, the University of Sydney launched the Centre of Excellence in Gambling Research, which included $600,000 of funding commitment from the gambling industry. The university was roundly criticized for accepting the funding, with one criticism accusing the university of turning a blind eye to funding from the gaming industry, using its institutional credibility to legitimize compromised research. It is a particularly egregious breach of public trust for universities to be receiving funds from and conducting research on the behalf of a sector that is responsible for so much harm, impacting so many communities across the nation. Universities should be places that advance the public good, not help these dirty industries profit from human misery. Having these links to dirty industries betrays their core purpose and the mission of academia, and it greenwashes the devastation and the destruction that these industries cause across societies, across the globe. There is no place for weapons manufacturers, fossil fuel, gambling, or tobacco industries in our universities. I say that again. There is no place for dirty industries in our universities and campuses. Universities must rediscover and redeliver on their core purpose, to truly act as the essential hubs in society that advance only public good, not contribute to these corporate industries that kill people. This bill will ensure that they do that. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, this isn't really a serious bill, and it's a bit disappointing that we're spending our time on it this morning. It's more of an exercise in virtue signalling divorced from reality and perhaps an opportunity for some media reels for the Greens. What does the bill do? Essentially, it says that if you are a university that receives funding under Part 2.2 of the Higher Education Support Act, you need to disclose and divest if you operate in the industries that the Greens don't like. They term them under the bill as industries that are harmful or considered detrimental to the public good. But I'm assuming that the Greens make a determination about which are those actual industries. It is a bill that's actually designed to remove money out of research, prevent innovation, and give Australian universities a competitive disadvantage, not a competitive advantage, but a competitive disadvantage when it comes to capitalising on the talents and skills and ideas, the brains trust of our universities. What this bill does is list a series of bodies that are a so-called prohibited entity. And so what is a prohibited entity? Well, to put it bluntly, it's any corporation that is engaging in business undertaking or in relation to fossil fuels, gambling, tobacco, weapons, or any other endeavour that the Greens do not like, which in the legislative terms means an entity prescribed by the Minister for the purposes of subsection 3675(3) of the Higher Education Support Act. And I'll come back to that in a minute and how vague and unworkable it is. But essentially, what item 1 of the bill requires is that any university that receives a grant under the relevant part must provide a disclosure report if it enters into a partnership or makes an investment in one of those entities. It's not as simple as they'd like you to believe it is. And this obligation is proposed in sections 19 to 68 of the Higher Education Support Act. And there's also an obligation to disclose current arrangements in that proposed section, which is, I'll leave for another time because it's a little bit too complicated. But much of this bill actually makes no sense and is unworkable in practice or creates barriers in practice. Like under item 2 of the bill, providers are prohibited from entering into a partnership with or making an investment, as I said. But it actually says that when they disclose the fact that they've broken this law, nothing actually happens. There's no penalty, there are no consequences. You just have to declare it, you've broken the law, and then nothing happens, which is a bit silly if you ask me. But let's go on. Subsection 3675(2) says a university must not appoint a person to its governing body if they have an investment in or are a member of a board of a prohibited entity. So how would you know that? How would you actually know that? Perhaps this bill doesn't actually say carve out superannuation. So you'd actually have to go through and have a look at the individual superannuation investments of every single proposed board member to ensure that one of the funds hadn't actually invested in one of these prohibited entities. Doesn't sound very sensible to me. But then it says that a minister can make an instrument prescribing any business entity and to say whether it's harmful. But then subsection 4 says that the instrument must be ratified by a resolution of each House of Parliament. So on one hand it's saying the minister can do it, but the minister can, but then the House and the Senate have to agree. So then what's the point of that? You may as well just pass a new bill. So that doesn't make a lot of sense either. So let's just go through some of the unworkable elements of this bill. And I want to start with some of the entities that under this bill would be prohibited and some of the perhaps unintended consequences or consequences that have not been considered. Let's go with the weapons industry definition. So by definition in this bill, the weapons industry means a corporation engaged in a business undertaking that involves the manufacture or sale of weapons, weapon parts or armaments, or a related body corporate of a corporation referred to in paragraph A. So how does this work in practice? We have to define the weapon. There is no real definition. There is nothing in the legislation which explains what it means to be involved in the manufacture or sale of weapons, parts or armaments. It's hopelessly vague. Kitchen knives are weapons, so are baseball bats. Radios are integral to modern armed conflicts. Are they weapons? They haven't been defined under this bill. We don't know. Cars are frequently used as a mobility platform on which weapon systems are mounted. Are they captured under this legislation, a proposed bill? Chemicals can be weapons. Indeed, chemical warfare is one of the most horrific forms of modern warfare. Satellites and communications infrastructure is used across the modern battle space to direct and control the current of battle. Are they weapons? Are they captured under this proposed bill? Artificial intelligence, quantum computing and machine learning are all components that go in the way modern wars are fought in the electronic and cyberspace domain. Senator Faruqi herself spoke of drones, all of which rely on networks provided by internet service providers and others. Are they too weapons that are going to be captured under this bill? After all, anything can be weaponised. Does this mean universities are prohibited from partnerships with Coles, Woolworths and Big W because they sell kitchen knives and baseball bats? Does it mean universities cannot partner with or invest in organisations that make chemicals? Does it mean universities should stay out of quantum computing, space technology, artificial intelligence and computer science, all of which can be weaponised? We don't know. We don't know. It's hopelessly broad and entirely unworkable. Presumably under the Greens' vision of the world, universities must remain cloistered in splendid isolation, divorced from the realities of the real world in which we must all operate. Worse still, universities cannot appoint anyone to their board if that person has an investment in one of those entities. The word investment is defined. It means any mode of application of money or financial assets for the purpose of gaining a return. And as I noted previously, this would of course include superannuation. So by extension, if any individual has a superannuation account and that superannuation account owns shares in some corporation which falls within the scope of the provision, which is very, very broad, they cannot serve on a university board. To be frank, this is a little bit sloppy and it's replicated in respect to other industries that are also prohibited. This would again capture Woolworths, Coles, most chemists and countless other outlets that sell tobacco, like a petrol station, a local tobacconist, you name it. So under the Greens' vision of the world, a university can't work with Woolworths, Coles or a chemist, and a person who owns shares in any one of those entities, even unknowingly perhaps through their super fund, can never sit on a university board. So who else could be captured under this bill? Well, a gambling industry entity means any corporation that involves wagering, betting, or other gambling. So that rules out a small business, a newsagent who sells scratchies, every school fete that runs a chocolate wheel, any pub or club that, maybe has a Friday night meat tray raffle. They're all captured under the broad scope of this bill. And a prohibited fossil fuel industry business entity means a corporation that involves the exploration, prospecting, discovery, development, extraction or exploration of fossil fuels. So that rules out any logistics company that transports fuel, any shipping company, any mining company, and really just about anyone else who has a link to the fossil fuel supply chain. So again, if your super fund has an investment in BHP, you are not a fit and proper person to sit on a university board. Imagine if these categories were extended more broadly and it was determined that any business undertaking or engaged in undertaking habitat destruction could be prescribed because it is harmful to the Australian community. Presumably, any entity that, say, bulldozed koala habitats to build investment properties, like perhaps Senator Faruqi did famously, they would be a prohibited entity and any owner could not sit on a university board. And I'm using that to just explain the scope of this. It is not narrow. It is completely broad, that it is entirely impractical and unworkable. I could go on, but I'm not going to. This bill is not fit for purpose. It's basically an attempt to prevent universities from doing anything with anyone that the Greens do not like. There is no trust placed in the institutions themselves, who might be acting with the highest standards of ethics and integrity and hold the actual purpose of research at the heart of what they are trying to do. And I think at worst this is probably a really weird moral smear that essentially says that anyone that has any kind of financial relationships with one of these incredibly broad arrangements is unfit to serve on a university board. I think that this is something that really probably shouldn't have seen the light of day. This bill does serve no purpose other than to allow a little bit of virtue signalling and, the beat of a drum for the rank and file members of the Greens to make some social media videos. And it genuinely does not warrant the consideration or the approval of this chamber. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I rise to indicate Deputy. I rise to support, indicate my strong support for the Higher Education Support Amendment and Dirty University Partnerships Bill 2025, and I associate myself with the comments made by my colleague Senator Faruqi. It is pretty remarkable in this debate that, first of all, the government hasn't put forward a speaker yet because the Labor Party can't quite work out how they could explain to their supporter base that they are perfectly comfortable with Australia's universities investing in weapons industries and the fossil fuel industries and the gambling industry. And rather than try and create the sort of specious arguments we just heard from the coalition, which is all about nitpicking with definitions and avoiding any moral question about investing in gambling, investing in fossil fuels, investing in weapons, haven't even engaged in that debate, rather just sitting there mutely hoping that nobody will notice that the Labor Party supports universities investing public money in weapons, in fossil fuels and in gambling. Well, I can tell you this, Deputy President, the Labor Party's silence on this bill is screaming to the Australian public and to those who care that the Labor Party absolutely supports public money from public universities going to the global weapons industry, going to the fossil fuel industry and going to the gambling industry, reckless to, indeed indifferent to the harm that causes to global peace, to our climate and to society and millions of Australians through the harms of those industries. The arguments we just heard from the Coalition that this bill is unworkable because the definition of weapons industry business entity will somehow pick up Coles and Woolies is bizarre. I'll just read onto the record what the definition of weapons industry business entity is. A corporation engaged in a business undertaking that involves the manufacture or sale of weapons, weapons parts or armaments, or a related body corporate. Now, it may well be that in the heated imagination of the Coalition that they think that that will include Coles and Woolies, but from the Greens' perspective, those words have their ordinary meaning. Undertaking that involves the manufacture or sale of weapons, weapons parts or armaments. And the reason we had that rather obscure discussion from the Coalition that somehow that would involve bleach is because they don't want to confront the reality of what's happening in our universities. So why are we, as Greens, bringing this bill to the Parliament to say that universities should not invest in the gambling industry, universities should not invest in the fossil fuel industry, and universities should not invest in the weapons industry? We're bringing this forward because we believe it, because we believe that public money should not be being lavished through our universities on research that harms our society, harms our planet, and drives us further away from peace and further into conflict. That's why we're bringing this bill, because we actually bring principles to our politics, and we're not willing to sell them out for a donation, as the Labor Party is, from Australia's largest gun importer and gun manufacturer. We're not willing to sell them out, like the Coalition and Labor both are, for millions of dollars from the fossil fuel industry to fund their election campaigns and to then come into this Parliament and vote for the fossil fuel industry. And we're not willing to sell our principles out for millions of dollars of donations or post-political careers in the gambling industry, like the Labor and the Coalition parties are. And when it comes to the weapons industry, you couldn't point to a former Labor or Coalition Defence Minister or Defence Industry Minister that hasn't left this place and got a job with a global weapons manufacturer. They go straight from politics into the global harm industry. The likes of Kim Beazley, heading up as a director of Lockheed Martin, goes from Labor Defence Minister to making millions of dollars as a director and a schmoozer for the defence industry that he was handing out billions of dollars in contracts to as Defence Minister. And Pine, from the Coalition, goes from spruiking inside the Coalition for increased funding for weapons, and Christopher Pine now goes out and he'll sell his soul to any global weapons manufacturer for any country, anywhere, selling blood money, blood weapons to pretty much on behalf of and to any rogue regime in the planet. So is it any wonder the Coalition come in here and say, oh, you can't possibly restrict universities spending money on the weapons industry because you'll be cutting off the funds for your old mates like Christopher Pine. And Labor will be cutting off funds for their old mates like Kim Beazley and others. That's how this place works. The war parties put billions of dollars into the weapons industry. They take political donations from the weapons industry and their mates, and then when they leave politics, the war parties go and join the global harm industry and get directors and set up their own consultancies. And top of that would be Scott Morrison. Scott Morrison, who signed us up to AUKUS without any briefing, without any analysis, a $375 billion plan for AUKUS, and then Scott Morrison spends 12 months in the wilderness as a backbencher and then sets up his own consultancy to suck money out of AUKUS, and does it, and he wraps his arm around a bunch of Donald Trump's mates to try and squeeze millions of dollars from Australian taxpayers under the AUKUS project that he managed to persuade not just his party to join, but all the warmongers in the Labor Party to join. And no doubt, when the current crop of Labor ministers who are out there, like Defence Minister Miles, who only this week was describing weapons as extremely cool and talking about a weapons fair as some kind of Disneyland. Like, you know, what goes on in that man's head? It's hard to comprehend, isn't it? But no doubt, there's this raft of current Labor ministers who are thinking, well, we could just redirect billions of dollars of public money into weapons industries. We'll call weapons cool. We'll make out that this is the manufacturing future for Australia. We'll get our universities involved in it. And then when we step out of politics, we've got a pretty smooth ride. We'll get a job with Lockheed Martin, get a job with Raytheon, get a job with Thales, get a job with Elbit, get a job with Rafael. You know, there's so many global weapons manufacturer mates that Labor has. Israeli defence manufacturers, British defence manufacturers, French defence manufacturers, US defence manufacturers, they're all lining up their jobs while they're pretending to be acting for the public as ministers of the Crown. It's obscene what these two parties do. And then when the Greens bring a bill in to say, let's cut off some of the food and some of the feed going into defence, let's cut off some of the feed going into fossil fuels, let's cut off some of the feed going into the gambling industry, Labor sits there in mute silence, waiting for their post-career, post-politics jobs, and the coalition comes up and says they've got definitional problems. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up, could you? The toxic war parties come in together to say they want our universities to spend money on weapons, fossil fuels and gambling. I mean, it kind of sums up the sort of moral cesspit that the war parties are trying to take Australia towards. And what are universities doing when it comes to weapons? Well, ANU this year, after saying that they were having some sort of change to ethical investment strategies, ANU bought $138,000 worth of shares in March of this year, in the middle of a genocide, with Israeli weapons manufacturer Elbit Systems. And Elbit Systems, maybe it was a good investment financially, because Elbit Systems at the moment is making record profits because it's feeding weapons into a genocide, an Israeli-driven genocide in Gaza. And so maybe there was some bean counter in the ANU who said, oh, do you know what, there's a genocide going on the other side of the planet. And to feed that genocide, Israeli weapons manufacturers like Elbit Systems and Rafael, they're making record profits by feeding their weapons into a genocide. So why don't we get a bit of the record profits made on the blood of Palestinian people and the genocide caused by Israel? And they did. And they did. And they invested $138,000 of ANU's money in Elbit Systems, knowing that the profits they were likely to get were based upon a genocide in the blood of the Palestinian people. Obscene. Obscene. Of course there should be a law against that. Of course there should be a law against it. And it's not just ANU who's decided to make money, blood money from investments in the weapons industry. My alma mater, Sydney University, to its eternal shame, has more than $4 million invested of its public funds in top weapons, or so-called top weapons manufacturers around the world. Honeywell International, Lockheed Martin, and Thales. All of those companies are feeding weapons and weapons parts to the Israeli military and a part of a genocide in Gaza, and Sydney University is profiting from it, profiting from their investment in those weapons manufacturers. And of course, Lockheed Martin is the world's biggest defence manufacturer. There's not a single part of the global weapons supply chain that Lockheed Martin doesn't have a finger in. They are building nuclear weapons parts. They're part of the nuclear weapons industry. Nuclear weapons, of course, each one of them is a gross human rights crime, a crime against humanity. Lockheed Martin is one of the key players in the US nuclear arsenal, literally building the weapons that could destroy everything we find precious on this planet. And Sydney University wants a bit of that. They're trying to get some profits from that. Lockheed Martin produces missiles and weapons parts, sometimes directly in collaboration with Israeli weapons industries, and are a significant supplier to the Israeli Defence Force. And some bean counter inside Sydney University said they want a bit of that. They want the blood the blood-drenched profits from Lockheed Martin to come back to Sydney University. It is obscene. And it's not just their investments that are obscene. Sydney University also has a long-standing MOU and partnership with a French weapons manufacturer called Thales. In a corrupt industry, right? Like the global weapons industry is one of the most corrupt industries on the planet. But Thales really stands out as a global bottom feeder when it comes to corruption. Involved in a long-standing corruption criminal case in South Africa because they corrupted the South African government. They're involved in scandalous procurement abuses in Australia that have been called out by the Auditor General. Pretty much you could go to any continent on the planet apart from Antarctica, but no doubt they're trying, and you can find examples of where Thales has been corrupting public officials to sell their weapons. And what does Sydney University do? They enter into an MOU with them and they extend the MOU with them, even though universities on campus have been campaigning against this. Can I pay tribute to every one of those university students, whether they're at Sydney University or UTS or at ANU or down fighting the fight in Adelaide University, Monash University, those students around the country who are saying, we reject our university having partnerships with the defence industry. We reject our university investing in the global harm industry. And I want to pay tribute to the bravery and the moral compass that those students around the country have shown to reject this. And of course, if you want to look a little deeper about why Labor is silent on this, silent on universities investing in weapons manufacturers, it's because the Albanese government itself is throwing billions and billions of dollars at some of the worst offenders on the planet. That's what they are doing. And just to give you some small insight into the kind of money that the Albanese Labor government, directly from Treasury, money from the Australian public, is sending to Israeli weapons manufacturers, we could talk about the $900 million that the Albanese Labor government thought that should be given to Elbit Systems in February of last year, or the $100 million they're giving to Israeli weapons manufacturers Elbit and Rafael for weapons that are being tested on Palestinians. And just this week, Assistant Defence Minister Conroy came out and said he would make no apologies for the Albanese government investing in Israeli weapons manufacturers because he admired the weapons being produced by Israeli weapons manufacturers. That statement shows the moral lows that the Labor Party has come to. I support this bill and I commend Senator Faruqi for bringing it to the Senate.
Expired. Senator Blythe, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, I rise today to speak against this bill, and after spending 2 decades working in higher education before coming into this place, I know a little bit about how universities operate. Now, I do agree with the Greens on one thing, that our higher education system needs reform and needs significant reform. But this bill is probably one of the silliest I have seen in my very short time of being in the Senate. The Greens sound like they are first-year undergraduate level view of the world. They are like children who haven't yet fully developed their cognitive capacity. This just goes to show that the Greens, if they were running Australia, they would mandate everything that they liked and banned everything that they didn't. They are the party that wants to control exactly what Australians do, how they live, what they're allowed to say, what they're not allowed to say. And I think this bill absolutely speaks to the heart of exactly what the Greens have now become. They are activists rather than looking at sensible policies that are in the best interests of our nation. And I question whether they truly, really like Australia. This bill is just characteristic of exactly what the Greens are like. It is an exercise in virtue signalling completely divorced from reality. Now, I worked in higher education, as I said, for 2 decades, and research and development that occurs in our higher education system is vital. There is research that goes into sciences, engineering, medicine, all of those different areas which are vital for Australia. It's vital for our future. We want to have the best thinkers and doers in our nation, and our universities are a great bed for that research and development to occur. Now, under this bill, the Greens would essentially ban all innovation that would happen because, as my colleague Senator Kovacic pointed out, everything can be weaponised. So what exactly would this bill exclude? So if we're going to go through and say we're not going to do anything in terms of weapons development. Now, I can tell you that a lot of medical devices actually come from research that happens in other areas. So what happens when there's research in one area that can be applied to another discipline? Under this bill, the Greens would basically say, nope, that's banned. We're banning everything we don't like. The Greens want our universities, they're quite happy for taxpayer dollars to go into indoctrinating the next generation of Australians, but when it actually comes to genuine research and development, they want it banned. So it sort of is quite hilarious to be sitting here in the chamber being lectured to, you know, the good spending of taxpayer dollars by the Greens. On this, they seem to worry. But if it comes to the indoctrination of young people, well, the universities can have all the money in the world that they would like. It's a blank cheque from the Greens for that. Now, this bill is completely unworkable. What it does is it wants to list a whole group of bodies that it will say is prohibited. Now, what does that mean? So anyone who's engaged in business in relation to fossil fuel. Now, we all know the Greens are a huge enemy of fossil fuel. How did they all get to Parliament? I'm guessing fossil fuel played a role in them actually being able to get here and come to this place. But no, we'll ban anything to do with fossil fuel. We'll ban anything to do with gambling, tobacco, weapons, or any other endeavour that they might choose they're not interested in at that particular time. So what this means is this bill would be completely unworkable, and it is incredibly vague. But what it's trying to do is it's trying to say that universities will only research or be able to teach in areas that the Greens want to give a tick to. Now, sitting on this side of the chamber with my colleagues here, we believe in freedom of choice, and we want to give Australians the opportunity to explore whatever they like. We don't necessarily have to agree with them, but we want Australians to have the freedom to choose. What the Greens are doing is saying, you don't get the freedom to choose, you are just going to be mandated to in terms of what we say you will do and what you will like. And on this side of the chamber, we just cannot agree with that position. We are about the freedom of choice. Now, it's up to universities to have to disclose whether they would be doing research with these particular groups. So if we are going to say, and I take my home state of South Australia, for instance, where we are going to be hugely involved in Australia's defence capabilities, that would take an enormous amount of research and jobs out of my home state alone, let alone in other states like Western Australia, Queensland, the Northern Territory. So what this bill would seek to do is to say, you know, we're no longer going to train and educate Australian young people. We're no longer going to let them have the full choice of things that they may want to engage with. So under this bill, and the legislation doesn't say anything about, it basically says if you're involved in the manufacture or sale of weapons, that you would be prohibited in this. So, you know, kitchen knives, are they going to be weapons in this? Baseball bats? You know, what about radios? Radios are a huge part of armed conflict, so would that be banned? So we're not going to allow that for engineering students to look at that. We won't develop the best technology that we possibly can. You know, even things like cars. You know, these are things that you've got to use in combat, which weapon systems are mounted. Of course, chemicals. Chemicals can be weapons, and chemical warfare is one of the most horrific forms of modern warfare that we can possibly see. So we're no longer going to be able to do any kind of research and development in these areas. Of course, satellites, communications infrastructure is used across the modern battle space, and certainly control modern battle. You know, you could even go into shipping. What about trade, transport? They're also things which will be used in modern warfare. Will that be banned as well? Artificial intelligence and quantum computing, which is hugely important for Australians to be at the forefront of that development of machine learning. So are all of these going to be banned under the Greens' proposed bill? Because they certainly can be weaponised. All of these things can be weaponised. As you could argue, anything in the world could be weaponised. And certainly does that mean that universities will be prohibited from partnerships with places like Coles, Woolworths, Target, because they sell kitchen knives and baseball bats? Will universities no longer be able to go into partnerships with them? Does this mean that any kind of organisation that makes chemicals, including for cleaning or for medical purposes, does that mean universities won't be able to go into partnership with those? And certainly for our mathematics and engineering departments, well, quantum computing will be completely off the table under this proposal from the Greens. So we wouldn't be able to be looking at artificial intelligence, computer science, all of those jobs of tomorrow, all of those industries of tomorrow will be completely off the table. This bill is so hopelessly broad that it will basically look to ban everything. I'm struggling to think of anything other than the very woke that the universities are teaching now that will be exempt from this, which is probably exactly what the Greens want. That's, of course, going to be their agenda in this. Certainly looking at board appointments to universities. You know, anyone who has any kind of investment in any of these businesses, which of course would include superannuation, would be exempt from being able to serve on a university board, which is just completely absurd. This is not well thought through. The Greens are just looking to come through and ban the things that they don't like, but haven't thought of what the real-world consequences are to that. So a vision of the world under the Greens where universities can't work with anyone, and certainly I can't think of any business, not Woolworths, not Coles, not a chemist, not hospitals, nobody. And no one is ever, who has a superannuation fund will ever be able to sit on a university board. So, of course, we can look at things like the gambling industry, and I would argue that research into gambling is actually really important. How do we know what the harms of things like the gambling industry is if you can't even talk about it or look at it or research it because it would be banned? So this is just completely ridiculous to say the Greens don't like it, so we're going to ban it. So even for, you know, a newsagent who's going to sell scratchies, every school fete that runs a chocolate wheel, or any club or pub that has pokies, banned by the Greens. The fossil fuel industry will all be prohibited, which means any corporation that involves the exploration, prospecting, discovery, development, extraction or exportation of fossil fuels. Now, last I checked, Australia was a pretty resource-rich nation, and the very economy that we live in is driven by our resources. So under this, of course, the Greens will ban that. So I'm not sure what they expect Australians to do when all of these things are banned, but I think we'll all be living in caves, you know, having a little campfire to be able to cook our dinner on. So any logistics company which transports fuels, any shipping company, any mining company, it's just really anyone who has any kind of link to the fossil fuel supply chain, well, they're all going to be banned as well. So if you have, you know, say an investment fund that has BHP shares, well, you're not even going to be a fit and proper person to be able to sit on a university board. So imagine if these categories were extended even more broadly and it was determined that any business or undertaking engaged in habitat destruction should be prescribed because it's harmful to the Australian community. Well, there goes all of the renewables, because renewables are harming our natural environment. We're putting solar panels and transmission lines and wind turbines in our pristine natural environment. So under the Greens' proposal, and I'm sure they haven't thought this through, because of course that would all be banned as well. So that's going to be problematic, and again, maybe they should have thought this through and not had that sort of year one of university undergraduate understanding of how the world works. So regardless, having said all of that, this is really about the Greens pushing their agenda on Australians, telling Australians what they should and shouldn't like, what they can and can't say, and basically sending our economy backwards. This is probably, as I said, one of the silliest bills I've seen in my very short time in the Senate, and really I can only imagine that the Greens are doing this so that they can make some social media videos and get some spin out of this for the wider people that they think that they are here to serve. But really, this hasn't been thought through. It's a shameless attempt at social media, and really this Senate should be focused on the things that matter to everyday Australians. They are in a cost of living crisis, they need houses, and unfortunately the Greens are wasting the Senate's time with silly ideas like this, and obviously I won't be supporting this bill.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to strongly support our Greens Private Senators Bill, the Higher Education Support Amendment, and Dirty University Partnerships Bill 2025, and I commend my excellent colleague and Greens Deputy Leader, Senator Faruqi, for belling the cat on the corporatisation of unis and the insidious overreach of dirty corporations into university campuses. Earlier this year, the National Union of Students organised a referendum on universities taking funds from weapons companies. More than 5,000 students from universities across the country voted for universities to divest from all partnerships with weapons companies. A motion at the NUS conference passed with 98% voting in favour. Students and staff-led movements have for years called for divestment from these dirty industries. The National Tertiary Education Union, NTEU, has long-standing opposition to university involvement and investment in the development and manufacture of weapons. And earlier this year, they reaffirmed their call for universities to divest from military and weapons companies. I strongly support that position. I attended the encampment at the University of Queensland earlier this year, and the strength with which students and staff were speaking out against their university's relationship with weapons companies gave me hope then and continues to give me hope. But the university boards remain unmoved. Just yesterday, it was reported that ANU purchased shares in Elbit Systems, one of the key weapons companies profiting off Israel's genocide in Gaza. As recently as March this year, they purchased those shares. And Western Sydney Uni has recently signed an agreement with weapons manufacturer Lockheed Martin. I strongly endorse the comments of my colleagues on the appalling continuation of weapons investments by universities. They're meant to be places of learning, not killing factories. There can be no justification for universities investing in weapons companies who are profiting off Israel's genocide in Gaza. Now, I want to speak about the way that fossil fuel funding is also invading nearly every aspect of our lives. Sporting events, from big events to school sports, arts festivals, music festivals, galleries and other public buildings, charity events. The grubby fingers of the fossil fuel corporations are all over them as they attempt to launder their dirty image. Corporations greenwash their polluting activities and paint themselves as community-minded. Their hope is that by sponsoring the things that you love, you'll ignore the damage that they're doing to the places you love. Putting their dirty corporate brand on your favourite team is about making you forget that the climate crisis that they are driving will make playing sport impossible in many places. And it's the same with universities. Putting their dirty corporate members on the board of your favourite institution helps them muzzle criticism of their climate crimes. It has to stop. The link between universities and dirty industries are extensive, but often the details of these relationships and the strings that come with them are unclear. In its recent report, Fossil Fuelled Universities, the Australia Institute found that 26 of Australia's 37 public universities take money from fossil fuel companies. Woodside, AGL, Santos and more, they sponsor scholarships, grants, graduate programs. They offer internships and academic positions. Fossil fuel giants have their names appear on university buildings, schools and research centres around the country. Monash University has accepted millions in funding from Woodside since entering a partnership agreement in 2019. The Woodside Building for Technology and Design looms on campus. Monash hosted a secretive conference with Woodside at their campus in Italy, featuring speakers from the gas industry and the university and politicians. There can be no doubt that these funding arrangements influence decisions being made by universities, whether it's overt or not. That influence is clear. Where research programs are funded by fossil fuel companies, it is likely that research proposals are skewed towards projects that the sponsoring fossil fuel giant will approve of. And where funding relies on support from fossil fuel companies, academics may be discouraged from speaking out against destructive coal and gas projects. Students from Monash have waged a campaign calling on the university to end its Woodside partnership. I want to thank them for their bravery and commitment to making their university somewhere that they are proud to be. They've pointed out that Woodside's planet-destroying projects, including the Burrup Hub that this government itself recognises threatens irreplaceable and ancient Aboriginal rock art, are wildly out of step with Monash's public commitments to sustainability. The university refused to end the partnership. But earlier this month, the university did announce what it would end: its world-leading climate research facility, the Monash Sustainable Development Institute. It's a massive setback for climate research at a time when research into adaptation is more needed than ever. And yet, the relationship with Woodside continues. A few years ago, Newcastle University appointed Whitehaven Coal chairman Mark Vaile as Chancellor, a decision that flew in the face of the university's public commitment to being carbon neutral by 2025. Thankfully, in that case, resignations from the university's board and rolling protests by staff and students forced them to rethink that terrible decision. The tireless efforts of students, staff and education unions to get dirty industries out of campuses have seen some progress, but it's not enough. Universities won't change on their own, and not when they're being underfunded by this government and successive governments before them. This bill would stop the tentacles of the big dirty corporations reaching into universities. It amends the Higher Education Support Act to make universities disclose their partnerships and their investments in weapons, fossil fuels, gambling and the tobacco industry, and to divest from those arrangements. It also prohibits unis from appointing board members from dirty industries. Too often when the community calls to end fossil fuel sponsorship, we're told that we can't have nice things without them, that we need gas companies to pay for kids' sport or coal barons to enjoy art. It is simply nonsense. This bill puts responsibility where it should be. The government should provide universities with additional funding needed to compensate for divestments. Universities must be fully funded so that they don't rely on these dirty partnerships. Our universities should be fully funded places of democracy, equity and public good. Their survival must not depend on the largesse of fossil fuel companies, weapons manufacturers, predatory gambling organisations or tobacco companies. These harmful industries are not in the public interest and they should not greenwash their harms through public universities. This bill is about protecting academic integrity and restoring public trust in the independence of universities. It's about ensuring that our universities live up to their core mission of advancing public good and are not beholden to fossil fuel corporations that are actively making students' futures worse. Now, we had some frankly unhinged contributions from Liberal senators that funding universities with taxpayer dollars was indoctrination. I kid you not, those actual words. Education is not indoctrination. There was also a bizarre conflation of innovation with weapons manufacturing. Well, I'm afraid innovation is great and universities should be places of innovation, but weapons companies should have nothing to do with that funding. Now, there was also an assertion that universities shouldn't be investigating gambling harm, that somehow this bill would stop research being undertaken by our chief research institutions, public universities. Of course universities should be doing gambling research. They do that already. That research should not be funded by gambling companies. That is not a crazy assertion. Universities need to be places of education and innovation. They should not be puppets of weapons manufacturers, gambling companies or fossil fuel companies. Our universities must be fully funded and they should be places of democracy and equity and public good. Weapons and fossil fuel companies in our universities betray the core purpose of public universities. And staff and student movements have been tirelessly campaigning for decades to get these dirty industries out of our university campuses. But the universities have made it clear they won't change on their own accord because they're being starved of funding by this government and those before. They should not have to go cap in hand to industry to be able to deliver public education, which is a public good that benefits us all. Governments should be fully funding universities, and these universities should divest from those partnerships and those dodgy relationships with dirty industries. There can be no justification for unis investing in weapons companies who are profiting off Israel's genocide in Gaza. Universities shouldn't be providing cover for climate-destroying fossil fuel companies or getting into bed with gambling companies who prey on vulnerable communities for profit. This bill is about protecting academic integrity, restoring public trust and ensuring that our universities live up to their core mission of advancing the public good and funding them from the taxpayer purse to do so. Students and staff shouldn't have to see their research sponsored by the same corporations that are driving the climate collapse and furthering genocide. This is about public education for public good. Governments should be funding universities so they're not going cap in hand to industry to stay functional. And while we're at it, governments should make university free again so that students can get further education that benefits not just them and not just our economy, but the entire country. It is a public good and it should be publicly funded and it should be free again for students like it used to be. They could cancel just one nuclear submarine and fully fund universities and make it free for students. They could cancel some of those property developer perks and fully fund universities and make it free for students. They could make big corporations pay their fair share of tax and use that revenue to fund universities and make it free for students. Free university and TAFE, fully funded universities, not in hock to dirty industries. All of this is possible. We used to have that, and we could have it again. We could have nice things. We just need a government that is on the side of the community and the planet and not in bed with the 1%, the big corporations, the fossil fuel companies, the gambling companies, the weapons manufacturers. That is not too much to ask, and that is what Australians demand of their government, and I'm proud that the Greens will always back them in that call. And I commend this excellent bill to the chamber.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McKim, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, Australia's universities need to understand something very, very clearly. And what they need to understand is that if they take money from fossil fuel corporations, and plenty of them do, they are complicit in the breakdown of this planet's climate. They are complicit in the slow march towards this planet being incapable of sustaining human life. They need to understand very clearly that it's not just about taking money from fossil fuel corporations. If they make money from fossil fuel corporations through buying shares, as the ANU has reportedly done, as many of them do, then they are complicit in the breakdown of our climate. They also need to understand that if they're involved in any way with weapons companies who are engaged in the genocide in Gaza as we speak, and I use those words advisedly because the so-called ceasefire was, of course, a complete con by the Israeli government, and the slaughter is continuing apace in Gaza as we speak. If they are involved in any way, as we understand the ANU is through its recent purchase of shares in Elbit Systems, then they are complicit in that genocide. Our universities should always act and behave in the public interest. They have a moral obligation as cornerstone institutions in our society. Universities have played a critical role in the evolution of humanity, and overwhelmingly that has been for the public good through human history. But it is now the case that far too many universities in this country have forgotten themselves. They've forgotten their purpose. They've abandoned their core mission of acting in the public interest. And I have to say that the actions of the political duopoly in this place over many decades now in slashing funding to universities has not been something that hasn't contributed to the situation that universities find themselves in. I do understand how universities are feeling, but it is no excuse whatsoever for becoming complicit in climate breakdown and genocide, and worse, in enabling
climate
Senator, breakdown and genocide.
Time for debate has expired. Senator Collins.
I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. Yesterday in the chamber, speaking to Senator Hume's private member's bill on superannuation, I misspoke, declaring former Senator Richard Alston AO, a good friend of mine, as the late senator. I indeed exaggerated his death. I can confirm that former Senator Richard Alston AO is A-OK, having spoken to him immediately after my speech to apologise for my mistake. Former Senator Alston was instrumental in the early days of superannuation, being appointed Shadow Minister for Superannuation during his tenure. However, the late senator to whom I was referring was Senator John Watson, AM, may God rest his soul. I thank former Senator Richard Alston for his good grace and his humour, and for encouraging me by saying, if that's the worst mistake you make in Parliament, you'll be doing okay. And my sincere apologies to anyone who I may have taken by surprise. Thank you, Acting Deputy President, for your indulgence in allowing me to make a personal explanation to amend the record.
Thank you very much, Senator. I'm glad we clarified that and got that on the record. I'm sure if Senator Alston's watching, hello. Now, we'll move along to the Criminal Code Amendment State-Sponsored Terrorism Bill. Clerk.
Government Business Orders Today number 1, Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025, second reading debate.
Thank you very much. Now I'll call Senator Shoebridge. You have the call.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. From the outset, I want to be clear the Greens support this bill and we support its core intent. The Greens have been on record for some 2 and a bit years to call for the listing of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organisation. And we've done that because we were listening to the community. We have close ties with the Iranian community in Australia and worked with them in particular in their campaign for woman life freedom following the horrific killing of Gina Mahsa Amini. And when we worked with the Iranian community, and you go to protests, you speak in support of the Woman Life Freedom campaign, they'll tell you about the fear inside the community, both in Iran and around the world, of the IRGC. The women in Iran are in fear of their freedom, of their physical safety, and in the case of Gina Mahsa Amini, of her life. And they made it very clear to us that that was a core demand for them. But I also want to thank the Kurdish community in Australia for their advocacy in the matter too. And that has included their advocacy for the Woman Life Freedom campaign. And the Kurdish community and other groups inside Iran, other ethnic groups and religious groups, and there's a diversity of them inside Iran, know the reality of persecution. They know the brutal reality of the IRGC. And we've put on record our concerns for the Kurdish community in Iran, the threats that they face, and of course the killing of Gina Mahsa Amini was a part of that. A proud, strong Kurdish Iranian woman targeted for how she looked and for her identity by a brutal terrorist grouping that terrorises the Iranian people. And I do want to give credit as well to my colleague, Senator Jordan Steele-John, who had the Foreign Affairs portfolio and did such a remarkably good job of it in the previous Parliament. His statement of the, I think it was the 23rd of September, or the 13th of September of 2023, and I'll just quote from it briefly. Gina Mahsa Amini's death sparked a wave of protests in Iran and began the Woman Life Freedom movement globally. Over the past year, people across the globe have been in solidarity with those targeted by the Iranian regime. There continues to be unfair trials, egregious executions and continued removal of the rights of women and girls. Australia must maintain pressure on Iranian authorities to free peaceful protesters who are demanding freedom for their country. Listing the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organisation would send a strong signal that Australia will not stay silent in the face of human rights abuses and will act to punish perpetrators who are accountable for these heinous crimes. The Australian Greens continue their solidarity with the Iranian diaspora community in Australia in their ongoing fight for freedom, women, life, freedom. But of course those calls were met by a wall of obfuscation from the government, who said, oh, it's all too hard, you know, changing the law would be an incredibly complex job. You can't list the IRGC because it's part of a government entity. You know, impossibility. And we said at the time, and we weren't the only ones to say it at the time, I know the coalition said it, we said, we'll bring the legislation forward and it'll pass, you know, it'll pass, provided it's well crafted, provided it does the job. Bring the legislation forward and you've got a clear parliamentary pathway to it. Don't talk about the problems, talk to us about the solution. And all we got was obfuscation and inaction, and hiding behind the current laws and saying, well, you can't do it because the current laws don't allow for the listing of a government-related entity. But of course, you know, other countries, the United States, European countries, they've listed the IRGC and they have the capacity to list government-associated government entities as terrorist organisations. And again, we said, well, just look at what the United States has done. Look at what other countries have done. They permit government entities to be identified as terrorist organisations because in truth, on this planet, some of the largest terror organisations are government entities delivering obscene violence, indiscriminate, so often targeted political violence against minorities. Some of the worst offenders on the planet are government entities. But I just want to raise, although this has been an issue now for 2 years, more than 2 years. Greens have been calling for it, civil society has been calling for it. This process was still rushed. And once again, the government rushed scrutiny of this bill and sent it to the PJCIS, whose final report, while endorsing the bill, fails to take into account a number of significant concerns raised in that process, including what can often be the unfair, and I assume unintended, impacts on humanitarian aid delivery. And it doesn't come just from the effects of this bill. Those concerns have been baked into the listing legislation now since its inception. Aid organisations, including the Australian Council for International Development and Save the Children Australia, have called for broad humanitarian exemptions consistent with UN Council resolutions to provide regulatory certainty for Australian NGOs who are responding to global humanitarian crises. These are critically important concerns, and we call on the government to consider them and consider them further. And indeed, the Greens will be presenting amendments to this bill to provide for the protection for Australian NGOs who are working in areas which are under de facto control of listed organisations, to allow them to work to provide critical humanitarian relief, food, medicine, housing, water. Because when you talk to NGOs who are active in the international humanitarian space, they say that there is incredible legal risk to them in providing basic humanitarian relief and saving lives in conflict zones such as Afghanistan because of listings. They say that those concerns also arise in parts of Palestine and Gaza because of the listings. They say that those concerns also arise in other conflict zones such as Sudan, where we absolutely know that there is an urgent need for humanitarian aid, and to punish the people on the ground who are under the de facto control of a terrorist or a listed organisation, facing the brutality of that listed organisation. And often with that comes famine, comes a lack of access to medicine, comes internal displacement, and to punish them twice and say, not only are you under the de facto control of a terrorist organisation against your will and being held ransom at that level, but because of that, Australian aid organisations can't provide aid to you, the food that you need to feed your kids, the housing you need to protect yourself, and the medicine. That is a double punishment. And I just want to read onto the record my thanks for my Chief of Staff, Kim Chappell, who has done a huge amount of work in speaking with the NGOs, coming to grips with the submissions that went to PJCIS, and helping my party bring forward amendments which we think would be critical for helping humanitarian organisations. Sometimes the work of our staff doesn't get noticed. I want to tell you this has been noticed. We also note submissions to the inquiry from the Alliance for Journalist Freedom, who recommended an inclusion to a specific exemption for journalism being undertaken in the public interest. And again, many of the concerns that apply to humanitarian organisations who we want on the ground, stopping people from starving, giving people access to clean water, helping people who are already being terrorised in these conflict zones. We also need journalists to be there to cover what's happening and to tell the truth about what's happening. And sometimes that requires engagement with these organisations, because that's the only way you can get access and maintain access. And journalists should also have a protection, and a clear protection, when they're engaged in public interest journalism, because unless we see the truth, how can we help? Again, I say to the government, on behalf of my party, consider closely the amendments that are being brought in this space, because we have that obligation. But now I want to address what we could describe as the elephant in the room. We are amending the law now to allow for government entities to be listed as terrorist entities under the law. And by this bill's own criteria, the Israeli Defence Force, the IDF, would qualify for listing as a terrorist entity. The test is straightforward, really. A foreign state entity that cause serious harm or death to Australian citizens to advance a political cause. Well, in April 2024, Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham was killed in Gaza by an IDF airstrike on a clearly marked World Central Kitchen vehicle. I'll just repeat that. In April 2024, Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham was killed in Gaza by an IDF airstrike on a clearly marked World Central Kitchen vehicle. In October 2025, Australians on the Gaza flotilla were detained by Israeli forces illegally, had arms dislocated, head slammed to the ground, and held in torture-like conditions. Now, if those 2 points don't meet the test of serious harm under this law, then what does? So let's pass this bill and let's get on with listing the IRGC, but then let's list the Israeli Defence Force as a state sponsor of terrorism for their actions against Australians, and that doesn't count the obscenity of their actions against millions of Palestinians. So no more double standards based on who our purported friends are. That's not justice. That's just politics dressed up as national security. Let's amend the law. Let's allow for state entities to be listed as terrorist organisations, and then let's look clearly at the world and see where the largest terror organisations are, state-directed terror organisations are. And if you cast your eyes fairly across this planet and you're asking which are the largest terrorist organisations that are state terrorist organisations, and you don't see the IDF, then you're not looking.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Collins, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I rise to speak in support of the Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025. Terrorism is an ongoing threat to the security, democracy and values of the Australian people, and the Coalition will always support sensible legislation that protects our national security. This bill empowers the Governor-General, on the advice of the AFP Minister and with the agreement of the Foreign Affairs Minister, to list foreign state entities as state sponsors of terrorism. The bill also introduces new offences for financing, supporting or associating with listed state sponsors and extends existing law enforcement powers to these provisions. The Coalition has long called for these reforms, and while we may disagree with the government on the timeliness of the reforms, they are undoubtedly welcome in tackling the issue of state-sponsored terrorism. I am, however, concerned with the government's approach to this legislation and the rushed and inadequate consultation with the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. Recently, my hometown of Sydney was sadly touched by terrorism and by those who would wish to harm many great Australians. The Sydney Kosher restaurant was firebombed in October 2024. Thankfully, no one was killed. Numerous other anti-Semitic attacks of synagogues, daycares and homes have been perpetrated. We now know, thanks to the tireless work of our intelligence services, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of the Islamic Republic of Iran is responsible for state-sponsored, directed and enabled terrorism on Australian soil. This attack on our sovereignty and members of our community has not gone unpunished, and the Coalition wholeheartedly supports the eviction of the Iranian ambassador. I ask the Australian Government to consider further punitive actions on those responsible and the application of Interpol red notices on any persons overseas found to be involved in the execution and planning of these terrorist attacks on Australian soil. Australia's national terrorism threat level has been raised to probable, meaning there is greater than a 50% chance of a terrorist attack or planning within the next year. Now more than ever, we need a strong government to send the message that Australia will not stand for terrorism, state-sponsored or otherwise, on our streets. What does not send a strong message, however, is how the government has handled this bill and its substandard reference to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. Submitters were only given 7 clear days to respond to the bill at a 2-hour public hearing. This truncated process prevented proper scrutiny by key national security stakeholders, and the Parliament was unable to further examine the bill for deficiencies or opportunities for expansion. I will not wait for after the next terror attack to happen in my community before speaking out on what we can do better. This Parliament should be proactive, not reactive, to the national securities we face. On Tuesday evening, the Director General of Security, Mike Burgess, addressed the Lowy Institute with a sobering assessment of our domestic security posture and those who wish to do Australians harm. At least 3 foreign countries are willing to assassinate political dissidents on Australian soil and are capable of carrying out lethal targeting. Never before has our top security expert delivered such clear messaging that other states are acting against us, again making the case for the expansion of our counter-terrorism and counter-foreign interference legislation and agencies. To that end, and as I've said before in this place, Australia needs to expand our ability to monitor and disrupt threats. Australia needs to urgently establish a National Technical Assistance Centre that manages all of the national intelligence community access to lawfully intercepted information. This coordination and assistance mechanism would greatly enhance Australia's national security architecture to rapidly, proactively and effectively respond to emerging threats. Australian agencies possess the capabilities and expertise to stop threats before they occur, yet antiquated intelligence sharing mechanisms hamper their ability to do so. Furthermore, each Australian state and territory has a joint counter-terrorism team. This body coordinates and responds to emergent and enduring terrorism threats with federal agencies. There is no such federal equivalent. The Home Affairs Counter-Terrorism Coordination Centre does not handle operational detail or provide ongoing assessments and mitigations. I call on the Senate to formalise an inquiry into the creation of such a body to draw on all areas of the national intelligence community to better respond to terrorism in Australia at an operational level. This body would bring law enforcement, signals intelligence, human intelligence, and technical expertise into the same tent. Policy already exists to authorise classes of intelligence officers to proactively work across the powers present in the ASIO Act, the Intelligence Services Act, and other pieces of national security legislation concurrently. The Attorney-General, Home Affairs Minister, Foreign Minister and Minister for Defence can vastly expand the government's capacity to keep Australians safe with the stroke of a pen, and I call on them to do so. Too often, our capabilities are able to mitigate threats, but our bureaucracy gets in the way. Like with abolishing the arbitrary distinction between foreign and security intelligence, our collection apertures need to be cleared of red tape and ministerial interference. Let our agencies do their jobs. Yet clearing this red tape is only half the battle. The other half is funding our agencies responsible for counter-terrorism correctly. The Home Affairs portfolio, Foreign Affairs portfolio and Defence portfolio all have their roles to play in the defence of this nation from threats such as the IRGC. Again, the Coalition calls for adequate funding to these entities charged by this Parliament to counter domestic and foreign threats to our security. While the national intelligence community agencies fulfil their counter-terrorism responsibilities, the Australian Defence Force is not traditionally thought of by this government as a priority in facing these threats. Operation Okra was the Australian Defence Force contribution to the military intervention against the Islamic State. The operation commenced in August 2014 and concluded in December 2024. The Defence Force is still vital in our counter-terrorism efforts, and with offshore threats still persisting in 2025, it is vital that the government is consistent with the strategic goals of this bill by also increasing the budget for our Australian Defence Force. To be ready for a geopolitically uncertain tomorrow, we must prepare for it today. The Coalition led the way on this bill, and I again show my support for common sense legislation that keeps Australians safe and offer my bipartisan collaboration to act against those who would do Australians harm. Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Senator Koenig.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I just want to make some brief remarks about the Criminal Code Amendment State-Sponsored Terrorism Bill before the Senate today, in where we'll look at establishing a new framework for designating a foreign entity as a state sponsor of terrorism. Under this bill, an entity may be listed if the minister responsible for the Australian Federal Police is satisfied that it is a foreign state entity and that or one of its members has engaged in, prepared, planned or assisted in or fostered a terrorist act targeting Australia or has advocated such an act. Before any regulation is made to list an entity, the AFP Minister must first obtain the agreement of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and arrange for the Leader of the Opposition to be briefed. These requirements ensure that proper foreign policy coordination and bipartisan oversight is maintained. The bill also introduces new offences to criminalise terrorist activity carried out by listed state entities or their proxies, as well as conduct by persons who support such activities. Recognising the potential consequences of criminalising state entities, the bill includes defences and exemptions to protect lawful engagement for legitimate purposes such as humanitarian assistance. The legislation comes in response to ASIO's assessment that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, had directed at least 2 attacks in Australia. These attacks are utterly unacceptable, and the government is taking decisive action far stronger than any other government has previously done. And while the previous coalition government did not impose sanctions on the RGC, our government has taken on board the advice of our security agencies and the report that was conducted by the Senate committee here only about 18 months ago, and has targeted at least 200 sanctions on Iran and the IRGC. We've also acted on the United Nations and strengthened domestic laws. Now, faced with evidence of attacks on Australian soil, we're also going further, and that is formalising the listing of the IRGC as a terrorist organisation. Through this bill, the government is once again doing what responsible governments must do, protecting Australians and defending our national sovereignty. We are closing the gap that allows malicious foreign actors to operate in this country, Deputy President, and we are doing so with clear purpose, firm resolve and proper oversight. These amendments before the Senate strengthen Australia's counter-terrorism framework and ensure that our agencies have the tools that they need to act decisively against those who seek to do us harm. This is about keeping Australians safe, the foremost duty of any government. And while I'm on my feet, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the former Deputy Chair of the PJSIS, Mr Andrew Wallace MP, and former member and also a former Deputy Chair, Mr Hastie, who resigned recently from the committee. I want to acknowledge both gentlemen who have served on this committee with distinction for many years, demonstrating their unwavering diligence, integrity and a genuine commitment to bipartisanship for many, many years. Particularly with Mr Wallace, during his time on the committee as Deputy Chair, he assisted me in contributing to rigorous oversight, helped shape some key recommendations over a number of reports, and played an important role in strengthening Australia's national security framework. And throughout his approach and dedication to the committee's work, we've been able to, achieve some really great results. And I just want to wish him all the very success, not too much, as now the new Shadow Minister for Attorney General. Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. One Nation has called out foreign governments and their agents who act against Australian citizens and even against our country right here in Australia. These include China, some Islamic nations, and some members of the former Soviet Union. This bill would amend the criminal code to enable listing of certain foreign states or foreign state entities as terrorist organisations. Currently, this is not possible with the law because foreign states or foreign state entities are not able to be listed as terrorist organisations. 2 lawyers, including a barrister, and their staff have scrutinised this bill for One Nation, and our senators have considered and discussed the bill. The bill would authorise the Governor-General to list in a regulation foreign state entities as a state sponsor of terrorism. That's wonderful. The precondition to this occurring is that the Minister for the Australian Federal Police, who is the Home Affairs Minister, must believe on reasonable grounds that the foreign state or entity has engaged in, prepared or planned, assisted or fostered the doing of a terrorist act targeted against Australia. Or, in addition, if the entity has advocated doing a terrorist act that was targeted at Australia. The Minister can only act with the agreement of the Foreign Affairs Minister. Secondly, the bill creates new offences which would criminalise conduct in which these entities engage and criminalises the conduct of persons who would seek to assist or support these activities. Additionally, it provides for appropriate defences for people who the law requires, for example, to engage with a listed entity or engage with an entity for a legitimate purpose. One aspect, though, that has raised some concerns is the reversal of the onus of proof that will apply when some defendants raise certain defences, where the defendant must establish the defence on the balance of probabilities. For example, maybe where a defendant may have the onus of establishing that they took all reasonable steps to dissociate themselves from a particular terrorist entity. The reversal of the onus of proof is a major event in legislation and should not be done lightly. Nonetheless, it appears justified here because of the nature of the offending behaviour. We in One Nation have noticed this increasing trend in Labor-sponsored legislation over the last few years, and that sounds alarm bells to those who are responsible for scrutinising good policy. We're very concerned about this trend. At times, this is a precursor to control and may at times reflect today's Labor's propensity to control. This reversal of the onus of proof must be carefully scrutinised on each occasion on which it's raised. On this occasion, the government has justified this approach because of the preventative nature of measures that are being enabled to protect the Australian community from targeted acts of terrorism and the high risks of death or injury associated with such acts of terrorism. This bill's additional protections are reasonable in the overall circumstances, given that radicalised Islamic extremists perpetrate relatively frequent terror attacks and Chinese Communist Party agents intimidate and bully law-abiding Australian citizens of Chinese descent here in Australia. One Nation believes that Australian citizens of all backgrounds must be protected. We support this bill.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I want to thank my parliamentary colleagues for their contributions to the debate on this bill and to the committee process. Keeping our community safe for those who seek to do us harm is a top priority for the Albanese government. The government condemns, in the strongest possible terms, foreign states who seek to harm and terrify Australians. These actors seek to sow discord and division in our community, and they will not be allowed to succeed. The bill amends the Criminal Code to introduce a framework to list foreign state entities as state sponsors of terrorism and respond to state terrorist acts. The bill will also provide a comprehensive suite of criminal offences addressing state sponsors of terrorism and the acts they seek to foster on our shores. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies will be provided the same powers to investigate and disrupt these threats as they have for non-state terrorist acts. Many of my Senate colleagues have done a good job of summing up the structure of this bill and the way that it will seek to list state-sponsored terrorism, so I won't go into that. I just did want to address the second reading amendment that's been proposed by Senator Thorpe, because I think it's important to put this on the record. Of course, we respect Senator Thorpe and her, but in regards to the second reading amendment, the government will not be supporting this amendment. There is no place in Australia for racism, hatred or discrimination of any kind, and we unequivocally condemn it. Every Australian, no matter of their race or religion, should be able to enjoy their life in any Australian community without prejudice or discrimination. It is inappropriate to use a second reading amendment to attack or criticise our law enforcement agencies. We note that Senator Thorpe does have other mechanisms available to her to put motions to the Senate or debate this issue, and I urge the Senate to oppose this amendment. But in concluding on the bill itself, I do want to reiterate the bill sends the strongest possible signal that Australia condemns the actions of foreign states who seek to harm Australians, and any attack targeting Australians will not be tolerated. We must stand in unity against attempts to divide our society. In supporting this bill, this place would be displaying a strong resolve in defence of our sovereignty and our collective way of life. I thank the Chamber.
Thank you, Minister. You mentioned the second reading amendment. As of now, that has not yet been moved, so we won't, unless anyone's proposing to move it, we will just put the... Senator Shoebridge?
Just looking around the chamber, I just draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
Sure. Division required? Sorry, quorum.
Yeah, indeed.
Thanks. It is late in the week. Yeah. Okay, we have quorum. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy, and I thank the Chamber. I seek leave to move the second reading amendment that was circulated by Lydia Thorpe. I seek leave to move that on behalf of Senator Thorpe.
Yeah, I'll check. Is leave granted? Leave's granted.
I move the second reading amendment as circulated.
Okay, so I'll put the question. The question is that the second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Shoebridge on behalf of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Is division required? Yes. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. Shall I just go off the clock? Or? Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment be agreed to. Those agreed will move to the right of the chair and those against move to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 28. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. So I'll now put the question that the second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for other purposes.
As amendments have been circulated, will now resolve to committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, as so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move Greens amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3480 together.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment is an important carve-out that ensures humanitarian aid organisations can deliver life-saving aid that is so desperately needed in so many places around the world. Under our current legislation, humanitarian organisations are liable to criminal charges when delivering aid to civilians in regions controlled by proscribed terrorist actors, purely because of geographical proximity. The unavoidable legal risks and challenges under the current framework has had a very chilling effect on aid delivery, funding, and humanitarian organisations' ability to respond to crises. This morning, I was at the ACFID annual conference and heard again, loudly and clearly, how much the current framework hinders and hampers the delivery of much-needed life-saving aid. And aid organisations across the country have been calling for this exemption under the Criminal Code for designated humanitarian entities for years and years. This is an amendment that could make a world of difference to these incredibly courageous humanitarian workers to be able to do their job. It will also bring our laws into line with those that already exist in the US, UK, Canada, and the EU. It also implements a UN Security Council resolution that our government has proudly supported. In fact, the UN Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, which our government has been touting leadership on, both here and abroad, demands this very exemption. And yet today, from what I understand, the Labour government is going to vote against this amendment. But I guess, sadly, that is exactly what we have come to expect from Labour: say one thing and do another. Wax lyrical about international law in this chamber and the UN, but do nothing. So it's time for the Labour government to stop talking the talk and start walking the walk. This amendment is one that has previously received bipartisan support in a recommendation in the March 2025 final report of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. It was an inquiry into Australia's thematic sanctions framework. So it is disappointing that despite supporting this amendment and claiming to understand the importance of it for the aid sector, Labour and the Coalition will both be voting against it. I cannot tell you how difficult it is to actually overstate the importance of international aid right now, because we are living in increasingly bleak times, with the arms industry recording massive profits, which steeped in the blood of their war machines as they killed thousands, including aid workers in those thousands. Last year was the deadliest year on record for aid workers, and this year is on track to be even worse. Gaza and Sudan recorded the highest number of deaths. International aid should be a matter of justice. It should never be dictated by political self-interest, nor constrained by sanction regimes. When operating in the most challenging circumstances that you can imagine and watching the extremes of human suffering, the last thing humanitarian organizations and their workers need is to come under fire by indiscriminate Australian laws. So today we do have an opportunity to do something that tackles at least one of the challenges aid organizations face. These organizations and their workers put their passion, compassion, heart and soul and their bodies on the line to provide aid for those who are going through who are being put through immense suffering. And I will just say this in the end, that I understand that neither of the major parties are going to support this amendment now, but I do hope, given the significance of this change and that there has been a bipartisan agreement on making this change, that the government will look at doing this urgently. I commend the amendment to the Senate.
Thank you. Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Senator Faruqi is correct. The government will not be supporting these amendments at this time. I do want to put on the record some of the reasons and what the bill does and doesn't do in terms of protections. The Australian government strongly supports the critical work of humanitarian workers in crisis zones around the world, and we are deeply committed to ensuring humanitarian workers are protected and afforded the access that they need to carry out life-saving work. This is why we led the Declaration of Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, launched in September in New York with over 100 signatories. We will continue to work across government and with the sector to ensure we can uphold the principles we committed to in the Declaration. The government acknowledges the advocacy of groups such as the Australian Council of International Development and the Save the Children Australia for greater humanitarian exemptions, not only in respect of this bill but existing terrorism offences. The government is actively engaging with humanitarian organisations in relation to their concerns with these frameworks and their advocacy for a broad humanitarian exemption. These are complex matters requiring careful consideration, and we must avoid the risk of unintended consequences. The bill directly responds to the highly concerning emergence of the threat of state-sponsored terrorism. It is not an appropriate vehicle to consider broader changes to Australia's counter-terrorism framework. Further, these amendments propose changes to Part 5.3 of the Criminal Code, which is supported by referral powers from the states. Consistent with Section 100.8 of the Criminal Code, the Intergovernmental Agreement on the Counter-Terrorism Laws, the agreement of the First Ministers is required to change Part 5.3. Now, it is important to note that the bill contains general defences in relation to individuals performing an official duty or function of the United Nations or the International Committee of the Red Cross. This acknowledges the mandates of these organisations under international law or as multilateral entities, which necessitates their engagement with all states actors. The bill also contains an express humanitarian defence to the offence of associating with a state sponsor of terrorism. This mirrors the existing defence. The offence is of association with a terrorist organisation contained within Part 5.3 of the Criminal Code. Any changes to humanitarian exemptions, we believe, should be consistent across terrorism frameworks. Thanks.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. And noting that we are approaching the hard marker, I just do want to very briefly put on record the Coalition's position on this amendment. As has been foreshadowed, we will not be supporting Senator Faruqi's amendment here today. We are very sympathetic to the substance of the NGO's plea that Senator Faruqi alluded to in her contribution on this amendment, and we do urge the government to continue considering how humanitarian organisations like the International Committee of the Red Cross and Save the Children can be better protected under the counter-terrorism provisions within Division 102 and 102A of the Criminal Code. But we do accept the advice that has been provided by the Attorney-General's Department that this bill is not the appropriate place to make those changes. And we are incredibly mindful that any amendment such as this one that has been proposed here today by Senator Faruqi should be drafted very carefully to ensure that there are no unintended consequences which may thwart the objects of this bill. And as we have said in our second reading contributions, this is an incredibly important bill. We want to see this bill pass the Senate today. So in the interest of that, the Coalition will not be supporting Senator Faruqi's proposed amendment, and I hope we can move things along quickly before 11:15. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Yes, thanks, Acting Deputy. Can I just put on the record, it is good to see that both the government and the opposition see the need for these amendments or amendments to this effect to come through to ensure that Australian humanitarian organisations have the protection they need. We hear the concerns raised about whether or not the referral from states under Part 5.3 would potentially be a barrier and require the consent of state parties who referred those powers to the Commonwealth. Can I just say for the record though, the humanitarian organisations have been asking for this to be clarified not for weeks or for months but for years. And what I would hope that we get from the government is some clear commitment to a timetable to when they would expect the goodwill that we hear in the chamber to actually result in the legislative changes. And I know I don't want to go beyond the hard marker, but if we could get some short indication from the Minister about, is there a process in place? Are they engaging with the states? Is there a timetable? And if not, is there a commitment to make that happen? If we could just have that, and I know that there's many humanitarian and aid organisations anxiously listening to see if their employees, their boards and others are going to get the protection that they need to do life-saving work. Minister.
Minister.
Thank you. And the brevity of my answer doesn't indicate the care that we have for this issue, but I think you've seen a willingness from the government and the opposition to consider these further, and we'll undertake to do that. I don't have anything to add from my answer, but other than it is the broad humanitarian exemption is complex, and that is why we are considering it.
No further presentation, so I'll put the question. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the noes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. Senator Hodgins-May, do you mind just stepping forward?
Lock the doors. Ask that the ayes move to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left of the chamber. And I appoint Senator McKim for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes.
She didn't hear.
Senator Askew, I'll appoint you to count for the noes.
That's a good point, Diane.
And I say the question.
Still John. Payne. Shoebridge. Oh no, she's on the
Anytime, forgiven, forgiven. Thank goodness for Jackie.
What? What? Holly? Brown?
I realise that. There being 12 ayes and 34 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill stand as printed. All those in... Wait for people to get to their seats. Maybe?
No, you can go.
All those in favour say aye. Against said no. I believe the ayes have it. Now the question, the question now is that the bill be reported. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So now...
Without amendments, yeah. And you can hand it up to the President.
This one? I'll just... Now I'm done.
Report from the Committee of the Whole. The committee has considered the Criminal Code Amendment Bill of 2025 and agreed to it without amendments. Minister.
The report of the committee be adopted.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Green be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
So the question is the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for other purposes.
Minister.
Just on another...
Oh, on another matter? Yep.
I table documents relating to the order of production of documents concerning the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Okay, so you're tabling? Yep. Thank you. I shall now proceed to the placing of... beg your pardon. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No? Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I present the 8th report of the 2025 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Grogan.
I move that the report be adopted.
So the question is that the Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, President. I move the amendment circulated in my name, and just to aid the chamber, the amendment to Senator Grogan's motion has two parts. One is that the Customs Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025 be referred to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 27th of February 2026, and that the Fair Work Amendment Right to Work from Home Bill 2025, which I do note for the chamber is actually a private senator's bill standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, be referred immediately to the Education and Employment Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 26 March 2026. And I'll just very briefly, in regards to that second matter, say that we are disappointed, that we understand that the chamber is not going to support that amendment today. It has been precedent in this Senate that unless there are extraordinary reasons why a private senator's bill should not be referred for an inquiry, that actually private senators' bills are referred to an inquiry. We intend to continue to prosecute our case that the Fair Work Amendment Right to Work from Home Bill 2025 be referred to an inquiry. It is a critical issue, and being a private senator's bill, I express in advance our ongoing disappointment should the Senate continue to block this private senator's bill from going to an inquiry.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. On the amendment moved by Senator McKim, the government won't be supporting the amendment. So on the customs tariff amendment reference in subsection A, we will move an amendment to Senator McKim's amendment, and that, do I seek leave or I move the amendment? I move the amendment which would ensure that the customs tariff amendment bill not be referred to a committee, and so I would move that to Senator McKim's amendment subsection A. The reason for that is the treaty has been considered by the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, and they provided their recommendations of that committee to ratify the treaty on the 29th of October. As is practice across the parliament, we do not then normally start a Senate-only inquiry into a bill that's already been considered by a joint standing committee. So that's the reason why. And on the Fair Work Amendment Right to Work from Home Bill 2025, this bill was introduced yesterday. I think in discussions across the chamber, the position the government's put to the Greens is that we just want, it was introduced yesterday, we want to consider it before we make a decision about whether or not to refer. And this is very similar to the way that the Greens approach government bills when they are for consideration for referral too. So I think it's really a matter of timing. We can deal with that once we've had the appropriate time to have a look at what was introduced yesterday and take advice across government. Yeah, thank you. I'll just move that amendment to subsection A.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. So I rise to support this amendment in relation to the work from home provisions. Today what we're seeing is Labor and the Liberals joining forces to delay action on an issue that matters to millions of Australians out there, the right to work from home. My bill would give workers the right to work from home for up to 2 days a week. Modest, sensible reform, already a reform that's been adopted and pushed by people around the country, governments, a sensible reform that reflects how Australians actually do want to live and work. It's in the media every day. We see Westpac trying to roll back that right and pulled to hold account in the Fair Work Commission. We see banks now put on notice that they must honour those work from home provisions in agreements and make sure they look after workers. This is a very live issue right now for millions of Australians. Instead of debating its merits, both major parties have voted to defer the decision to send this important bill to inquiry, and this is extraordinary. It's a long-standing Senate convention that private senators' bills, especially those from the crossbench, are sent to inquiry so they can be properly examined, and stakeholders, experts and the public get to have a say. Begs the question, why have the major parties teamed up to delay this right for workers? Coalition has a long history of eroding workers' rights and siding with the bosses. No surprise there, but Labor is supposedly party of the workers. And yet here they are standing in the way of expanding the rights, improving the lives of workers in this country, especially women, especially parents, especially carers, but many others who also want the chance to work from home and have a protected right to work from home. Yet here they are standing in the way of expanding those rights, improving the lives of workers. So who benefits from this delay? Who is Labor working for in delaying it? Let's be clear. They can't claim this work-from-home policy came out of the blue, Minister, as you have just said. We gave plenty of warning about this and we moved this very proposal as an amendment to the government's penalty rates bill 6 weeks ago. There's nothing surprising here. That is not an explanation for why Labor is doing what it's doing. Workers deserve a fair go, and that includes the right to flexibility, a protected right to work from home. Deferring this bill isn't just procedural. It's a slap in the face to every worker, every woman, every carer, every person who wants to work from home and have a fair go to access that right.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I endorse the contribution from my colleague, Senator Pocock, and it is hard to comprehend why this special rule is being rolled out only in relation to this bill, and I'd urge the Senate to endorse the position put by Senator Pocock. But I also rise to speak to the referral of the Customs Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill. When we proposed referring this bill to inquiry, we were told that there was a rule that we didn't refer these treaty-related bills off to inquiry. There's some rule. We've been hunting for that rule, but just like the rule that you can't bring in the United States alliance into domestic politics, which was a rule we were told by Senator Wong the other day, we've been hunting for that rule and we can't find that rule either. When we were looking for the rule that says you can't question the United States alliance or decisions made by people with gold braid in dark, smoky rooms, we looked for that rule. We couldn't find that rule written down anywhere either. And now we're told that there's a rule that says, oh, no, this is an AUKUS-related bill. This is an AUKUS-related bill that's going to give some tariff relief to UK weapons manufacturers under the so-called Geelong Treaty. And apparently there's a rule somewhere, I'm not sure where, there's a rule that we can't refer this off to inquiry either. Well, we've hunted for those rules, and apparently those rules are only given to you if you go on a CIA-funded fact-finding education trip to Washington. None of the Greens have been on those CIA-funded fact-finding trips to Washington, so we haven't got a copy of the rule book that both Labor and the Coalition have had that says you actually can't investigate or look at these AUKUS-related, United States alliance-related bills. So not being in possession of the rule book that's been given to Labor and the Coalition, we're moving that this bill go off for an actual inquiry. And why should it go off for an inquiry? Well, because the Geelong Treaty is like a fairy tale or a dystopian Minister Marles Disneyland tale, because it suggests we're going to have a 50-year-long partnership with the United Kingdom to partner with them to produce nuclear submarines for Australia. You know, the UK can't keep their own submarines in the water. Last time I checked, I think they had 1 out of 5 in the water, and that was only allowed to go, out, get the bows wet, and then come back again. Their own auditor has said that they can't produce nuclear reactors and won't produce nuclear reactors for the AUKUS project. They can't deal with their own nuclear waste. They've got dozens of rusting hulks of their former nuclear submarines, chock-a-block with tons and tons of highly enriched uranium just sitting there in ponds because they don't know what to do with them, and they're spending billions of dollars a year keeping an eye on their rusting hulks. The UK is the sick person of Europe when it comes to defence expenditure. They literally can't keep their own defence force running. They can't put an aircraft carrier in the water because they can't surround it with protection. They can't put their nuclear submarines in the water because they can't maintain them. They can't build a new nuclear reactor because they haven't got the money, and Rolls-Royce, who Australia's giving billions of dollars to, won't produce the reactor. And we say we should look into this before we sign another treaty. And what the war parties, Labor and the Coalition, said, actually, no, there's a rule. There's a rule, and you can't look into this. They've got a CIA-based rule book that we haven't got access to. Well, we say bugger the rule book. We want this to go to inquiry.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Minister Gallagher to the Selection of Bills Committee be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh, okay. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Gallagher to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Allman-Payne as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 13 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with Senator McKim's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry.
Could I just seek the call before that question is put, please?
Yes.
Well, what I want to say, I can seek the call. Oh, I seek leave to make a very short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Just to explain, now that amendment has been successful, that means that Part A of my motion has been changed so that the Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill not be referred. Obviously, that's not our position, so I'm now going to ask that the question be split on the two parts, A and B.
Yeah, but I'm dealing with your amendment at this point.
I'm asking the question.
So I'm going to put Part A. So the question is that Part A be agreed to as amended. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. I'm now going to put Part B. So the question is that the Selection of Bills Committee report Part B be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. B. Yes. Aye. Okay, I'm just going to put it again. So the question is that Part B of the Selection of Bills Committee report be amended. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Because the Gallagher's amendment dealt with subsection A, didn't it? Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 16 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'm now going to put the amended selection of bills committee report. All those in favour say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? I believe, Minister Gallagher, you're seeking the call.
Thank you. I move that general business notice of motion number 256 be considered during general business today.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Is anyone seeking leave of absence for senators? No. I call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of a Senate number 1 for today in the name of Senator Shoebridge to the 24th of November. Business of a Senate number 4 for today in the name of Senator Hume to the 24th of November. And general business notices 254 and 255 for today in the name of Senator Hodgins-May to the 24th of November. No extensions have been lodged.
Thank you. So the question is that if there's no objection, those matters be agreed to. I'll now move to business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, President. I move the motion, which is a reference to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade legislation.
Are you seeking formality first, Senator Shoebridge?
No.
You're seeking that the matter be taken as formal?
No.
Yes, you want to vote now? Then yes, you are.
Okay, so it won't be coming up now.
If you want it debated later, if you want it voted on now, you need to seek formality.
Oh, no, well, no, I'm not seeking formal, so I'm happy for it to come on later.
Okay. So I'll now go to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Ruston. Is that you, Senator Askew?
Yes. On behalf of Senator Ruston, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question, Minister Gallagher.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The government will not be supporting this referral. The Senate recently reappointed a select committee on PFAS with a similar remit as the inquiry being proposed by Senator Ruston. This includes the health, environmental, social, cultural and economic impacts of PFAS. Similarly, the House Standing Committee on Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water only recently reported in May 2024 on the environmental impacts of plastic pollution and extensively canvassed the impact of microplastic pollution on human health. The Senate should have time to consider the findings of its existing work before commissioning further referrals on related issues.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Ruston, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is, business of Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Ruston, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Green. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 relating to Sudan be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none,
thank you. I move the motion.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I just seek leave to make a short 1 minute statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. I would like to acknowledge Emad Mohammed, a proud Canberran and co-founder of the Sudanese Australian Advocacy Network, along with other members of the Sudanese community in the gallery today. I thank you for your tireless advocacy and for continuing to speak out on this humanitarian tragedy. We stand with you in this time of tragedy for your community. I also wish to thank senators across this chamber for their constructive engagement, particularly Senators Scarr, Shoebridge and Green. And I would really like to extend my sincere thanks and acknowledge the government and Minister Wong's office for their efforts and commend the announcement overnight of Australia's $10 million in humanitarian assistance for the people of Sudan.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Pocock, I'm going to go to Senator Roberts and I'll come to you, Senator Scarr. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion as circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Roberts.
I move the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Scarr was seeking the call, so I'll go to Senator Scarr.
President, if I can also seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted for 1 minute, Senator Scarr.
Can I also acknowledge the importance of this motion in terms of our wonderful Sudanese Australian community? What is happening in the Sudan is a human catastrophe. A human catastrophe. Millions and millions of people have been displaced. Famine is having a devastating effect across the Sudan, and the images we saw coming out of Sudan last week were absolutely horrifying. This is an issue which should be on the international agenda, and it is fit and proper that this Parliament, that this Senate, stand in solidarity with our wonderful Sudanese Australian community at this time of great pain. So I was very, very pleased to have the opportunity to co-sponsor this motion.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave just to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and just want to say that we won't be supporting Senator Roberts' amendment. We had tried to reach agreement but have been unable to reach agreement. But I would like to acknowledge the ACT Sudanese community leaders here today in the chamber. Welcome to your parliament. And also place on the record the government's concern and our preparedness to provide assistance to support civilians in Sudan, where the world's largest humanitarian and displacement crisis is taking place, with more than 30 million people in need of urgent support due to the ongoing conflict. This includes approximately 11 million people who are internally displaced and another 3 million people who have fled to neighbouring countries. Australia's assistance, including the amount that was announced overnight of $10 million, will be directed through the United Nations and NGO partners. It will provide food, clean water and shelter and support to victim survivors of gender-based violence.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a very brief contribution.
Is leave granted? 1 minute. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge.
Thank the chamber. I want to note on behalf of my party, the Greens, that we're grateful to see the whole chamber coming together to support this consensus motion. We've all been so horrified by what we've seen happening in Sudan and our fair share. And I want to speak to the Sudanese community, not just in the ACT, but the Sudanese Australian community across the country. I met with representatives in Melbourne on the weekend. The fear and the anxiety in families, being out of contact, not knowing what's happening, there's escalating violence. And to be clear, this is not a conflict driven by the Sudanese people themselves. This is a proxy war driven by countries who seek to increase their wealth, increase their access to Sudanese resources, and the Sudanese people are paying the price of that. So our hearts and our minds and hopefully the actions of this government go out to the Sudanese people right now. We don't support the amendment because it simplifies a far more complex conflict.
Time has expired, Senator Shoebridge. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that government, beg your pardon, the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put the motion as moved by Senator Gallagher, standing in the name of Senator Green. All of those of that view say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher.
Oh, thank you. I ask that government business notice of motion number 2 relating to consideration of legislation be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that government business number 2, standing in the name of Minister Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 13 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 206, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson. I'm now going to go to general business notice. I remind senators today we go in the order of the procedure, so please be ready. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 206 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Whish-Wilson.
I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Minister.
The government will not be supporting this order for production of documents, and I would encourage Senator Whish-Wilson to think about narrowing the scope. This motion seeks all documents, briefing notes, correspondence, ministerial briefing notes, advice briefs, departmental assessments. There's no time period for the scope of the OPD. It's probably across a number of departments, and it gives the minister 5 working days to comply. As I said in my remarks to the Senate yesterday, there is simply no way that the government can comply with an order that is that wide in scope and that has a timeliness of 5 days in order to report, and as such the government will not be supporting the OPD.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 206, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. There was no response, Senator Whish-Wilson. I'm now going to move to general business notice of motion number 244. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Request that you put that division again, please. Yeah. Well, apologies. Yeah.
I did, prior to you getting up, Senator Whish-Wilson, I reminded all senators that today we go in the order. You put your motion. Please be ready to vote. I'll now re-put general business notice of motion number 206, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 206, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 17 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business. Notice of motion number 244, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 244 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The government will not be supporting this motion. The government has already responded to Senator Bragg's order for production of documents. A number of documents had been identified as being in scope. 2 of them were released. PII claims were made over the rest of them because almost all of the rest were cabinet submissions or ERC submissions. PII claims were made over others because the 100,000 homes policy is negotiated with states and territories, and we would have to negotiate with them over the release of those. And this motion also seeks a minister representing the Treasurer to comply with the order by no later than 5:30 today. I just wanted to let the Senate know that there are no further documents that I am in position to be able to table by 5:30 today, so the government will not be supporting this because we cannot comply with the terms of the OPD.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 244, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. Senator Scarr, there was only one voice. Okay, so you need to shout a bit louder. So the question is that the division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 244, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. It being 12:16, I'll call the clerk. Government business. I'll call the clerk. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion to discharge a bill from the notice paper as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave's not granted, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. Pursuant to contingent notice stating my name, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion relating to the conduct of the business of the Senate, namely a motion to discharge a bill from the notice paper.
So the question is that you're asking me to put the suspension notice?
I'm happy to. I'd like to talk to it a little bit.
Well, then keep talking.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to inform the chamber that Senator Lambie will also be co-sponsoring this motion. And to start by saying that I have a lot of respect for Minister Keogh, and I thank him for his work for veterans in the last term and the work that he is doing. It's a big job. There's been a lot to work on when it comes to DVA, and I've appreciated his work and his engagement. But this so-called Defence Honours Bill doesn't honour our veterans. And I'm also very concerned by the government's attempts to stop the Senate inquiry doing its job and reporting on this bill. There have been
Senator
submissions.
Pocock, I'm going to stop you right there. You've moved a suspension notice. The debate needs to be around why the suspension notice is urgent and why you need to put aside standing orders, not go to the matters before that.
This is why it's urgent.
Well, I haven't heard you express to the Senate the urgency, and that's what you need to focus on.
Sure. The Senate committee was ready to report weeks ago, and yet the government is delaying that. And this is a friendless bill. It's completely friendless. It strips people of their right to a merits review.
I'm going to remind you once again, it's not about the bill. You've moved a suspension order. You want the Senate to agree with you that so much of standing orders be put aside for you to demonstrate your position. You need to focus on why you need to do that, not the bill. Why you believe that this suspension order is so urgent that the standing orders need to be put aside.
Thank you, President. This is urgent because we have a friendless bill that the government is stopping a Senate committee reporting on. So I urge the Senate, it's time to actually say as a Senate, we won't stand for that. We will not deal with a bill that the department admitted that they did no consultation on. And that was very clear from the 60-odd submissions and very clear from every single witness that appeared before the Senate committee. A friendless bill. People were bemused by this bill and the need for it. And what I've heard in consulting with veterans here in the ACT is that in the wake of the Royal Commission,
Senator Pocock, once again you are going to matters not related to the suspension.
Sure. I've heard from veterans about the urgency to send a message to the government that this should not be the priority. Responding and implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Veteran Suicide should be the priority. And that is why this is so urgent. This is urgent because, again, it was disturbing that there was no consultation. This is urgent because this has been prioritised ahead of so many other things that could be done for our veterans, people who have served this country and deserve better recognition and to be looked after. This is urgent because had this bill been law a few years ago, Ordinary Seaman Teddy Sheehan would not have been recognised for his bravery and valour. This is urgent because the government is seeking to stop the next Teddy Sheehan from being recognised. This is urgent because we can't play these games any longer. We can't have a Senate committee being denied the opportunity to actually report on a bill which clearly has no support in the Senate. And that's why I'm suspending today and moving this motion to actually discharge this bill and send a message to the government when it comes to consultation on bills that you bring to the Parliament, bring to the Senate, and sending a very clear message to veterans and veterans' families out there that we see you, we hear what you are saying, and the Senate will act to ensure that the government gets a very clear message that there are a whole range of priorities when it comes to veterans in communities across the country. This is not one of them.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator McKenzie.
Well, it gives me great pleasure to support Senator Pocock's suspension of standing orders, and the Coalition will be supporting the suspension of standing orders that has been moved by Senator Pocock in order for the Senate to be able to discharge this friendless bill. This bill is an affront to every Australian who has ever worn our uniform. This bill could not
Senator
be
McKenzie,
fixed
I'm going to
and
remind
should
you,
not
Senator
be brought
McKenzie,
back.
I am speaking. This is a suspension motion. That is what you need to address your remarks to.
It is a betrayal of trust on the eve of Remembrance Day for this Senate not to prioritise suspending our standing orders in order to be able to discharge this bill from our notice paper so that it can go back from whence it came and the government can actually get on with implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission into veteran suicide. This bill is a betrayal of trust. It's a cynical attempt by this government to strip away the rights of veterans and their families and to seek justice, recognition and accountability.
Senator McKenzie, the suspension order is not a proxy opportunity to debate the bill. You need to demonstrate to the chamber why the matter is so urgent that the standing orders need to be set aside. It's not a proxy debate. It's a new debate about why a suspension is necessary.
This bill does not fix a problem, it actually creates one. I'm trying to save the government from the embarrassment that having this bill on their books, continuing to support it for this Parliament, this proxy sort of debate that this Parliament would entertain this bill becoming law on the eve of Remembrance Day.
Senator McKenzie, I'm going to ask you to...
Well, that's directly relevant.
I will determine what's relevant and what is not. There is a suspension order before the Senate. Senators are seeking to suspend standing orders to do something other than what is next. So your arguments, your debate needs to be relevant to why we need to suspend, not the bill, why we need to suspend. Please continue.
We need to suspend the Senate in order to discharge this bill because we are 5 days away from the 11th of November, Remembrance Day, where veterans from around the country will gather to remember those that have fallen in battle and those who were maimed in battle, and the great joy of victory and peace. And by having this bill on the Senate paper at that time, I believe, brings our chamber into disrepute. We want to stand with veterans on Remembrance Days because we are only days out from that day. We want to be united with our veterans on the 11th of November and tell them that while the Labor Party may want to only remember you for 20 years, we, the Senate, is prepared to hold you in our hearts and remember you forever. Because to say that only 2 decades before you can actually limit...
Senator McKenzie, you have drifted once again.
I've drifted.
You need to focus on the need for the suspension.
I think the Senate needs to suspend standing orders to save Minister Conroy from the embarrassment that he is in the other chamber. Keogh. The government is so arrogant that they thought extending the reporting day would buy them time to convince us this bill was palatable. But here we stand, united to say it can't be fixed. When questioned in the other chamber,
Senator Mackenzie,
Minister Keogh rolled his eyes.
Mackenzie,
and I don't want Minister Keogh...
You are using this suspension order as a proxy for another debate. You are to focus on why it is that this chamber, that the matter before us, the suspension order, is so important that we have to stand aside the standing orders. That's the focus.
So, setting aside the standing orders so the Senate can take a decision about this bill is important because if the government won't recognise that this bill is friendless and withdraw it themselves, then we believe suspending standing orders in this chamber is an appropriate course of action for our chamber to take on the eve of Remembrance Day, because every single day this bill stays as part of this parliamentary consideration, veterans, their families, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren see this as a great disrespect. And I think the Labor Party should do themselves a favour and vote with the rest of the chamber to suspend standing orders and discharge a bill. It's okay to admit defeat. It's okay to say you got it wrong. It's okay. It's actually good leadership to be able to say we should have consulted and this is a dog of a bill. To do it quicker rather than to leave it here and show disrespect to our veteran community over coming days when they will be gathering on Remembrance Days in country towns, regional capital cities and indeed on barracks on Remembrance Day, I think would be the right thing for the government to do. Please support our suspension motion.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. And I rise to make a couple of points, but before I do, I respond just to where Senator Mackenzie ended. There isn't a government that's done more for veterans than this government. There isn't a minister who's done more than Minister Keogh in shepherding through the recommendations from the Royal Commission and from ensuring that veterans get their entitlements, which is something that this government has done and has meant that thousands of veterans have actually got the compensation that they were paid for that they weren't getting under the former government. But I come back to the point. I had to respond to where you left it, Senator Mackenzie.
Minister, I've got Senator Mackenzie on a point of order. Senator Mackenzie?
Just on relevance to the suspension notice before the chamber. Could you draw the minister to the question?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie, and the minister has now drawn herself to the suspension order.
I think it's right that the government is able to respond to the sledges that you just did in your contribution, Senator Mackenzie. Okay, on a couple of points here. The government understands how the numbers work in the Senate, so we understand that this suspension will get up and that this bill will be discharged. But can I say a few things? One, this is the first the government has heard of it. This is the first the minister has heard of it. So it's clear that Senator Pocock, Senator Mackenzie and Senator Shoebridge did not have the courtesy to raise this with Minister Keogh.
Senator Mackenzie?
This isn't the first time.
We're not in committee. Why are you
The Shadow Minister has been raising this issue.
Senator Mackenzie, you don't just stand and launch into a debate. You're either standing on a point of order or standing on something else. Senator Shoebridge.
I have a point of order as to relevance, given your earlier rulings in relation to both my other colleagues.
I think that Minister Gallagher is being relevant to the suspension order. And I will continue to listen closely, and if the minister is not relevant, I will draw her to the suspension order.
Thank you, President. It's relevant because we are suspending on a matter to discharge a bill that has not been raised with the minister by any of you. He's just told me. He said this is the first I have heard of it. This is why it is not urgent. That courtesy should have been extended to Minister
Please
Keogh.
resume your seat. Senator Shoebridge.
The courtesy to the minister or not is not
Shoebridge,
relevance.
We're not in a debate.
My point of order is to relevance, and I again draw you to your earlier rulings, to Senator Mackenzie and Senator Pocock, and ask you to address the same ruling to government speakers.
I am addressing the same ruling, and the minister is being relevant. Minister.
Thank you, President. And so this motion wasn't even on the notice paper. The motion that you seek to discharge legislation, we just had formal motions. Why wasn't it put on the notice paper yesterday? Why are you having to suspend to put this on? You've had all week. You've had 2 weeks.
Minister
No,
Gallagher.
you put it as formal motion.
Minister Gallagher.
Well, what, because you didn't get it in on time?
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie, this is the Senate chamber. If it's not okay to be trying to engage in some debate, you are out of order. You are out of order. Minister, please continue.
So the Senate has sat for, 8 days. This is day 8. It could have been put on the notice paper. The minister could have been afforded the opportunity to speak with people about it, or indeed to withdraw the bill himself if he felt that that was the outcome that was going to be needed to be done. But no courtesy, no observing of how the Senate runs through formal motions. It's just a straight stunt pulled at the end of formal motions on the final sitting day without any courtesy to the minister, and whilst a bill is before a committee. Now, I've been in here long enough to have lectures from a number of people in this place that if a bill is before a committee, it's sacrosanct. That is, the inquiry is underway. The Senate voted on the 20th of October to extend the reporting date to the 21st of November. We haven't got to the reporting date. The government hasn't received the report of the committee. That report of the committee may have said discharge the bill from the notice paper, and the government would have responded to the report, but the report hasn't even been written, hasn't been delivered. And so I have sat here plenty of times and been given lectures about why bills before committee should be allowed to report, but not this one, after the Senate itself has voted to extend the reporting date. So I understand how this is going to go today, but I am saying the standards here of lack of consultation, lack of discussion, lack of opportunity for the minister to speak with any of the movers of this motion, Senator Pocock, Senator McKenzie or Senator Shoebridge, to respond to your concerns on a matter that is currently before a committee, which Senator Ciccone chairs, and isn't due to report until the 21st of November. So that is unusual. And I would have thought, and again, after we've had just resolved one of the other issues in the Senate this week, courtesy and convention matters. And it just seems that doesn't matter to most in this chamber, and then they can go and stand and pontificate about everyone else. But when it comes to actually observing some of the conventions of this place, like have a talk to a minister, for goodness sake. Put it on the notice paper, put a formal motion, put a notice of motion on the notice paper. That is why you give notice, so people have courtesy to actually understand and the opportunity to talk or amend or discuss well, no, Senator Henderson, we don't shut down. No one has the numbers in this place. We all work together to deliver the outcome. And this is an ambush without proper consideration of all parties who are involved, including the committee, including the Senate that voted to extend the reporting date to the 21st. That doesn't matter anymore. That doesn't matter anymore. And I would just urge people to think about that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I support Senator Pocock's motion to suspend standing orders because it is urgent and it's serious. I've watched at the inquiry. I felt the pain from veterans, from serving men and women, from the DHAT, Defence Honours and Awards Tribunals. The veterans are shocked at what is going on. After serving the country, they're shocked, and they're in pain, they're in anguish. Same with the enlisted men and women right now. Same with the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal. And as Senator McKenzie pointed out, we have Remembrance Day coming up in 5 days.
Senator Roberts, please refer your marks to the suspension.
We have 5 days. This is the last sitting day before Remembrance Day. That's why it has to be done today. That's why it's urgent. Two more reasons. One is that defence morale is shot to bits over this issue and over many other issues because the government is just listening to and giving carte blanche to the defence top brass. My final point is that the minister and the government need to be saved from themselves. This is a stupid bill that's coming up. It needs to be condemned and consigned to the dustbin.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thank you, President. Well, lack of consultation, lack of discussion. That's what the government says is the fault of this urgency motion seeking to discharge this bill. Lack of consultation, lack of discussion. Is there no sense of shame in the Labor Party? Because lack of consultation and lack of discussion is almost the definition of the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal Amendment Bill. Lack of consultation and lack of discussion is why the Labor Party is where they are at this moment in the Senate, because they brought legislation in relation to veterans which touches deeply on the veterans community, and you don't understand that until you sit there and you listen to them. And we've consulted with a series of veterans and veterans organisations, and this bill touches deeply on them. And what they find utterly insulting is that this bill came without ever speaking to them. And then the government here seeks to criticise this motion to wipe the bill off the papers because of a lack of consultation, a lack of discussion. Well, I'll say this through you, President, to the Minister. I did meet with the Minister, Minister Keogh, in the last week, and I conveyed to him what I'm going to convey to the Senate now. This bill has no friends. Every single veterans community feels attacked by this bill. They were excluded from the consultation for this bill. And I said to the Minister, the sensible thing would be for the government to withdraw the bill. Now, the government hasn't withdrawn the bill, and that's why this motion, co-sponsored by Senators Pocock, McKenzie and myself on behalf of the Greens, is before the Senate now, because the government hasn't withdrawn a friendless bill. And every day the bill remains on the papers. You ask why it's urgent, President. Every day the bill remains on the papers, the veterans community feels insulted and attacked. They feel like they won't have the rights that they have for their family members, their grandfathers, their great-grandmas to be recognised could be taken away. Every day this bill is on the notice paper, the veterans community feels insulted because they've been disrespected and ignored. Now, I'm not going to pretend the government hasn't done good work for veterans. I've celebrated the work that the government has done, putting extra money into processing veterans' claims. I think the Secretary is doing great work within the department trying to fix some of that claim stuff.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll bring you back to the suspension.
Oh, no, I'll stop saying nice things about the government. But when with the history of that work, then coming in and without talking to the tribunal itself, how could you bring a bill that is amending the tribunal without getting the views of the tribunal? And I'd invite those members who might be thinking to vote against this resolution to read the submission from the tribunal, because they said this bill is not only unnecessary, it's harmful for their work, the tribunal itself. So in many ways, by bringing this motion up, we're actually doing the government a favour. It's a nice, clean, early kill to a bill which has no friends and which every day it's on the notice paper causes the Labor Party harm. Most of the time, President, the work in the veteran space is multi-partisan. We try and work it out to help the veterans community because we all care about ensuring the outcomes to help the veterans community. And this bill really stands out as being against that flow, seriously against the flow. And I say again, every minute it's on the notice paper, it's causing actual harm in the veterans community. So let's get this urgency motion done. Let's get the motion adopted, and then if there are significant issues, and they have yet to be ventilated through this bill, if there are significant issues in how the tribunal works, work with the veterans community, talk through the issues, and come forward with something which we can all agree on.
Senator Giaconi.
Thank you, President. Look, I stand to make a very brief contribution today, also in support of Senator Gallagher's contribution on behalf of the government. And as chair of the relevant committee where this report and this bill is before, I find it quite offensive that senators in this place are effectively denying other senators the ability to make a contribution to this bill in the normal democratic processes that this institution so proudly upholds. If senators are so strongly wedded to this bill, then allow the committee to present a report like every other committee does. And let's not preempt what I and the committee will put forward to this Senate to consider. The other point is, thank God that I had the Minister here today to tell me that this was on for debate, because I was stuck in another committee and was not able to make a contribution to the substantiveness of this bill, and I understand we are dealing with the suspension that is before us today. But you are denying other senators who are not aware about this suspension right now an ability to put their voices on the bill, whether it's for or against. And the irony coming from those opposite and the crossbench who come in here and lecture the government every day about how undemocratic this place is, look at yourselves. How undemocratic is this? Not allowing senators to come in and prepare an argument for all of us to consider this bill before us. But let's suspend, let's vote on a bill, but let's not wait for the committee's decision. The committee has been working very hard on this bill. We held an inquiry some weeks ago. We've had 73 submitters to the inquiry. There were, I think, around 6 to 8 witnesses that appeared before the committee when we held the public hearing here in Canberra, and many others. And I know for a fact, because I've spoken to many senators, Senator Shoebridge and Senator Henderson, about me bringing forward a draft report to the committee. In fact, I mentioned that in our meeting yesterday, that I was planning to bring one next week. And, you know, this is good faith. This is good faith. And this is how you treat me in the committee. And I just say, shame on you for making a mockery of the Senate procedures and the Senate committee processes. Because I have given the opposition, other members of my committee, with really great respect and worked very hard with you all on these really important issues. And as someone who is married to a veteran and currently serving in the ADF, I say to all of you, think about what you are doing today. Allow these democratic processes that people like my wife and others have fought so bloody hard for in this place, and protect our country every single day. Because at the end of the day, all we are after is to fulfil our democratic processes. This is why the Australian people elected us, President, to make those tough decisions. Some days we'll win and some days we'll lose. But allow me and my committee to come to this place and say, here are the recommendations. Here is the evidence. And guess what? I might even say to the government, go back and reconsider. But it is the right of the committee to do that, and it is right for this place and every single senator here to have a say and be prepared. But sadly, President, I feel like this suspension is more about a stunt for some in this place, and I hate to say that. But let's stop treating veterans as a political football and be serious about how we treat each men and women of the fine ADF and every single veteran who serves our country with pride and puts on that uniform every single day with pride. Because there are a lot of people who have made sacrifices, and one of the very important issues before us is around the honours and awards. And let's make no mistake, that bill needs to be looked at. There needs to be reform. And I don't want to get into the merits of that bill, President, because I know your earlier rulings. But all I plead with every single senator here today is let's discharge this motion before us, allow the committee to present a report, and let's have that debate in the last sitting week here in November. Because at the end of the day, I think collectively we can all come together and make the right call about how we envisage our honours and awards system for those people who put on the uniform and who have defended this country with great pride. And the least we can do is say thank you to each of those people.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, as the Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee, I support this motion because this is democracy in action. And I speak on behalf of veterans across this country who came before us in every guise to say this bill is so flawed. This bill is so flawed, it cannot proceed. And the fact that this bill is still on the notice paper demonstrates that this government is not listening. Not listening. And I am not able to discuss private discussions and committee discussions that I've had with Senator Giacone and other members of our committee because they are confidential. But I want to put on the record one thing very clearly to Minister Gallagher. The Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, Mr Chester, has been imploring Minister Keogh to withdraw this bill all week. And I think it's also fair to say—
Senator Henderson, I'll refer you to the suspension motion.
And that is why this is so urgent, Madam President, because the government is not listening. And I reject completely the pious—
The time for this debate has expired, so the question is that the suspension motion as moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Dumanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move that the Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025 be discharged from the notice paper.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Yep. The motion can be debated. Yeah, I was just on my feet, that's why. Okay.
Just trying to get your attention. Thank you. Well, I just wanted to outline again that the government will not be supporting this motion. We do not agree that it should be discharged from the notice paper. And I would, for those senators that weren't in the chamber, the contribution made by my colleague, the chair of the committee that this bill is currently before, was very convincing about why this bill should not be discharged at this point, prior to the committee reporting, prior to the government being able to consider that report, the view of the committee, and being able to consider those recommendations that the committee might find, including perhaps a finding from the committee that the bill be, thanks Nita, that the bill be discharged. I mean, I don't know. Senator Ciccone chaired a meeting yesterday. I don't know what that committee was deliberating on at that point, but there are opportunities to allow the committee to finish its work. Now, this bill, and I've been in consultation with the minister responsible just in the last half an hour as I've been trying to understand the origins of this motion, because of course there was no notice given about this motion being moved or the decision of others in this place to have this bill discharged from the notice paper. But the minister advises me that there has been consultation. Now, again, the committee might report and come back and say that there should be further consultation, or that the tribunal should be able to provide, I don't know, a submission further to the how the bill is drafted. I don't know, because the committee hasn't been in a position to report. But I can say that this government, when we came to government, the Department of Veterans Affairs was broken. So those opposite that sit there and lecture us was broken. The backlog was months. People, veterans, the men and women who served this country with distinction, did not get the entitlements that they were that were owed to them because of the enormous backlog. Because guess what? There were no staff in the department. The staff had been. No, it's not a debate, Senator McKenzie.
Minister Gallagher, thank you. Senator McKenzie.
On relevancy to the question before the chair, which is about discharging the bill, not about staffing issues in Veterans Affairs.
The minister is free to talk about the bill, Senator McKenzie. She is being relevant. Please continue.
And I think senators would know that when we move into the actual debating the actual motion, there usually is fairly broad and wide-ranging debate that occurs. But in relation to the comments that were made by Senator Pocock, by Senator McKenzie, by Senator Shoebridge, who criticising the government's approach to support for veterans, I think it's only right that we put on the table exactly what has happened in our approach to veterans, whether it be in implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission or, indeed, the very substantial increases in entitlements and support for veterans that this government has implemented. And if you look back through the last couple of budgets, you will see the very significant, the largest movement of funds, of increases in variations, estimates variations, has occurred in veterans' payments. And why is that? That's because the Department of Veterans Affairs is being appropriately staffed, that they have permanent staff, not contractors, not people that come and go through labour hire arrangements, but permanent staff that come and work there and are able to process those compensation claims. That's what's happened. Those massive multi-billion-dollar movements of increases in funding have occurred because we have shown veterans the respect that they weren't shown by the former government when it comes to access to their entitlements, when it comes to the department, that it's able to do the job to support veterans. That is the approach this government has taken. We're the ones, and Minister Keogh are the ones that have been implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, and in fact had a meeting with Minister Keogh just this week, I think it was on Monday, to talk through some of the next steps that he's bringing to strengthen support and to strengthen the wellbeing arrangements for veterans in this country. So this is priority work for this government, and there was a number of recommendations that Minister Keogh is now overseeing and implementing, including establishing a wellbeing agency and framework to, again, better support veterans. One of the things that the Royal Commission found was a capability gap. That is the work that Minister Keogh is doing. And I know how much he invests in senators in this place. I know how much he puts in relationships to make sure that the work in this area is as bipartisan or tripartisan, as multipartisan as it can be, because it's important, because how the Parliament's support for veterans matters. And that's why perhaps this stunt today, without notice, without respect, without communication, without even letting the chair, who's currently doing the inquiry into the bill, without even giving him a heads up. I mean, honestly, the lectures we get from people in this place about their ability to contribute, and the Senate agrees to, this chamber agrees to extend the reporting date to the 21st. I mean, honestly, the Greens Party, we get lectures from you all the time about process, about fairness, about bills before committees. But not on this one.
Not on this one. Due to report in a week or so. Due to report on a week, provide recommendations to government, let government consider them. But no, the bill isn't due for debate. It's not being brought to the chamber for debate because it's before a committee. And yet all the democratic warriors in this place that are always championing free speech and allow the debate, not on this bill. No courtesy, no consultation, no discussion. Discharge the bill. I mean, I honestly don't think I have seen something like this being done and supported. I can understand some senators supporting it, others I am surprised that this would be the approach. And also, even if, I mean, we don't know, the committee could have recommended the bill be discharged, in which case we would have responded to that. But even in the event that the bill comes to this chamber, allow the debate, vote the bill down. That's what happens. That's what this chamber is for. It's for scrutiny and for consideration of legislation, and at the end of the day, if there isn't a majority of votes, the bill gets voted down. But we allow others to contribute to it. We allow people to give a speech to the bill. You're not even allowing that. I mean, that is the extraordinary step that is being taken today. And bills have been discharged. I think, Senator Mackenzie, you discharged a bill on agricultural levies, I think. So it has happened, but it happens rarely, and it usually happens with some discussion or some notice. Putting a motion on notice in this chamber so people can have a talk about it before it comes to a vote. But not on this. I mean, really, the Senate is going to stop functioning if people continue to dismiss and disregard how the Senate operates, how the committee system operates, how courtesy operates. I mean, this is something that has shaped this chamber for 124 years. 124 years. And yet those practices that have been shaped over decades into, our second century are now being torn apart because Senator Pocock didn't want to pick up the phone and say to Minister Keogh, let's have a chat about this. We're thinking about withdrawing your bill or discharging your bill from the notice paper. Or Senator Mackenzie speaks to the chair of the committee and says, oh, hey, Senator Ciccone, I know there's a bill before your committee and I know it doesn't report till the 21st of November, which is, a whole, what's that, about fortnight away. But I'm thinking of supporting a motion to discharge it from the notice paper. Do you have a view on that? Like, there's none of that has been shown.
Can I just interrupt? The chatter that's happening at the back of the chamber, can you either move your conversation to outside the chamber? The noise is carrying to the front of the chamber while the minister is on her feet. Please be aware that that noise carries across the chamber and is disruptive. Please be respectful while the minister is on her feet. Minister.
Thank you. And that's why people deserve the right to debate this motion. And that's why the government will be debating this motion. People should be able to debate this and raise concerns about the approach that this Senate has taken. If you think you can just walk in here without notice and seek to discharge a piece of legislation without even having the courtesy to speak to the minister, then the government does reserve its rights to make a contribution on this. Because we have seen, I think, in this sitting fortnight, the way that the chamber approaches its work fundamentally shifting. And it might be that the majority of this chamber feels that that's okay. But in the meantime, I think it's just within our responsibility as a government as to draw that to the chamber's attention and to be allowed to put an alternate view. And that alternate view is that this bill should not be discharged from the notice paper. Bring this motion back, put it on notice, and bring it back when we resume on the 24th of November. By then, Senator Ciccone will have reported. His committee will have reported that on the time frame that this Senate has set. And I note there was contributions earlier that said the government had refused to report. That is not the case. The Senate decided that when I look up this bill on the notice paper, it goes, the Senators agreed on the 20th of October that the committee report on the 21st of November. That is what, when you look this up on the committee's website, that is what it says. So the Senate has agreed, and put the motion on then. Put it on the 24th. Let's have the vote on the 24th. At least the committee has reported, and at least there has been notice and respect shown to people, including the minister, about what the Senate's view is on this, what parties in the Senate's view in this. Show the respect to the minister, allow that to happen, allow the committee to report, and have this vote on the 24th. Put the motion on notice. That is the approach that should have been followed. Instead of, right at the end of formal motions, lodging this without any notice to anyone at all. The approach that the Senate is taking, and it appears that the majority of the Senate is taking on this motion, is wrong. And it sets a precedent, I think, that should worry any committee that's currently rolling up their sleeves and inquiring into any piece of legislation, that don't worry, you can be 7/8 or 1/4 or 2/3 through your committee inquiry, and the Senate might just discharge the whole thing, because we don't care what the committee process that underpins the Senate means anymore. And when we do it, we won't talk to the chair, we won't talk to people who are on the committee, or maybe, even worse, other people on the committee knew what was going to happen here, Senator Ciccone, but they just didn't tell the chair.
Thank you.
That's even more disrespectful. Senator Shoebridge, you must have known about this. Didn't tell the chair. Well, what an approach. You should pat yourself on the back for that.
Nice guy.
You know, honestly, how is the committee system going to work if members of the committee knew what was going to happen today on an inquiry before a committee and didn't have the courtesy to tell the chair?
Minister, sorry, Senator Henderson, were you seeking the call on a point of?
On an imputation that's been made against other senators named as members of this committee, I would ask the minister to withdraw that imputation.
Senators, I didn't hear the comment, Senator Henderson, so I will rely on the minister in relation to her withdrawal if that was actually made.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I've got 57 seconds to go, and I'm going to deal with the point of order. Yes? Yeah.
Minister, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say, if there was any offence to any senator, then I withdraw. I withdraw. I have said I withdraw. Unconditionally withdraw. But I would say that the idea that senators on a committee knew of this and did not advise the chair, I think, seriously damages that committee's ability to do work in the future, because the chair has no idea that this is the approach that colleagues who he was working on an inquiry with were going to undertake. And that is the point I'm making here. The point I'm making is show some respect. The bill's before a committee. The bill should be, the inquiry should be allowed to finish. The bill should, the report should be tabled. And if people feel passionately to this point that they want to discharge the legislation, then put the motion on notice and deal with it at that point, once the committee has done its work. And I think people should seriously consider this before voting.
Minister Wong.
Thank you very much. I rise to speak. I have precedence. Sure.
You seeking point of order?
Precedence around the call being circulated across the chamber. The Minister for Finance has spoken for 15 minutes. A leader of another political party on the opposite side of the chamber has stood up to seek the call, and inconsistent with other rulings from the chair, the call has proceeded across the Senate chamber.
I'll just seek some advice on that, Senator Mackenzie. I will hand the call to the Leader of the Government. Senator Mackenzie, please take your seat. That is the ruling on the advice that I have from the clerk. Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
For a further point of order, I'm just curious as to whether that guidance could be sought from the clerk.
Can we let the chair deal with the point of order instead of the Leader of the Government?
Order. There is a senator on their feet.
It is just unusual for it not to come back to this side of the chamber.
It is not. I have received advice from the clerk and I have made the ruling based on the advice from the clerk. Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Sorry, Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Just on and just in support of your ruling, this is a matter that I've raised with the clerk directly in the last week about orders of the call and how it was how they usually does go to and fro across the chamber. And he advised me that is normally the case, but other than in the event of the Leader of the Government in the Senate and the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, where precedence does apply, and that was certainly the advice that the clerk gave me and is consistent with the advice that you've been provided.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now hand the call to the Leader of the Government, Minister Wong.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I appreciate it, the call and the opportunity to speak on this motion. And can I say to Senators Shoebridge and Pocock, I think there's a fair bit of relevance deprivation in this motion. I think this is a motion about a couple of blokes who really feel that they are, a bit of relevance deprivation. So instead of...
Minister Wong, can you please take your seat? Senator Allman-Payne, are you seeking the call?
Point of order, Chair. The senator is impugning the character of other senators in the chamber, and that is against the standing orders.
Well, I don't believe that Minister Wong had made a direct imputation or named any senators, and that's contained within the standing orders. I think that if her commentary has caused offence, I would invite the minister to withdraw in order to, in good faith of the work of the chamber.
I'm always happy to withdraw if people are sensitive about the fact that we point out the lack of good faith in the way in which Senator Pocock has handled this, someone who does come into this chamber and tell us how we should behave better. And I would say to him that an unholy alliance with Senator Mackenzie and the coalition to prevent a committee from doing the Senate work is not your best self, Senator Pocock. It's not your best self. And what I would say is, look, I understand that the configuration of the Senate has meant that some crossbenchers feel like they are less relevant. I don't think that is an excuse to engage in stunts and disruption of the Senate and, frankly, disruption of a committee. To be honest with you, I find it quite remarkable that Senator Pocock and Senator Shoebridge, along with the coalition, right, that's the alliance, the same people who blocked, I don't think actually you were part of this, Senator Pocock, I can't recall, but people who blocked more housing in Australia, now want to come into this place and say, we won't even talk to the minister,
We won't participate in the committee. We won't tell the Leader of the Government in the Senate or the Leader of the manager that we're going to move a stunt. We're just going to destroy, or the Chair of the committee who is dealing with the inquiry, the Senate referred to it. We're not going to give any of those colleagues the respect of actually saying, by the way, we're going to do this. We're just going to rock up and discharge legislation from the notice paper while Senator Ciccone is in the middle of an inquiry and his committee. And you say, Senator Pocock, I'll take the interjection, he said it's a Labor-dominated inquiry. That's what legislation committees are, Senator. They are legislation committees which are chaired by the government, and that situation has been the case for a very long time. A very long time. That doesn't prevent minority reports. And I, as someone who has spent more time in opposition than in government, I know I wrote many minority reports. I did the work. You do the work. And you show up, you do the work, you do the work and you provide a minority report. Now, Senator, I know Senator Pocock, you joked this morning about not going to question time. You joked this morning about not turning up for work. If any of your constituents didn't turn up for work, how would their job be? How would their job be? What you could do, Senator, is you could actually turn up to the committee. You could actually, with your friends in the coalition—
Minister Wong, Senator Henderson, are you seeking the call?
A point of order, Acting Deputy President. It's not appropriate for Minister Wong to reflect on any senator in relation to their attendance in the chamber or at a committee. And I would ask the minister to desist from reflecting on any senator in that way.
Thank you. Senator Pocock, are you seeking the call?
I might just add to the point of order in terms of misleading the Senate. I was actually at the inquiry into this bill, so I've heard that a number of times today that I wasn't.
I will deal with the point of order if you can take your seat, Senator Pocock. I would invite the minister to withdraw comments that may have had adverse reflections in relation to senators' attendance.
Well, I think there's a lot of very sensitive people here today, both relevance, deprivation and sensitivity. But what I would say, what do you want me to withdraw? What am I? I'm happy, always happy to withdraw. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes.
I'll withdraw whatever it is I'm supposed to withdraw. I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
But Senator Pocock, I'm glad you turned up for the inquiry, but you choose to come in here with Senator Shoebridge and the coalition, to just discharge a bill without chatting to us. Why would you do that? Why would you not talk? Why would you not at least have the courtesy to use the processes of the Senate? Like, the committee system has been hard fought in this place for a long time. It is actually one of the reasons I wanted to be a senator is we actually do legislation. We actually legislate, and part of how we do that is committee processes where we can actually do the work in opposition and in government of making suggestions, recommendations around changes to policy and around changes to legislation. And that has been a powerful tool for this Senate. It's one I respect. I don't always agree with the committee report, but I respect the legislation committee's work. Why didn't you do that? You don't do that because you want to come in here and just pull on a stunt. And I think it should be called out. You might be sensitive about it, Senator Pocock, but you should be called out for the fact that you are just working with the non-government parties to discharge a bill without even talking to us or participating in the committee or actually debating the bill. Well, I just find it quite remarkable, actually. And we will remember this next time you talk to us about the processes of the Senate. Now, Senator, what I would say is I know that there are differences of views about this bill. And I know that there are the minister has been someone who has engaged very closely with senators in this place, and I know he engages very closely with Senator Lambie on these issues, and I know, the authenticity with which she champions the rights of veterans, and I appreciate there may be people in the community who don't want this legislation. And the opportunity for that to be ventilated is in the legislation inquiry, just as the opportunity to speak on and vote against this bill is when this bill comes to the Parliament, as it should. But it isn't the way to deal with these issues to simply have senators decide that some legislation that is before the Senate should be discharged from the notice paper summarily and without even the courtesy of the chamber being advised of this ahead of that motion being moved. I would... Senator Gallagher made some important points about how this chamber operates. And what we do see is a number of people in this place who seem to want to use every procedural aspect to, frankly, make the work of this chamber much more difficult. Now, we have a political contest. I think we're all up for that. We all know also how to play procedure. We're all up for that too. But it might actually help our constituents, the people we represent, the states and territories we represent, might actually help the people who have an interest in legislation if we could at least make sure that how we deal with legislation, committee inquiries, is given a little more respect than is being done at this moment by this motion that Senator Shoebridge and Senator Pocock have come up with. So I would say now I want to talk about the opposition. I know the opposition believes that, I suspect from their behaviour that they believe that they're out of government for a while because there is no other explanation for the lack of responsibility in so many areas. One of the things that has generally made sure that the contest and conflict in this place has been contained has been the recognition by both parties of government that we all have an interest in this chamber ultimately being able to function because we both are a party of government. We understand the importance of this second chamber from a government perspective. I don't think that's the approach Senator Mackenzie takes. Now, that's okay, that's up to her, but I would say to the Liberal Party, and I appreciate there's a lot of division between the National Party and the Liberal Party at this point, but don't let the National Party be the tail that wags the dog in every way, whether it's on climate change or frankly on how you approach the Senate, because you are a party of government and that should be something that is considered by your leadership group in the context of how you deal with procedure inside this chamber. Now, I propose to move an amendment to the motion that is moved by Senators Pocock, Mackenzie and Shoebridge. That's a lovely alliance, isn't it? The National Party, the Greens and Senator Pocock. What an alliance. The people who don't believe in climate change, the people who engage in culture wars on a whole range of issues that I find so personally objectionable, and I'm sure many of my colleagues do. The people who who oppose marriage equality, you're lining up with them on this. Let's remember. Anyway, I move an amendment to the motion that the question on whether the government business order of the day...
Order.
Due process. Oh, here we go.
Order.
I move an amendment that the question on whether the government business order of the day relating to the Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal, Bill 2025, be discharged from the notice paper, not be considered until the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee has tabled its final report on the bill. And I commend that to the chamber because it's a very reasonable position. It's actually saying, look, I get that you don't agree, you may not agree with the bill, but let's at least have the Senate consider the committee report and, frankly, the government. As ministers, you may not believe this, but ministers actually look at what the legislation committees say. May not always agree. I'm sorry, Senator Shoebridge? I don't think they do always. You know, Senator, I know you're deeply cynical. I know you're...
Order.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're shouting, Senator Shoebridge.
Order on my right.
Yeah. So
I don't want there to be any interjecting.
So, Senator Shoebridge, I think you're wrong, because I can say to you that I know when amendments have been considered as a consequence of committee reports, and of course we don't always agree. There are different policy propositions. You know, we know sometimes, you know, the crossbench will move something. We say, look, we don't think that can happen. That can be dealt with in that way. But it doesn't mean it shouldn't be ventilated. So I would say to the Senate, let's make sure that the committee can do its work. Let's make sure Senator Ciccone, who is a very able chair, can finalise his report, and let's consider this legislation in the context of having received that report, but also what other senators think. Now, I'm just going to finish on this point. Senator Pocock, I would say to you, if you ask for, express a view about a bill, you say you have spoken to the minister. I don't understand that you have flagged with him that your intention to line up with the Nats to try and knock this off. And maybe you don't have to. Maybe you don't have to. There are times, you know, we all move motions where we suspend standing orders and we do things. But was that really needed on this one? Was that really needed on this one? Do you think you could just have said to Minister Kerr, I'm going to try and get rid of it? Or what can I'm really worried about this. As I say, I'm not across all of the policy on this. I remember this legislation. I'm not across some of the controversy about this. But, you know, did you really have to do this on this one? Or could you have had a conversation in good faith with the minister that said, I am really minded to do this. I've got a problem with this legislation. Is there a way through? Because, you know, that would have been and then you could still have moved it. You could have still moved it after that conversation. And I'd encourage you, Senator, to do that, to actually have a chat. If you really are concerned about something, if you really want something to be resolved, perhaps have an opportunity to talk to the minister about it first. I commend the amendment to the chamber. What I would say to the chamber is, and you know, we shouldn't forget history. This committee system has been a really important part of our parliament. It's been a really important part of our parliament. It is a really important part of our parliament. And it might be the case that legislation committees are chaired and have majority government members, has been for a long time.
Senator
but
Wong,
that doesn't
we've reached the hard marker. I'll put your amendment. So the amendment is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Okay. I thought... Okay, we'll cancel that. That's my bad. Thank you. We'll move to Senator's statements, I think. Senator Chandler.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I note that last month was Cybersecurity Awareness Month, so I wanted to take the opportunity today to raise this incredibly important issue here in the Senate chamber. We know that Australia is under sustained cyber attack, and it's not just from rogue and uncoordinated criminals, but also from foreign adversaries exploiting our institutions. Today, I note the government has sanctioned North Korean entities responsible for industrial-scale cyber threat. These actors stole nearly $2 billion in cryptocurrency last year using fake IT jobs and malware to infiltrate global systems, including Australian firms, and the Coalition certainly welcomes these sanctions. But we need to be looking closer to home when it comes to this threat. Just today, we have heard that Macquarie University is under a national security review for a deal with Chinese firms linked to the People's Liberation Army, and such partnerships risk exposing the sensitive data and intellectual property of universities to foreign control. Now, this isn't a new concern. Experts have been warning university for years. Indeed, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute flagged over 180 high-risk Chinese institutions, yet some universities have ignored internal advice and public scrutiny and have continued collaborations that potentially compromise our national security. This isn't just some theoretical concern. We have to ask ourselves, who has access to Australian networks, to Australian students, to Australian institutions, our research, and why? Cybersecurity isn't just about passwords, it is about protecting our democracy, our economy, and our sovereignty. Yet our response remains fragmented, and frankly, we need to do more.
Thank you. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Next week marks 50 years since the dismissal of a Prime Minister who transformed Australia. On the November 11, 1975, Gough Whitlam stood on the steps of the old Parliament House and told Australians that nothing would ever take away their right to be heard. It was a moment that shook our nation, the first and only time a democratically elected Australian government was dismissed. It sparked anger and protest, but it also strengthened the nation's belief in the power of the Australian people to choose their government and their future. Gough Whitlam expanded the horizons of our nation. He believed government could be a force for fairness, equality and opportunity. He opened the doors of universities to every young Australian. He recognised the rights of First Nations people. He made women's equality a national priority. He gave Australians universal health care through Medibank, a world-leading reform that the Liberals later scrapped, but which Labor rebuilt as Medicare. His optimism changed Australia's sense of what was possible. He imagined a fairer, more educated, more equal nation, and then set about building it. We still see the results of Whitlam's vision in the way we live today, in our universities, in the Medicare card that guarantees care when we are sick, and in the belief that every person deserves dignity and opportunity. His reforms changed not only laws and institutions, but the way Australians saw themselves and the country's potential. And as we approach the anniversary of his dismissal, we remember not the event itself, but the legacy that continues to shape our country and the values that guide Labor governments to this very day.
Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week, Billie Eilish asked, if you're a billionaire, why are you a billionaire? So true, Billie. Here in little old Australia, we are home to over 160 billionaires. Gina Rinehart, worth 38 billion. Clive Palmer, 20 billion. Anthony Pratt, Donald Trump's mate, he's worth 25 billion. Add them all up and it's well over $500 billion, held by so few people they could all have a seat in this room. If you're an Australian billionaire, on average, you're making $67,000 every hour, more than many Australians make in an entire year. Meanwhile, 1 in 7 Australians are living in poverty. Last year, 1 in 5 households skipped meals or whole days of eating because they couldn't afford it. Among renters, that number was 1 in 2. All of those billionaires' money didn't just come out of thin air. It came from ordinary people, from skyrocketing corporate profits, stolen wages, extortionate rents, and shipping off of our natural resources overseas without paying tax. Labor and the Liberals are not going to fix this system. They're the ones who built it, and they're on the billionaires' payroll. Billie, you told the billionaires, no hate, but yeah, give your money away. I'll go you one better. We need to tax them. If we take the power back from billionaires, we could raise enough money to build enough public homes that renters can actually afford. We could make it free to see the GP or the dentist. We could take childcare and aged care out of the hands of greedy corporations and make those free too. By doing so, we can give hope to everyday people. Hope over big money and small ideas. That's what the Greens are fighting for, and if you believe that too, join us.
Senator Little. Well, although still open for business, some SA coastal communities remain captured by uncertainty in relation to the algal bloom. Fishers, seafood processors, tourism operators and small family businesses are right to be disappointed in both the Albanese and Malinauskas governments for their slow, reactive and disorganised response. New news now from scientists who have identified a rarely recorded algal species likely responsible for the toxin production driving this prolonged event. I can't stress enough, stay informed. The impacts are real and lasting, and Labor's response has fallen very, very short. One fisher holding more than 8 tonnes of squid quota has not landed a single catch since April. Boats are tied up, families are eating into savings, tourism businesses have suffered booking cancellations, although those vouchers provide some relief. Researchers have requested $40 million over 10 years to monitor the Great Southern Reef and are still waiting for an answer. Our seafood is safe, world-class and tested. You can still buy local seafood from commercial retailers. Every plate of our world-class oysters, King George whiting and southern calamari sold supports everyone in some way, even those who don't work. Our coastal towns are open for business. SA communities are resilient and deserve our attention, not just when these types of issues force it. Sure, the cities need to be heard, but people in the regions, in rural areas and in remote communities who drive economic performance and feed us need attention too. This week in Parliament, I've heard from stakeholders as diverse as credit unions, dentists and palliative care specialists who are frustrated by the lack of attention to those who live outside of the capital cities. Having been born and raised in a regional area with ongoing regional interests, I will continue to pursue and raise issues in here relevant to you. The Coalition will stand with you if you're in the regions and in the cities. Senator Walker.
Acting Deputy President, recent research shows that nearly 40% of young people deal with mental health experiences. That's almost 1 in 2 young people. That is why I would like to speak about an Australian organisation, Origin, the largest research and innovation centre of its kind anywhere in the world, that's dedicated solely to improving the mental well-being of young people. Origin has become a global powerhouse in early intervention, creating programs and policies that are actually informed by young people, their families and those who support them. Origin have built a team of more than 600 specialists, the biggest youth mental health workforce in the world, which uses cutting-edge research to translate into real-world solutions. And they're not just treating illness, they're helping young people thrive. In 2023, 392 young people lost their lives to suicide in Australia. Suicide is the leading cause of death among young Australians aged 15 to 25. Too many young people don't seek help, often because of stigma, cost, or long wait times. Many turn to social media for support, a space that can both heal and harm. Origin's work helps us find that balance, using evidence-based research to reduce potential harm while preserving connection. Origin's world-leading suicide prevention unit, headed by Professor Joe Robinson, is tackling the complex social and emotional drivers of suicide in young Australians. Their Chat Safe program, for example, teaches young people and their families how to safely talk about suicide online, and it's already reached millions worldwide. So today I want to thank the Origin team for their leadership, their compassion and their relentless drive to make sure every young Australian has access to the care and mental health support they need.
Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to associate myself with Senator Walker's remarks and also thank Origin for the great work that they do. I rise today to talk about the solar sharer scheme that the government has announced, and I thank Minister Bowen for his leadership on this. This is the exact direction we should be going with renewables and the democratisation of energy in this country. Canberrans are proud to live in a city that leads the nation on renewable energy. We were the first jurisdiction to reach 100% renewable electricity, so it was unfortunate under the new solar sharer scheme which offers 3 hours of free electricity each day, the ACT has been left out. I think this is a missed opportunity for Canberrans to cut power bills and make better use of cheap, clean solar energy in the middle of the day when we do have a glut. But because the ACT operates under a different electricity pricing framework, local residents will miss out for now. I urge the federal and territory government to work together to ensure that Canberrans can also benefit from this. Canberrans shouldn't pay more or wait longer for the same clean energy benefits being enjoyed elsewhere. Again, I thank Minister Bowen for his leadership on this. The Solar Sharer scheme should be national in name and in practice. We now have the technology to ensure that households can generate, store and share electricity. And that is the future we should be working towards. So I really appreciate this new scheme from the government and urge them to work with the ACT government and to go further, to ensure, looking at the way that we regulate electricity in this country, that we're ensuring that households are the ones that benefit. We can cut down on transmission by ensuring that households can generate, store, use and share electricity with their neighbours, with their suburb and with others in their city or town.
Senator Bragg.
I take this opportunity to note in the Senate the extraordinary work of the Milsons Point community, which was able to band together and save its post office. And there was an amazing campaign led by Vanetta Slama Powell, who is a local small business person, who was able to bring together a petition of locals, and this remaining post office now has tremendous benefit to people in public housing and also retirement estates in the Milsons Point area. Many of these people, including Bryce Gunn, who I met from the Greenway Public Housing Residents Association, are not in a position to walk a long way to access a different post office, and many of these residents have physical constraints which would have prevented them from travelling any distance at all, and so the maintenance of this particular Australia Post facility is a great thing for these residents of Milsons Point. I understand that there are commercial pressures on these government business enterprises, and everyone's got a good case for a branch or a particular outlet to remain open. But this was, I think, a remarkable case given the topography and given the demography of the residents of that area. And I think the CEO of Australia Post, Paul Graham, who we were able to engage with, made the right judgment call for these residents. And it is more than just a post office for the locals, who of course are able to post their letters, get their stamps, but also have an outing for the day in what otherwise might be a day when they don't do a whole lot. So I wanted to acknowledge the work of Vanetta and also the local state member Felicity Wilson and also the member for Warringah, Zoe Steagall.
Senator Still.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And yesterday I was so proud to host a roundtable here in this building with the elite of the Australian road transport industry in attendance to talk about sham contracting and tax avoidance in our industry. And I was very proud to be joined by the Transport Workers Union, Australian Road Transport Industrial Organisation, National Road Transport Organisation, Australian Trucking Association, the Australian Furniture Removals Association, the National Road Freighters Association, the Victorian Transport Association, the Tasmanian Transport Federation, the Tasmanian Transport Livestockers Association, Victorian Transport Association, Road Freight New South Wales, Queensland Trucking Association, Western Roads Federation from WA, representing also the Northern Territory Road Train Association, and the South Australian Road Transport Association. Every square inch of this magnificent nation was represented in that room yesterday. 47 sectors of the road transport industry were represented in that room yesterday and had the ability to talk with ministers and with bureaucrats at ATO, Border Force, DUA, Fair Work. Because in this magnificent industry, that represents nearly 9% of GDP in this nation and employs over 640,000 direct employees. We have a new pox that has crept into the industry, and it is sham contracting. where we have drivers being exploited by rogue employers and crooked accountants being very creative, bending the laws and demanding Australian business numbers or ACNs for employees and paying them minimum rates with absolutely no protections, workers' compensation, annual leave, sick leave, superannuation, none of that stuff. What makes it worse, and every single senator that needs to get engaged in this, what makes it even worse is the drivers are fooling themselves, thinking that $40 an hour is great because they're not paying tax. How much does that nation are we losing out?
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I stand in solidarity with Sudanese communities, including proud community in my home of Victoria, one of the largest Sudanese diasporas outside of Africa. I want to acknowledge the Sudanese Australian Advocacy Network, who have been calling on Parliament to recognise the urgency of the proxy war playing out in Sudan. I'll read a statement from members of the network, Basil and Yassin. Each of us here carries the solemn responsibility not only to represent Australians, but to uphold our nation's values of compassion, fairness and humanity. It would be easy to say we were unaware of the suffering unfolding in Sudan, one of the greatest humanitarian crises of our time. It would be easy to claim we have never heard the pleas of Australian Sudanese community who fled unimaginable hardship seeking safety. It would be easy to insist we never saw the images of families torn apart by violence by armed groups funded by foreign powers. But the truth is undeniable. We did see, we did hear, we did know, and yet, as a nation, we have not acted with the urgency that this crisis demands. The Australian Sudanese community should not face this pain alone. We have the means, the capacity and the moral duty to do more. Australia must expand its humanitarian aid, increase emergency relief funding and support diplomatic efforts that protect civilians and restore stability. If any of us question the urgency of this moment, I urge you to look at the satellite images, evidence of atrocities from space. We cannot claim ignorance. We can only choose action. Let that action be compassion, through decisive humanitarian support.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. A few weeks ago, I had the privilege of meeting Louise Lamont and Jay Wright from Phoenix Support and Advocacy Service, a small but extraordinary Western Australian organisation that has supported adult survivors of child sex abuse for over 40 years. Phoenix was the first non-government service of its kind in WA. Today, its trauma-informed counsellors create safe, client-led spaces for survivors to rebuild their lives, whether face-to-face or online. In the last financial year, 100% of clients surveyed said that they felt safe, welcome and supported and would recommend Phoenix's services to others. But behind those figures lies a national crisis. The Australian Child Maltreatment Study found that 1 in 4 Australians, that's 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 5 boys, have been sexually abused as children. In WA alone, that equates to over 178,000 children under 19 and over 500,000 adults who are survivors of historic abuse. Despite limited funding, short-term contracts and reduced service days, Phoenix continues to punch above its weight with a growing waitlist for trauma-informed counselling. Its advocacy is equally vital, supporting 11 other child sexual abuse therapeutic and Indigenous healing services across WA, while hosting roundtables, trainings and leading national conversations. This week, Phoenix hosted British psychologist and best-selling author Dr. Jessica Taylor for an event on creating compassionate communities. Though I was in Canberra, my staff attended and shared how powerfully it underscored Phoenix's impact. The federal government must do more to ensure services like Phoenix are properly funded if we're serious about protecting children.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. This week the National Party did what we've been doing for over a century. We took action, showed leadership and proposed to the Australian people a cheaper, better and fairer plan to power our nation's future. Families are paying too much for energy, jobs are being lost, forests and farmlands are being destroyed. And we need to bring common sense back to addressing the challenge of climate change. Lowering emissions is not negotiable, but that burden of lowering emissions needs to be shared. It needs to be shared here domestically at home between poorer Australians and those with more means. It needs to be shared between the regions and the cities. And internationally, this task needs to be shared fairly amongst all nations, rather than the burden and the negative impacts being felt by a few. The fact that net zero by 2050 under the Labor Party has affected all facets of the Australian economy, and not in a good way. The groceries, power bills, even housing prices are all skyrocketing due to the flow-on effect of large government subsidies for renewable developments and to keep our industrial manufacturing capacity here onshore. And we want a cheaper, better and fairer way forward. The Nationals envisage an Australia where the cost of energy is shared. We envisage Australia where heavy industrial jobs are defended. Labor Party calls themselves the party of the working class, and yet when you look at Tomago, when you look at Whyalla, when you look at Bell Bay and aluminium smelting across the country, the facts show that they're not. The National Party has a plan for your future.
Senator Bell.
Thank you. When did Australia become a country where you can march with radical Islamists on the Sydney Harbour Bridge and then burn the Australian flag, but you're not allowed to wave one in a park protesting mass immigration and net zero? Because that's what's happening in Sydney, and it says everything about the state of this country under the Albanese Labor government. A group of proud Australians reached out to me recently. They call themselves Put Australia First, and they explained they were planning a peaceful protest in a public park. They wanted to speak out about what has been crushing everyday Aussies: mass immigration, unaffordable housing and rising power prices. They'd even worked with police to change the date of the march to the 29th of November because of the threat of left-wing violence. But the Sydney Council has denied their permit. And the excuse? They said the protest might damage the grass. And because of climate change, it might not grow back. Talk about a stitch-up. This has nothing to do with climate and everything to do with shutting people up. Again, this is the same council that lets activists shut down the Sydney Harbour Bridge, wave terrorist flags, march with Islamists and burn the Australian flag in protest. That's fine with them. But Aussies attending a stage in a park, waving their own flags, speaking the truth, protesting the Labor government's policies, apparently that's too dangerous to the grass because of climate change. I think we all know this isn't about protecting grass. It's a desperate attempt to stop a growing grassroots movement. The government doesn't want debate. They want you to go away. They are terrified because people are waking up and they are asking, why can't I afford a home? Why is my power bill so high? Why are we importing more people when services are already stretched to breaking point? And why are we being silenced for asking these questions? The people will not be silenced forever. One nation will keep leading the way, and together we can put Australia first and take our country back.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak about the housing crisis. In the past year, rents around Australia have risen between 7 and 14% in a single year. That's 2 to 4 times the rate of increase in wages in that same year. How are renters meant to keep up when their rents are growing at 2 or 3 times or even 4 times as fast as their incomes? It's even worse for low-income households. A hospitality worker living in a one-bedroom unit in Sydney, Perth, Brisbane or the ACT spends nearly half their income on rent. People on JobSeeker who have been forced into the private rental market due to lack of public and social housing simply cannot afford these rents. Most renters have a landlord who owns 2 or more properties, whose household wealth is more than double their own. Why are we prioritising these wealthy landlords over hard-working renters, 60% of whom don't think they will ever be able to own their own home? We've consistently put the needs of an elite few above the needs of the majority. In the last 2 decades, we have seen a housing crisis that both the major parties have fuelled. If a rent regulation policy was introduced just 5 years ago, Adelaide renters could be paying around $140 a week less on their rent right now. Think about what a difference that $140 would make. We can't turn back time, but we must act now or rents will continue to increase exponentially. The Greens are the only party pushing to end unlimited rent increases.
Thank you. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. I rise to echo a commonly spoken sentiment. The NDIS is fundamentally broken. It was meant to change lives, but right now too many Australians aren't receiving the help they need, the help they deserve. Consider this as just one of many sobering examples since the full rollout of the scheme in 2020. Those with psychosocial disabilities access has dropped by 62%. 62%. For many, that's the end of the line. There are hardly any other supports available, and the recommendations to fix it are still sitting in reports, unimplemented. But this isn't just about one group. It's a sign of a system that's drifting away from its purpose. We see the focus on diagnosis over function, making it harder for people with less neat conditions to qualify. Providers are under strain. Many can't pay above ward wages, so workers are leaving. We should be so thankful to our migrant workers in this space as they are keeping things running. But it's not sustainable and it's not fair to anyone. Even inside the system, things are broken. Nearly a quarter of staff at the NDIS regulator report burnout, citing a toxic culture. When the people running the scheme are burning out, how can we expect the system to properly care for participants? If face-to-face services aren't practical for everyone, fund smarter alternatives, like digital platforms or accessible communication apps. Meet people where they are. The NDIS was built on fairness and inclusion. Right now, it's not living up to either. It's time we stopped writing reports and started fixing what we already know is broken, so the scheme can finally deliver on its promises to help Australians with a disability.
Senator Mulholland.
WU and MEU have been fighting for years for Queensland mine workers to get a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. And thanks to Labor's Same Job, Same Pay legislation, it is finally payday for labour hire workers. They are people who have been treated like second-class citizens for far too long, and our unions have fought hard to right that wrong. Of course, the multinational mining companies fought tooth and nail against Labor's Same Job, Same Pay legislation. BHP even went so far to take their fight to the Fair Work Commission not once but twice. The big mining company lost, and Labor's laws stood the test. The Fair Work Commission ordered that labour hire workers at 3 BHP Central Queensland mines get a pay rise of up to $30,000 more. That is money that they were always entitled to and money they deserve. And on the contrary, it means that they were being underpaid by $30,000 per year under the watch of those opposite. Happy to see that happen. Happy to see Queensland families underpaid under their watch, under their sham labour hire arrangements. And thanks to the hard-working unions, those companies now have to pay workers the same pay for the same job. Full stop.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. We'll move to question time. I call Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher, who's already ready to go, I see. Warren Hogan, economist at Judo Bank, said on the ABC's 7:30 on Tuesday night, and I quote, "A big structural lift in government spending in the past decade, which has continued at pace in the last 3 years under this current government, is really all about recurrent spending. That, I think, is increasingly looking like a key factor why ultimately the problem we could be faced with is that interest rates are not high enough to get inflation down. Does the government take responsibility for the rise in inflation and consequential decisions by the RBA to keep the cash rate high?"
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Shadow Finance Minister for that question. And the Treasurer and I proudly present the budgets to the Australian people and to this chamber, and the updates to those budgets, and that has ensured that we've been able to invest in those key areas of service delivery. Senator Patterson often cites increased government spending. What he doesn't say, what he never says, is the vast majority of that was going into things like increased pensions, increased support for people with a disability, increased payments. Some of that influenced by higher inflation because those payments can be indexed. And that is the bit that Senator Patterson never says out loud. They like to criticise spending, but they don't like to talk about the fact that much of that was demand-driven programs, which are variations in the budget, but also that they're important investments. And when we came to government, we did find that there were areas where we needed to make additional investments, that people expected that, whether that be in payments, like single parenting payment, whether it be in Commonwealth rent relief, to help people through some of those really difficult times. These were the areas that the government prioritised, and we will continue to do so, whether it's investments in Medicare, investments in education so that needs-based funding gets delivered to our children, whether it be investments in early education and care, the work that Senator Walsh is doing to make sure that every child, regardless of your situation, has an entitlement to early education and care. Because we believe, on this side of the chamber, that that builds a better country if we invest in our people, and the government has a role to play there. So what Senator Patterson sees as increased spending as a negative, we see as investments in the future of the country.
Has expired. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Griffith University Professor Graham Hughes said, and I quote, "This means home owners must prepare for the cash rate to stay put for the foreseeable future. Adding to the pressure is Canberra's spending, which is effectively working against the RBA's efforts to bring rising prices under control. Minister, do you admit the economic reality that growth in government spending running 4 times faster than the growth in the economy is now having real effects on prices, inflation, interest rates and real wages?"
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we've been very mindful where we have carefully calibrated our spending to ensure that it hasn't made the job of the bank harder, that we have been dealing with those big global pressures that have led to higher inflation. And, you know, the bank itself, I think I hear Senator Patterson, and I have heard in interviews, where I don't want to say you're misleading or misrepresenting the bank, but you've certainly got a different interpretation of what the governor has said in relation to that. We have been very, you know, what you don't say is the things that we have done to assist the bank in its work, which is deliver 2 surpluses, pay down debt by returning extra revenue back into the budget, so we have less debt, less interest on that debt. But where we are investing, we are making a difference to people's lives, and it's in the productive side of our economy, in our people and in those people's skills.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. At present, the RBA is having to do all the heavy lifting via monetary policy to get inflation down. Will the government consider any changes in fiscal policy to support these efforts, or is the government's attitude to higher prices and lower real wages nothing to see here?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Gallagher.
Well, again, I don't accept the proposition in the question at all, and I don't think and I don't believe that is the bank's view. And again, I don't want to. The bank can speak for itself, but we are mindful of the role that the Commonwealth budget plays in our economy. We are mindful of our responsibilities to the Australian people to deliver the commitments that we took to the election. But I think when you look at your record, Senator Patterson, when your party was last in government and ours, you'll see that your 2 massive Liberal deficits turned into 2 Labor surpluses, $100 billion worth of savings, $188 billion less debt, and $60 billion of less interest on that debt, so that we have been in a position to repair the budget, to get it in better shape, and to make sure that all the wastes and rorts that you have are being put into good investment into.
Has expired. Before I come to you, Senator Walker, I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery of the Australian Political Exchange Council's 37th delegation from the United States of America, led by the Honourable Kelly G. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Walker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Albanese Labor government is focused on the things that Australians are focused on, providing cost of living relief and strengthening Medicare, just to name a few. What is the government doing to deliver on our commitments to the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thank you to my fellow South Australian, Senator Walker, for that excellent question, and welcome to our American friends. Welcome to the Australian Senate. Well, our government, the Albanese government, is building on our record on our first term, focused on delivering our commitments to the Australian people to ease cost of living pressures. And that focus puts us in stark contrast with those opposite, who really have spent this week focused on themselves. On that side, division, and on this side, delivery. Division and delivery. Just in this fortnight, we have passed our payday super bill to require employers to pay workers super at the same time as salary and wages. We've passed Baby Priya's bill, which means parents experiencing the stillbirth or death of a child will have their parental leave protected. And I want to express publicly my personal appreciation for the sensitivity shown by Ms Lee and Senator Hume and others in their comments on this matter. We have strengthened Medicare with the largest investment since its inception through Labor's tripled bulk billing incentive program. We are giving women better access to affordable contraceptive options through our landmark Women's Health Package. We're making cheaper medicines even cheaper. And this government backs high wages. We back higher wages after a decade in which lower wages were a deliberate design feature of those opposite. We've delivered income tax cuts for every taxpayer, with more to come. And we are cutting student debt by 20% because we, on this side of the chamber, we want to make sure Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. That's right, earn more and keep more of what they earn. It's a far cry from the divided rabble opposite who have forgotten about the people they represent.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker, first supplementary.
In May, the Australian people voted for a government that would focus on the things that really matter to Australians, like building more homes and making it easier for Australians to buy them. How is the government delivering on its commitment to make it easier for more Australians to access the security of home ownership?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And Senator Walker rightly focused on housing as one of the issues in her first speech. And we took to the election an ambitious plan to build more houses and to make it easier for Australians to buy a home of their own. Unlike those opposite, who neglected housing for a decade, this government is making it easier for Australians to achieve the security of home ownership. Unfortunately, the Liberals and the Nationals still don't take housing seriously. And the reality is no one can actually keep up with their policies. On Monday, Senator Bragg declared we can pretty much close the book on the Coalition's disastrous super for housing policy. But he forgot to share his plans with his mate, Mr Wilson, who was continuing his campaign to let young people raid their retirement incomes. Look, it's all pretty embarrassing, and it would never happen under a Wilson government, would it, Senator Bragg?
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is focused on building on the strong foundation of its first term to keep delivering for Australians. What progress is the government making, and what are the obstacles to that progress?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Wong.
Well, President, I'm asked about obstacles to progress, and to be honest, there they are. There they are. They're sitting across from me in this chamber, an opposition entirely focused on infighting, an opposition which, according to earlier reports, we've seen senior Liberals, Senator Cash, Senator Duniam, Senator Patterson, all arguing to dump net zero and their response on climate. They've made it pretty obvious where they're headed. They've made it pretty obvious where they're headed, but unfortunately it's not where the leader is headed. It's not where Ms Lee is headed. So how are the Australians meant to believe the Liberals when the Liberals don't even believe in their own leader? This is not a credible party of government. This is not a credible party
Minister
of
Wong,
government.
please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. I would ask you on relevance that maybe you could direct the leader back to the question that was asked by her own side.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. I believe the minister is being relevant to the question which was asked. Minister? Minister.
This is not the behaviour of a credible party of government, and I rarely agree with the headline in The Australian. Almost never. But the worst performers in 40 years had a ring of truth.
The time for answering has expired. Order. 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 To those on my left, if you cast your eyes around, you'll see that Senator Sharma was on his feet. Senator Sharma.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Minister Gallagher. In his statement on Tuesday, Minister, the Treasurer has defended the government's economic policies by noting that real wages are growing. Minister, given the RBA's updated forecasts released this week, for how much longer will that be the case?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Sharma for the question. And this government is determined to ensure that people's wages keep growing. That is why we have done a number of things, including amendments to the Fair Work Act, but also supporting minimum wage increases. We remember the times where those opposite they had a special section in their application to the Fair Work Commission on the minimum wage review. It was a special chapter that said the importance of low wages.
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
Well, this is really necessary, but on direct relevance, I'm not sure what the Fair Work Commission under the previous government has to do with Senator Sharma's question.
Senator Patterson, the minister is being relevant to the question. The question went to wages. Minister Gallagher, among other things.
Thank you. So there was...
Order.
We know what those opposites stood for, and the deliberate design feature of their economic policy was to keep wages down. We know they had that chapter in their submission. We know that on this side, since coming to government, we have actively sought to ensure that wages get moving again, and real wages grew 1.3% through the year to the June quarter, the strongest annual growth in 5 years. I know Senator Ruston won't like this. They've grown for 7 consecutive quarters under this government. And what were they under you, Senator Ruston, when you were at the decision-making table? They were going backwards by 3.4%.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sharma, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, the RBA now expects headline inflation to soar to 3.7% and remain high across 2026. And at the same time, the RBA is predicting wage growth of 3% by mid-2026. So with inflation rising to 3.7% and wage growth rising only 3%, what do you say to the millions of Australians whose purchasing power will fall next year?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher. I have the minister on her feet.
Well, what I would say, Senator Sharma, to those people is they have a government that cares about working people in this country, cares about wages, cares about the role that service workers play in our economy, for example, cares about it so much that we've increased the wages for early childhood educators and carers. We've increased the wages for aged care workers, and we will continue that approach. We want working people to earn more and keep more of what they earn. And we want the economy to grow, and we want people to benefit from that. And so our approach will be of a mature party of government that takes our role seriously, that remains united, that delivers on the commitments we took to the election, and will continue to manage the budget in a responsible way so that the working people of this country get a fair deal, get paid appropriately for the work they do, and understand that they have a government that cares about that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sharma, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Due to the inflation fuelled by out-of-control government spending, inflation is high and projected to stay high, interest rates are staying high, power prices are rising exponentially, and next year Australians will have lower real wages to pay for it all. Minister, isn't it very clear now that Australians are worse off under Labor?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher.
Well, the Australian people had their say in May, so I'll just draw that to your attention. And I think the dissembling of those opposite in the months since May shows that the Australian people have got it right again, because you are not fit for government. But when you talk about spending, you are talking about age pension increases, energy bill relief, cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, urgent care clinics, bulk billing, paid parental...
Please resume your seat. Senator Henderson, sorry I didn't see you.
Thank you very much, President. The point of order, I would just ask that you ask the Minister, she made a number of references to you, if she could direct her comments through the chair, please.
I think the Minister is directing her comments to me, Senator Henderson, but I'll continue to look. Thank you for drawing me to that. Minister Gallagher,
thank you. When they
continue.
complain about government spending, that is what they are talking about. PPL, free TAFE, new affordable housing, leaving violence program, the investments in the NDIS, the investments in our aged care workforce, in veterans compensation that we just talked about earlier today. These are investments that this government has made, but they are important investments in the health of our country, not just the health of our people, but the economic future of this country as well.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. It looks increasingly unlikely that Australia's bid to host COP31 with Pacific nations will be successful. No arrangement with Turkey has been reached, and the Turkish leader isn't even responding to our Prime Minister's letters. The Prime Minister and the Climate Minister are not going to COP30. The South Australian Premier is not going to COP30. Is the government even trying to pretend that it wants to host this important international climate opportunity? Or have your mining mates told you to let it go, just like they've told you this morning through the Minerals Council to pass the mining fast-track EPBC reforms before Christmas?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Senator Waters, if you will indulge me, I just want to give a shout-out to the kids from Darwin at Malandiri's request. To Indiana, Ebony, your classmates and teachers at St Paul's Primary, Senator McCarthy says g'day. As do we all. Senator, your question is full of many inaccuracies. We want to host the COP primarily and most importantly because we want to elevate the voices of the Pacific, and that is the approach we have taken all the way along. That is why I've engaged at the Pacific Islands Forum and at Foreign Ministers level. That's why Minister Bowen has engaged with the PIF in his track, and the Prime Minister has engaged with the Pacific Islands Forum at LEADER. And we have engaged very closely with the Pacific, both then but also at UNGA, the UN General Assembly, where both Minister Bowen and I met with Pacific representatives to talk through trying to find a way through to get this conference held in Australia and, as importantly, to elevate Pacific experience and Pacific voices. In terms of the assertion about the mining companies, I don't believe I have ever, might be wrong, but I can't recall ever having a conversation with a resource company about our bid to hold COP. And I know that you like conspiracy theories, but what I would say to you is really you are not on track. The discussions continue. I wish we had resolved this earlier. Of course I do. And certainly I know the importance of elevating the Pacific experience, because for the Pacific, as you know, are experiencing climate change here and now, affecting livelihoods, national security, their economy, as well as food security and so much more.
Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Pacific nations and First Nations communities have urged all nations, including Australia, to phase out fossil fuels in order to prevent the climate catastrophe that is making their homes unlivable. How can we expect the UN to take our bid seriously if we're not even doing what our bid partners are asking of us?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Senator, sometimes I wish that you could actually see and engage, see some of the engagement, or in fact engage with some of the Pacific leaders whom you utilise in your political rhetoric here, because we do. And what you are suggesting about some of the approaches is simply not accurate. Of course, and what I would say to you is, for example, President Whipps of Palau, who recognised Australia's leadership in setting what he described as incredibly ambitious and achievable 2035 emissions reduction targets. Now, I know that doesn't assist your narrative, but have some respect for Pacific leaders who actually do recognise what we are doing. What I'd also say to you is actually we have had widespread support for our bid from across the international community and in the group that we are part of within the UNFCCC.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. This government's proposed new environmental laws don't take account of climate impacts, but they do include a new fast-track pathway for coal and gas projects that the Minerals Council and Chevron and BHP are delighted by. Has Australia's determination to fast-track fossil fuels jeopardised our bid to host COP31?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Well, I can hand on heart say I don't recall anyone ever raising the EPBC Act with me in any international forum, and if I've misled you, I will come back to the chamber and correct it, but I don't believe there's been any discussion about the EPBC legislation that Minister Watt is putting forward. Obviously, people do have views, and what I would say is this, very simply. We want stronger protections for the environment and we want faster decisions for business. And it's entirely up to the Greens whether you choose a path that ensures that you are not relevant to a discussion about where the environmental laws will be in decades to come, or whether you are. And that relevance does depend on whether you are prepared to engage with the government of the day, or whether you continue to stake out a position that you know will lead to legislation that has been passed with the support of the coalition.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, President.
Order. We have moved on.
Thank you, President, for that protection. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. As the world embarks on the biggest economic transformation since the Industrial Revolution, only Labor is protecting the environment whilst pursuing the enormous economic and jobs opportunity that the energy transition offers Australia. Can the Minister please outline the government's practical plan to seize these opportunities? And why is it important to send the right investment signals to investors in the energy transition? You might want to hear this. You might learn something.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Sterle for that question, because it's a very important question around how Australia approaches the massive economic transition that's going on across the world in relation to the renewable energy transition. And the government, the Albanese government, has a clear and credible path to net zero and to manage and maximise the benefits of this economic transformation. We need to help Australia, or our policies need to help Australia attract investment, lift wages, grow living standards and create jobs and spread economic opportunity right around the country. And we know from the modelling that was released by Treasury, which accompanied Labor's announcement on our 2035 targets, Treasury's modelling makes clear really five key conclusions. One, that Australia can be a primary beneficiary of the global net zero transformation if we continue to take action on climate change. Secondly, that cleaner and cheaper energy will strengthen Australia's international competitiveness, that clear and credible climate action will lead to more jobs, higher wages and better living standards for Australians, and that an orderly net zero plan gives business the clarity and certainty they need to invest in Australia with confidence. They also find that a disorderly transition will mean fewer jobs, less business investment, lower wages, lower living standards and higher power prices in a smaller economy. These are the clear findings from Treasury, and they, as the experts, have had a look very closely, including across the world, and the benefits for Australia are clear, which is why on this side of the chamber we are united in our approach to grabbing those economic opportunities that come, to walk together to make sure that we don't miss those opportunities and that the jobs and higher living standards that come with
Thank you, Minister.
will
The time
benefit
for
all
answering
Australians.
has expired. Senator Still, first supplementary.
Yes, thank you, President. The government knows that energy prices are a key concern for Australian households, which is why we have delivered energy bill relief. As the world looks towards a green energy future, what benefit does the energy transition offer Australians when it comes to the cost of electricity?
Thank you, Senator Still. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Stirl again for that question. Well, all of the advice to government makes it very clear that the cheapest form of new energy is firmed renewables. That's right, firmed renewables. That upward pressure on electricity is overwhelmingly due to ageing fossil fuel assets. And three, that if we don't have an orderly transition to the renewable energy future, means high prices for households, high prices for business, less jobs, less business investment, and those opposite, the party of the free market, as Senator Bragg so eloquently put in one of his 3,000 interviews this week, well, the debate's over. I mean, the capital markets have made up their minds here. There is a wall of money going to renewable energy. Where is the party of free markets gone
has
to?
Expired. Senator Stirl, second supplementary.
Yes, thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. Treasury has told us that abandoning net zero would result in fewer jobs, less growth, lower investment, lower wages and lower living standards. What is the government doing to ensure that Australia avoids a disorderly transition, or even worse, a scenario where net zero is abandoned?
Thank you, Senator Still. Order. 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 Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Stirl for that excellent delivery of that question. But this government is focused on making sure that this generation and, importantly, future generations benefit from the opportunities that come with the global energy transition and economic transition that is currently underway. And we know from information to us, and this would have normally been enough to convince the old Liberal Party or the traditional Liberal Party to stick with a energy policy, or at least not abandon net zero. We know that the economy would be projected to be $2 trillion smaller by 2050. GDP per capita would be $4,500 lower by 2050, and wholesale electricity prices, if you are worried about prices, would be about 50% higher by 2050. That is the reality of what you are about to do when you abandon net zero.
Order. Once again, we have moved on. Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Assistant Treasurer, Senator Gallagher.
Please continue, Senator Pocock.
Minister, Australians reported more than 108,000 scams and financial losses of about $174 million to the National Anti-Scam Centre's Scam Watch in the first half of this year. In February this year, the Parliament passed the Scam Prevention Framework, and at the time the Assistant Treasurer gave multiple assurances that the industry codes enforcing the framework would be developed as quickly as possible. Is it correct that the drafts of the industry codes are yet to be released for consultation?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and I thank Senator Pocock for the question. And he is right to remind the chamber that in November 2024 we introduced landmark legislation to establish the Scams Prevention Framework. It passed the House in February 2025. That framework provides a new model of accountability for banks, telcos and digital platforms, and it also imposes tough mandatory obligations to prevent, detect, report and disrupt scams. These laws made Australia the toughest place in the world for scammers to operate, and they will also provide a clear pathway for consumers to be compensated if a bank, telco or digital platform has done the wrong thing. I think, and I acknowledge the work of former Assistant Treasurer Stephen Jones for the work that he did right across the community in ensuring that we had scam prevention framework in place. Treasury, I was just waiting for information around where the codes are up to. My advice is that Treasury is working towards designating and developing codes for the banking and telecommunications sector and certain digital platform services, including social media, paid search engine advertising and direct messaging services. I have no further information in front of me, but if there is anything further, I will provide it to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
And thank you, Minister, for that. Minister, do you know what the draft timeline for the release of the draft industry codes is?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I do not have that information in front of me, Senator Pocock. I have a lot of information about this, but that is not one piece that I can quickly identify. I will ask the Assistant Treasurer provide you with that information directly.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I understand you can't give us a date, but do you know why the government has taken this long to release the draft codes? I'm hearing from people that it's just too slow, given we passed this in February and we're seeing Australians being scammed.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I will say, so on that issue, I will ask that the Assistant Treasurer correspond directly with Senator Pocock on the time. I imagine it's there is work, consultation underway. I know how the Treasury operates, that they have established consultation processes. So I have no doubt that there is work underway. But if there is a date that can be provided to Senator Pocock, I will ask that be occur. In relation to the response to scams, though, whilst this code is important, there are already measures in place to protect people from scams, including from the banks and telcos themselves, who I've met with recently, and that this is one of the top issues they raise with me, not only in protecting their customers, but also ensuring that their reputation of their business is maintained, and they are very motivated to protect customers from scams. But on the question itself, I will ask the Assistant Treasurer to provide an answer.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. Given the rapid acceleration in the illicit tobacco trade in the years of the Albanese government and all of the dangerous black market and organised crime activity associated with it, does the Minister accept that the lack of any meaningful or decisive practical action by your government is severely hampering state and territory governments' efforts to shut down this illegal activity within their jurisdictions?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Duniam, and congratulations, Senator Duniam, on your recent appointment as the Shadow Home Affairs Minister. I look forward to the only person happier about that than me was Senator Patterson, who we might recall at the most recent estimates was the acting temporary interim Shadow Home Affairs Minister. So it's good to have an actual Shadow Home Affairs Minister, and I look forward to seeing you at estimates. I think I was asked a question about this in the last fortnight, and the point I made there was that the government has taken serious action about what is a serious problem, and that is the growth of illicit tobacco. We have provided $256.4 million in funding from 2023-24 to Border Force to strengthen the border against illegal tobacco and vaping products. There is a substantial amount of work being undertaken in combination with state and territory police forces to combat illegal tobacco. For example, we've set up the Illegal Tobacco National Disruption Group, which comprises the AFP and other federal agencies with every state and territory police force. We recognise this is a serious problem. It's going to take a lot of effort, not just from federal government agencies, but state and territory agencies, and we remain committed to supporting them.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Yeah, thanks, President. In 2023, Minister Mark Butler forecast that tobacco excise would deliver an extra $3.3 billion in revenue over the forward estimates instead of what's now turned into a roughly $25 billion loss as a result of the exploding illegal tobacco trade. Minister, can you tell the Senate exactly how much worse off the bottom line will be as a result of this hands-off approach and the lack of any effective action being taken by your government?
Thank you, Senator Dunning. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Dunning. I don't have figures to hand as to the budget impact of these matters, but as I say, we well, if you know the answer, I'm not sure why you're asking the question. Well, it sounds like Senator Dunningham has answered his own question.
Senator Dunningham, second supplementary.
I was after an exact figure, but anyway. In light of the answers to both of those questions, what is the minister's response to the clear exasperation of the New South Wales Health Minister, Ryan Park, who told reporters yesterday that he was very disappointed with the lack of action from the federal government, including that the government has no intention to change anything in this area, despite the near constant pleas from state governments to do something about it?
Thank you, Senator Dunningham. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Dunningham. I haven't seen those comments myself, but what I can say, as I have already said, is that we're very committed to working with state and territory agencies to tackle this serious problem. There's effort going in from a police enforcement level. There's effort going in from Border Force. There's a range of other effort being undertaken at the federal level as well. We know that it will take time, but we're already seeing results of some of these efforts. Over 2.5 billion illegal cigarettes and a total of 2,000 tonnes of tobacco were seized by Border Force last year, which is up 320% over 3 years. So we recognise there's more to be done, but we'll keep sticking at it. It's an important issue.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Minister Gallagher. We've got some very bad news this week from the RBA. Inflation is at the top of the target band and moving upwards. Unemployment is up, and the RBA predicts wage growth will be zero by Christmas and negative in the new year. Labor takes credit for every little scrap of good news on the economy. Will you accept responsibility for the disastrous figures from the RBA we've seen this week?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I don't agree with all of the language that was used by Senator Whitten in that question. But of course, the government takes responsibility for the decisions that we make and the fact that inflation has come down. When we came to government, it had a 6 in front of it, Senator Whitten. You weren't here then. But that's the reality, that's fact. It is now half of that. And that makes a difference. That's why the decisions we took in the last parliament were focused on getting inflation down and back into band. And that's what's happened. Debt down, again, important role to play in the economy in how we manage our debt, which is why $188 billion less debt was an important part of our plan to respond. Getting real wages growing, again, a key priority of this government to make sure that after a decade of no wage growth, we saw, or stagnant wage growth, we saw 7 successive quarters of wages growth under this government because of the decisions we take, and we take responsibility for those. Unemployment down. Unemployment at historic lows. 1.1 million jobs made and created under this government, including seeing women's participation in the labour market at record highs. And why do you think that is? Because we're getting the gender pay gap down, because we're investing in early education and care so that women can make more choices. We're getting rid of things like the activity test, punitive restraints on women's economic participation. That is what we are doing. And interest rates have fallen 3 times. So where is more work to do? And the Treasurer and I say that all the time. There is more work to do. Our work is not finished. But the Australian people have a government that will continue to invest and make the right decisions.
I just remind those on my left that your constant interjections are disorderly. I asked you to be quiet on several occasions. You completely ignored me. Not only that, this is not your question. It's Senator Whitten's, and he is Senator McGrath, and he is entitled to hear the answer. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Labor is driving up housing demand with their 5% deposit scheme. young Australians are taking out 95% mortgages with massively inflated house prices. Many would be relying on further interest rate cuts. The current indicators suggest an interest rate rise looks more likely. Labor has handed young Australians a poison chalice. Is Labor driving young Australians into mortgage stress?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and no. The short answer to that question is no. And this is a government that is seeking to address some of those intergenerational inequities that exist across our economy, like in relation to HECS debt, for example. The situation of young people, and where there are areas where the government can help, we will look to help and address that inequity that we see. And when it comes to housing, there is not enough supply of housing in this country. And we are building housing. That is what we have to do. We have to continue to focus on supply so that we can provide the housing opportunities for younger people that I had when I was looking to buy my first home. That is what this government is about. That is why we are investing in every single aspect right along the housing compendium, from homelessness all the way to home ownership, because it matters, and that is what this government will continue to do.
Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. All of the numbers are pointing the wrong way. Inflation up, unemployment up, housing prices up, supply inadequate, GDP per capita down, disposable income down, productivity down. Australians are not thriving under Labor, they are suffering. Does Labor take responsibility for putting Australians, especially young Australians, in the path of a recession that we didn't have to have?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, here are some other statistics. Employment up, participation rate up, gender pay gap down, women employed full-time up, manufacturing jobs up, annual wage growth up, annual real wages up, wholesale electricity prices down, gas prices down, private business investment up. These are the things that matter. Like, we are focused on helping households. We're dealing with the inflation challenge. We are making sure that we help people with cost of living pressures where we can, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change, Senator Ayres. Energy has always been the foundation of Australian industry's international competitive advantage. With our abundant renewable resources and the falling cost of renewable generation, we have the chance to secure Australia's industrial future and tens of thousands of jobs in regional Australia. How is the government seizing this opportunity, and what are the examples of industrial investments driven by cheaper and cleaner energy?
Senator Ayres.
So, I am reminded, I think what really annoys those opposite the most is that we've set out a very credible plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Now it's not me saying that. It's not me saying that. That's Senator Matthew O'Sullivan. Tuesday, 23 November 2021. That's what he said. That's what he said. Now, we are the only party of government in this place that understands that competitive energy prices have been, are and will be the source of Australia's future competitive advantage in industry. And if the show over here for a moment could abandon the imported far-right talking points, from Senator Canavan's social media account, they would understand that what industry is demanding is more electricity, more renewables, backed by storage and gas, that is the cheapest form of a modern electricity system for this country. 15 gigawatts of renewables and storage into the system, 20 more in the pipeline. Your miserable record, 4 gigawatts out and only 1 tiny gigawatt in. The source of Australia's current competitive problems in energy is all over there. The decade of delinquency and inaction and the frozen ideological paralysis
where what we are watching is the slow march across here of far-right extremism.
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Underinvestment in the energy system and political neglect have eroded Australia's industrial competitiveness. Can the minister confirm that neither the Gladstone nor Bayswater coal power plants could offer enough cheap energy to keep their respective aluminium smelters operating at full capacity?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator Ghosh, you're right. Rio was clear that the coal power from Bayswater is too expensive after 2028. And Rio curtailed production at Boyne Island in 2017 because the electricity from the Gladstone coal power plant was too expensive. President, why were these smelters forced to go to ageing coal plants for power? Because the previous government's supreme incompetence, its lack of diligence, its lack of capacity to be able to deliver more than 1 puny gigawatt in the national interest has meant that we've had a decade-long investment drought, disinvestment, and that has a consequence for real people. To quote a letter from the Newcastle Herald today, energy uncertainty is hurting industry. Tomago's situation should prompt urgent investment in clean, reliable
thank you, Minister.
and
The
affordable
time
energy.
for answering has expired. Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
A cheaper and cleaner energy system requires partnerships between the Commonwealth and state governments along with private investors. Why is coherent and serious policy key for these partnerships, and what parts of the community are affected if policy is incoherent?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Ayres.
Well, you know, they are the party of the sort of gourmet food Sunday morning market. We are the party that actually wants to use markets in the public interest. I think Mr O'Brien, Ted O'Brien, said on the 23rd of November 2021, "My view is that we can all win from getting to net zero." That's what he said. That's what he said. What has happened to the Liberal Party? Liberal moderates are now Australia's largest invertebrate species. Australia's largest invertebrate species, all through there. Not only an incapacity to have the political spine to stand up to this right-wing extremist imported takeover, but without the intellectual coherence to mount an argument that's based on investor certainty
thank you,
and
Minister
policy
Ayres.
coherence.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Cadell.
I'm shook as President. Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, Senator McAllister. Minister, the government has issued its consultation regularly impact analysis on a proposal to reduce speed limits to as low as 70 kilometres per hour on rural roads. The government's consultation cost-benefit analysis says there is evidence to suggest that increased speed can be increased fuel consumption and therefore increased CO2 emissions, and that the value of GHG emissions, therefore, is not internalised in the market, which means that individuals do not make decisions based on the overall impact. This is a classic market failure, making the value of emissions difficult to estimate accurately. Minister, is the government reducing speed limits on rural roads so that it can reach its net zero goals? And why are the only people in rural areas being asked to reduce their speeds to reach Labor's net zero target?
Senator Cadell, I can put the question to Minister McAllister, but I would only ask her to answer it in the best way she can. The correct minister is Senator McCarthy. Did you wish me? I am happy to direct the question to Senator McCarthy, but equally you called Senator McCarthy? Thank you. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Cadell. It's interesting that the focus is on speed limits. It makes you wonder just how fast these guys on the other side want to keep going. How many questions around this has been really, really interesting. I mean, this was a Nationals policy, President, in 2018 when the member for New England, then the member for Riverina, held the infrastructure portfolio. Suggestions our government has suddenly decided it's time to change regional speed limits.
Your seat. I can't hear a word. So that means on my left there is way too much noise. Minister McCarthy.
I mean, suggestions, President, that our government has suddenly decided it's time to change regional speed limits is wrong. Priority action number 1 of their road safety action plan was to consult on changing speed limits.
Please, you should. Order on my left. Order on my left. Minister McCarthy, please continue. Senator Mackenzie, I've called order. That applies to you. Senator Mackenzie. Minister.
I mean, priority action number 1, President, of their road safety action plan was to consult on changing speed limits on high-risk regional roads. And we're putting their idea out to consultation for Australians to settle it. And the other part of this scare campaign is to say we just need to fix the roads. We want potholes filled and roads improved. That's why we're investing more than ever in making our roads safer. They're not interested in making our roads safer, President. Doubled funding for the Roads to Recovery program.
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. The question is a point of order on relevance. The question was about the reference to carbon emission reductions as a benefit in the government's consultation paper. The minister hasn't gone anywhere near that.
Senator Canavan, as you well know, that was not the only part of the question. Order! Order! Senator Ayres. I had Senator Hanson-Young, no. I had Senator Canavan on his feet with a point of order. Before I even had a chance to finish my response to that, we had interjections across the chamber. Senator Patterson, I've called you way too many times today. Minister McCarthy is being relevant, Senator Canavan. However, I will continue to listen carefully. And that means, Senator Mackenzie, no interjections. Minister McCarthy.
Thanks for your protection, President. So, to let the other side know that we've doubled funding for the Roads Recovery program to $1 billion per year to help councils upgrade their roads. We've reversed the Liberal freeze on highway maintenance funding to get on with fixing potholes and resurfacing our national highways. Now, the Coalition, they could have done that, President, in their wasted decade of government, but they didn't. And we're making big investments in our roads, making them safer and more efficient, and it's no thanks to those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cadell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, the consultation regular impact analysis says that the government plans to apply a carbon price to show the benefits of lower carbon emissions from reduced speeds on rural roads. Why is the government applying up to a $179 carbon tax on people who drive on country roads?
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, you know, as I've said in my previous response, it was priority action number 1 in your plan to review speed limits on high-risk regional roads. And can I just say,
Senator Mackenzie.
Well, if you know the answer, I don't need to speak.
Senator Cadell, second supplementary. Yes, Senator Mackenzie.
Senator Cadell's questions have gone to the government's on relevancy, have gone to the government's own consultation paper, and the minister has not come near it.
Senator Mackenzie, the minister is being relevant. I believe she's answered the first supplementary. So you have one more. Thank you, Senator Cadell.
Thank you, President. Minister, will the government rule out use?
Order.
That's hurtful, sir. Minister, will the government rule out any calculation of carbon emissions reductions in its decision regulatory impact analysis? Can the government commit that any decision to reduce speed limits will be based purely on safety concerns, not the ideological pursuit of Labor's net zero?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister McCarthy.
Talk about the ideological pursuit of net zero. We know where the Nationals sit. We know where the Nationals sit. We have no idea where the Liberals sit on net zero, President. In fact, if you listen to the media or if you
Minister
go
McCarthy.
up to—
Order. 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 Senator McKim. Senator Canavan.
Just a point of order on relevance. The question went to a government decision and the release of a decision regulatory impact analysis. Immediately the minister started talking about an opposition party. I don't think that is relevant. And I've also seek leave to table the consultation regulatory impact assessment, which includes a carbon tax of $179, which includes seeking to reduce speed limits to
your seat. It is hard for me to take you seriously when you stand up and make a point of order and then you deliberately ignore me when I try and seek order and you continue on and make a statement. I've said time and time in this place, make your point of order and don't make a statement. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. First, in relation to the document, Senator, there are courtesies, as you are aware. If those are observed, our general view is that usually amenable to tabling, so if those courtesies can be extended and the whips be consulted in the usual way. In relation to the point of order itself, I would humbly submit that a discussion about net zero ideology probably does invite a discussion about the opposition.
Senator Canavan, the words net zero ideology were part of the question. I will listen carefully to the minister, and if she's not addressing the question, I'll draw her to it. Minister McCarthy, you've finished. Senator Brown.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for the Environment and Water, Senator Watt. Today is a landmark day for the environment in Australia. The Albanese Labor government's environmental law reforms are expected to pass the House of Representatives today. Can the minister outline how these reforms will protect the environment and why they're so important to achieve our climate goals?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Brown. Well, today is indeed a landmark day for the environment in Australia. And it's another, and they don't like it. They don't like making progress on the environment, do they? How green is the Green Party when they don't even want to support progress on the environment? Today is another stop on the journey towards achieving meaningful reform for Australia's broken environmental laws. The Environmental Protection Reform Bill is set to pass the House of Representatives today with the support of every Labor MP as well as some independents, bringing real benefits to the environment, business and community one step closer.
Senator Hanson-Young, come to order.
The legislation includes stronger environmental protections, more efficient and robust project approvals and greater accountability and transparency in environmental decision-making. Unfortunately, though, it's back to the future with a rerun of Australia's worst reality TV show, The Noalition. It's back for another season. But in this season, happening today in the House of Representatives, we see the Greens party teams up with Barnaby Joyce and his other anti-renewable, climate-denying MPs in voting against these laws. We've seen the Greens political party have voted against reforms that will deliver Australia's first National Environmental Protection Agency, new national environmental standards that projects must meet, and higher penalties for those who illegally damage our environment. And at the same time, we see the Liberal and National parties vote against reforms that will deliver faster assessments and approvals for major projects, up to $7 billion injected in the national economy, and updated bilateral agreement frameworks for states and territories to fast-track assessments and approvals. It's vital that these laws are passed so we can build the housing and renewables we need to reach net zero by 2050. But of course, this is a policy, net zero, that is about to be dropped by the Liberal Party at the behest of their junior coalition partner, who are less than 1/6 the size of them in this Senate.
The time for answering has expired. I remind you, if you are referring to people in the other place, to use their correct titles. Senator Brown, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. These reforms are not only vital to protect our precious environment, but also to ensure that we can accelerate investment in key national priorities like housing and renewable energy. Minister, can you outline the broad support for this bill and for climate action from across the community?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Watt.
We are seeing support from a wide range of parties for these reforms. In the last few days, we've seen support from the Housing Industry Association, the AI Group, from the Clean Energy Council, a group who like to deliver renewable energy, something the Greens Party once upon a time supported, until they wanted to stop it because they want to stop everything. So we've got the Clean Energy Council supporting more renewables and supporting these reforms, while the Greens Party want to team up with Barnaby Joyce and say no. What a horrible thought.
Minister Watt, I did remind you to refer to others in that other place by their correct titles.
As I say, it is very, very disturbing to see the once proud Liberal Party being led by the nose by the National Party to drop net zero, probably to oppose these reforms as well. And I did a quick count and was reminded myself that in the Senate we have 4 National Party senators, we have 23 Liberal Party senators, and in fact you poached one of the Nationals in Senator Nampa Price, and you're still being led by the National Party. There are as many Liberal senators called James and Andrew as there are National Party senators, and you are following them.
Minister, when I ask you to stop, you need to stop. Senator Brown, second supplementary.
Thank you, President.
Order. 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 I have Senator Brown on her feet. Senator Brown.
The Albanese Labor government is unified in its approach to investing in renewables to achieve net zero by 2050, which will ultimately protect our precious environment. How important is policy certainty around our energy market, particularly for business investment around the country?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Watt.
It is vital for investment certainty in the energy transition that we have policy certainty when it comes to climate change, energy, and environmental law reform. That's what we're seeking support for with these reforms when we come back in the final sitting week of the year. And as I was saying, when it comes to the Liberals, there are as many Jameses and Andrews in the Liberal Party room in the Senate as there are National Party senators. All you needed to do is to get one more. You could get an Anne. You could get a Dave, you could get a Maria, and you'd have the numbers on the Nationals. But you are still letting this rump of 4 senators drag you by the nose into oblivion.
Minister Watt, Senator Henderson. Order. Order. Senator Henderson.
Point of order, Madam President. I would ask that you ask the Minister who's been most disrespectful to refer to senators by their proper names.
To the point of order.
The minister needs to refer to senators by their proper and correct names. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. You will note I have been asking the minister to do that, and I'll remind him once again to refer to others.
But have a Sarah or a Senator Henderson even join you and have the numbers over the nats, but you're still letting them lead you along. Now, it appears that the Liberal lapdogs are taking commands from the fake farmers in the National Party. We've got the National Party saying heal, and they heal. We've got them saying sit, and they sit. And now they're rolling over just like a lapdog on net zero.
Minister Watt. Minister Watt, resume your seat. Order. Senator Ruston was on her feet. I was struggling to get Minister Watt to resume his seat. Senator Ruston.
I would ask Minister Watt if he would consider withdrawing some of the offensive remarks he made about my party.
Minister Watt, it's not like you to... Thank you. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. On that basis, I ask that further questions be placed on notice. And I also I will just add, if I may, to an answer that I gave to Senator Waters. I'm sorry I didn't get an opportunity because of the questions to come and give you a heads up, Senator. I think you asserted Mr Bowen is not going to COP30. That's not correct. Minister Bowen is going and he will be representing Australia.
Call the clock. Oh, Senator Dunham, apologies.
Taking note, yes. I move...
No.
No, right.
We're not quite there yet, Senator Duniam. Order. Senator Wong. Senator Gallagher. No, the clerk. I'm calling the clerk. It's all his fault.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Treasurer, Minister Gallagher, in relation to the 2023-24 Survey of Income and Housing.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. This is an attendance required by motion in this place for an order of production of documents. On the 17th of July, the ABS announced it would not release statistics from the 23-24 Survey of Income and Housing, noting that the data did not meet the ABS high standards for official statistics. Data quality issues were the result of changes to the survey questionnaire, the implementation of a new sampling approach, and unanticipated challenges in combining survey and administrative data sources. The ABS will only release statistics that meet rigorous quality standards and made this decision independently of government, consistent with its role as Australia's independent national statistical organisation. Senator Payman's office was offered a briefing from the Treasurer's office on the decision not to release the 23-24 Survey of Income and Housing data, which was declined. Additionally, I'm advised Senator Payman has also been offered a briefing from the ABS. We encourage Senator Payman to accept the ABS offer to brief her office directly on the reasons they cannot comply with her motion to produce documents. The Treasurer has noted to Senator Payman that the ABS published a paper on the 12th of September 2025, which was released to ensure transparency around the decision not to publish the data, and I'm happy to table a copy of that report as part of this attendance. With regard to the ABS's advice and position on this matter, the government respects their expertise, their independence and their professionalism. We are confident that Senator Payman would share that respect should she accept the offer of a direct briefing from the ABS on this matter.
Senator Payman.
Thank you. I move that the Senate take note of the explanation. This order of the Senate relates to a survey conducted by the ABS. On the surface, it may not seem that special, but it goes to the heart of a centuries-old rivalry between the executive and the legislature. We saw this dynamic play out just yesterday when Senator Gallagher, in relation to the order for production of documents 110, said that, and I quote, "Links were provided to information already available online, either in part or in full," end quote. I moved OPD 110 relating to the Age Assurance Technology Trial Report, which the Senate agreed on 27th of August this year. The report was not released until 4 days after the order was made. So when Senator Gallagher claimed that it was already available online, she appears to have misled the Senate, and I would invite Senator Gallagher to make a statement in the chamber to correct the record. Now, turning back to this OPD, on 28th of October, the Senate agreed that some parts of the data which contain personal information could remain confidential. However, other sections of the data, particularly those that did not contain any personal information, should not be immune from disclosure. What is most concerning, though, is the second justification the government has offered for withholding the data. And this was in a letter dated 17th of September, where the Treasurer wrote, and I quote, "Further, the ABS is unable to release aggregate results from the Survey of Income and Housing 2023-24 due to serious shortcomings in the questionnaire design and data collection processes that could not be overcome." Now let's unpack these words, people. I'll rephrase them. Essentially, the government's saying we don't want to, and in fact refuse to, publish this data because we made a mistake. All governments make mistakes. All governments try to cover up their mistakes. It's a fact of political life. But it is our job, not only as non-government senators, but senators in general in this place, members as we are of this House of Review, to scrutinise the activities of government, to find out the mistakes that are being made so that processes can be improved and those errors do not happen again. The ABS has reviewed the failures that led to these deficiencies and identified ways to improve its processes, which is appropriate. But the cost of this survey was in the neighbourhoods of $13 million. Millions of taxpayer dollars spent on a survey that was ultimately thrown in the bin. Worse still, the 2023-24 survey was meant to follow the 2019-2020 edition, because this one that has been withheld, both industry and government are now relying on pre-COVID data to shape income and housing policy. That's just unacceptable. Much has changed since COVID, particularly in terms of housing distress. Rents and mortgage repayments are up, vacancies are down. So lots changed. Now, in a letter on 30th of October, the Treasurer said that releasing the documents could mislead those using this data or these results to inform important social and economic programs and policies. The ABS itself has said the data is flawed, yet interestingly, it has published portions of that same data. So in its review, the ABS includes a graph from the 2023-24 survey showing a spike in home ownership and a crash in renters, which the ABS has attributed to an overrepresentation of homeowners and the underrepresentation of renters. So the ABS can release this data when it suits, just not to the Senate. If data can be released for review, it can be tabled for scrutiny, so long as it is clearly marked as unsuitable for statistical purposes. There is no justification for withholding it from Parliament. Australians have paid good money for this survey and they deserve transparency. I call on the government to table all findings as soon as possible, because the standard you walk past is the standard you accept. And if this Senate allows a flimsy claim of public interest immunity that we stand by, it would mean accepting the culture of mediocrity and secrecy that this government and this Prime Minister have been demonstrating for the last 4 years now.
Senator, your time has expired. There being no further contributions on this matter. Senator Hodgins-May, are you on this matter?
Oh, sorry, take note.
No, we're not there yet. So I'll put the question that the Senate take note of the explanation. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Duniam.
Yes, there are. President, I move that the Senate take note of answers to all questions asked by coalition senators during question time. And in moving that motion, I want to start with the question that I asked, and that was in relation to the exploding industry of illegal tobacco in this country that has happened on this government's watch. It didn't just happen overnight, it's happened over the last 3 or more years now, while this government have been on the Treasury benches, and it has had devastating impacts on the lives of many Australians. And indeed, the government itself is not immune from the impacts of the illicit tobacco trade, losing billions of dollars of revenue in excise collections every year as a result of their hands-off approach when it comes to dealing with this insidious issue. There's not an Australian, particularly in major population centres like Melbourne or Sydney, Brisbane perhaps, or even indeed some of the regional communities around Australia, that cannot see firsthand the impacts of the illicit tobacco trade. I understand that every day in this country, these cartel operations, these crime gangs, are making a $13 million profit off illegal tobacco. And this government has sat on its hands for the last 3.5 years. They talk about hundreds of millions of dollars being ploughed into enforcement initiatives. The problem is it is not stopping the problem. It is not stemming the flow of these terrible products coming into our country, be they illegal cigarettes, loose-leaf tobacco or illegal vape products as well. And of course, as we know, Deputy President, that these products can be laced with some of the most harmful chemicals with terrible consequences for human health, no approvals by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, and again, this government, the minister who was asked the question on behalf of the Home Affairs Minister, say virtually nothing to see here. This is a terrible indictment on a government that should have in its top few priorities a desire to keep this nation secure, a desire to keep Australians safe and healthy, protected from, as I said before, the insidiousness and the harms associated with the illicit tobacco trade. I was in Melbourne just a couple of weeks ago and I was able to stand and do a media conference with the Victorian Shadow Attorney-General, Mr James Newbury, in a vacant tenancy in the suburb of Prahran. Now, as we know and we've seen night after night on television news, that in places like Melbourne, Sydney, as I mentioned before, that there are countless fire bombings, ram raids, theft activity, physical assaults, all associated with the illegal tobacco trade. The tenancy we stood in was not a large premises, but one that had an insurance cost, I'm told, of roughly $2,000 per annum for the landlord to pay in order to have insurance protection around that tenancy. In a 12-month period, that insurance bill went up from $2,000 per annum to $200,000 per annum because the tenant in that shop area was a tobacconist, a legitimate tobacconist, someone who was actually paying their GST bills, was ensuring that excise was collected on the products that they sold. They dealt in legitimate products, but because they were doing so, they presented a risk that insurance companies weren't willing to stomach, and therefore saw insurance bills for that particular business go up from $2,000 to $200,000 in a one-year period. That is one of the many consequences flowing from this industry. We know of fire bombings on residential people's houses. Crime representatives of crime gangs whose homes have been targeted by rival crime gangs, fire bombings gone wrong. We know of fatalities related to that. Again, this government seemed to say, oh, it's all under control, we're doing everything we can. Well, the fact of the matter is you are not. The number of products coming into this country by weight, by number, its impact is growing. It's exploding. And there is nothing that these crime gangs are seeing this government do that will in any way deter them from doing what it is they do. The government is losing billions of dollars every year, $3.3 billion the last year alone, billions of dollars over the forward estimates. Humans' lives are at risk. Our country's security and safety is very much under threat because of, as I say, Deputy President, a hands-off approach. A government that's happy to set up a task force here and a group there and a committee here, but do nothing meaningful or tangible about this. It's an indictment on this government. It does indicate to me that their priorities are wrong, and it is the kind of thing that needs urgent action in collaboration with state and territory authorities, with intelligence authorities and law enforcement agencies more broadly, but it is an indictment on this government nonetheless.
Duniam, your time has expired. Senator Mulholland.
Deputy President, you could have knocked me over with a feather today, watching the Coalition come into this place to talk about real wage growth. The cheek of it. When Labor came to office, real wages and income was going backwards under the Coalition. It was going backwards under the Coalition. Real wages fell for 5 consecutive quarters under the Coalition. That's their record. On our watch, real wages and living standards are growing again under Labor. And let's have a look at who's got a pay rise under Labor. Aged care workers, childcare workers, award workers, some of the lowest paid workers in Australia, all have received a pay rise under this government. 400,000 aged care workers have benefited from wage increases, in addition to a 15% award wage increase paid directly to aged care workers in 2023. Childcare and early educators are receiving a 15% pay rise funded by the government. That's a pay rise of at least $155 per week. 3 million Australians who are award workers received a 3.5% pay rise from the 1st of July. That's a real wage increase above inflation. What did this government do about increases for working people? We put in a submission to the Fair Work Commission arguing for an economically sustainable pay rise for supermarket workers, for distribution workers, for hospitality workers, for retail workers, the list goes on. Under the former Coalition government, what did they do? their government submission to the Fair Work Commission voted against a substantive pay rise, and they did that in 2016, 2017 and 2019. Let's talk about what also puts more money in the back pockets of workers, and that's tax cuts. Delivering tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer is the record of this government. We delivered one last year, one next year, and another the year after. We've also delivered an instant $1,000 tax deduction. Labor's tax cuts will help 14 million Australian taxpayers. The Coalition voted against that. They tried to stand between working people and a tax cut. So imagine coming into this place and lecturing the Labor Party on wages growth while voting against tax cuts. I'll now move to Senator Cadell's question about rural road limits and drawing a very long bow towards net zero. I'm not sure where Senator Cadell is getting this stuff from. I'll come to that in a minute. I will come to that in a minute. I will come to that in a minute.
Order.
Your policy, your document. It sounds a bit like more fake news from the CNN, the Canavan News Network over there, pumping out wall-to-wall fake news. And let's just talk about that for a minute. Every time the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Ley, tries to get their show back on the road, to get their energy policy back on the road, the Nationals go off like a malfunctioning smoke alarm, leaving the Liberals running for cover. And what do we get? A painful, loud noise that everyone wants to be quiet. So let me talk a little bit about those speed limits for a moment. The previous coalition government, in fact, the then Deputy Prime Minister Michael McCormack, made a commitment to review default speed limits as part of the Road Safety Action Plan 2018-2022. In fact, it was a priority action number 1 in your plan to review speed limits on high-risk regional
Senator
roads.
Mulholland,
Senator
can we try
government.
to address our remarks through the chair, not directly to another senator?
Noted. Thank you, Deputy President. Strangely, after introducing the idea, we now see and hear today the Nationals have flip-flopped and they're now actively campaigning against their own policy.
Which one?
Well, it's true. I've only got 20 seconds. I can't go through them all.
That's an interjection from your own side.
What we have at the moment is public consultation open under that process that started under the National Party. And again, they're now crab-walking away from their own policy once again, Deputy President.
Senator Canavan.
Mr Deputy President, well, the previous senator asks where does the coalition get the idea that the government is considering reducing speed limits based on the potential reduction in carbon emissions that would follow. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have got that from the government's own documents. From the government's own documents, the government released a consultation regulatory impact assessment in September this year. It was a document released by the Department of Infrastructure. I have it here in front of me. Obviously, the minister doesn't seem to have read it, neither does the senator who just spoke, so I'm happy to read some extracts to the Senate so we can all be well informed here. In this document, the regulatory impact assessment has a section saying cost of carbon benefit. There's a whole section, there's about 3 or 4 pages here written about this. The document says, and I quote, "Consumption of petrol and diesel in petrol and diesel vehicles produce greenhouse gas emissions." Goes on to say there is evidence to suggest that increased speed can increase fuel consumption and therefore increase CO2 emissions. Later on in the document, it says that the value of GHG emissions, greenhouse gas emissions that is, therefore is not internalised in the market, which means that individuals may not make decisions based on their overall impact. This is a classic market failure, making the value of emissions difficult to estimate accurately. Despite that difficulty, the document goes on to try and do that and says that and I quote again, "This regulatory impact assessment will use the Australian Energy Regulator's cost of carbon estimates, as shown in figure 11 below. The total dollar value of reduction in emissions is therefore the total tonnes of abated carbon per year multiplied by the total social cost of carbon per year." If you go to that figure 11, Mr Deputy President, it has a range of carbon value estimates that start at $79 a tonne, 3 times the size of Julia Gillard's carbon tax, and goes to a total of $179 a tonne by the year 2036. So the question here is not whether or not a government should consider reducing the speed to save Australian lives. The question is, should a government decide on the speed limit to reach a reduction in carbon emissions? That's the question. The government's own document is saying that we will make this decision on whether to reduce speed limits, not just on what it means for safety, very important, I agree with that. They're saying they will also consider whether or not reducing emissions justifies making Australians go slower on their own roads. That is in their own documents. It is what they've put out publicly. And they have whole armies of bureaucrats in this town estimating these costs of carbon. It's wasting a huge amount of money. They're not doing much for our economy, for our productivity, to help Australians survive and pay their bills. But they are imposing new imposts, new means and reasons to tell Australians what to do based on rules based here in Canberra. It's in these own documents. What's worse here, as someone in the Nationals Party, is this document is only obviously related to unsealed roads and roads without speed limits. Obviously, almost all of those are outside our major cities. So the question has to be asked is, as my colleague Senator Cadell did today, why is the government considering reducing the benefits, they say benefits, of reducing emissions for slower speed limits only in rural areas? They're imposing this carbon tax, this $179 carbon tax, on driving in rural areas. Why is that happening? Why would your own government be making a decision about the safety of roads only in country areas based on, that might create a few emissions? And obviously it is in country areas where we do have to often drive quite large vehicles. Can be quite dangerous on some of these roads, so you probably don't want to be driving a Ford Focus down by Mistake Creek on the Claremont Alpha Road. I wouldn't advise that. You probably want to be, if you can, in a Toyota Land Cruiser. That would be the ideal vehicle. And it's heavy, and you probably have a bull bar on the front of it to keep you and your family safe. That's heavy. That'll create more emissions, and the government is using that data from those larger cars, which necessarily do create more emissions, cost us more money too to drive. They're using that then to justify making us go slower. And this just shows, Mr Deputy President, this whole net zero idea. It is about control. It is about controlling your life, because the only way the government can meet net zero is if it tells you what car you can drive, how fast you can drive, what food you can eat, what energy you can use, what clothes you can wear. Everything you do has to be controlled to reach net zero emissions. And I don't think the Australian people want to be told what to do by a bunch of rich, self-entitled politicians, investors and bankers. I think they want their freedom back. I think they want their standard of living, and most of all, we want our jobs back.
Canavan. Senator Cox.
Well, thank you, Deputy President. And what a delight it is to see the opposition return to their economic base, to come into this place in question time and actually ask some decent questions about the economy, because that's been lacking and absent in the 48th Parliament up until today. So congratulations, folks. You've come back in here and actually put some decent questions. But you've missed out some of the very, very key facts. So when we came to office, the Albanese Labor government came to office, the opposition had absolutely no economic credibility. So at the last election, the Liberal Party actually ran on promising higher taxes. Higher income taxes for every Australian. More savage cuts, Senator Henderson. That's exactly what the opposition went out and told the Australian people.
Senator Cox, through the chair, please. Senator Henderson, interjections are always disorderly.
Oh, she loves a debate with me, Deputy President. And through you, I'd be happy to invite Senator Henderson up for a cup of tea and have a chat sometime.
Please resume your seat. Senator Cox, resume your seat, please. Please resume your seat. Senator Henderson, please stop interjecting. Senator Cox, please direct your speech through the chair.
Thank you, Deputy President. And you know, as a proud West Australian, how we in our fine state of Western Australia, economics is so important to us in Western Australia as a fine state. But our government have worked particularly hard, and we know that in the two Liberal deficits that they have left behind, the absolutely two large Liberal deficits, Labor has turned those into surpluses. We got our debt down to $188 billion in 24-25 compared to what they left us. The absolute rabble that was left behind by the opposition, we have turned that around. And the average real payment growth limited to 1.7% per year and around 30-year average of 3.2%. That is amazing, Deputy President, amazing work by our finance team, by our Treasury to absolutely do that. And I know that it pains the opposition to sit here and listen to that, given what's currently going on within the Liberal National Party, the coalition at this point. But it was a deliberate design feature of their economic policy to keep wages lower in this country. And we, over here on this side of the chamber, the Albanese Labor government, are absolutely committed to real wage growth. Our government is a government that cares about real wage growth for Australians. And we want to make sure that Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. And that is what we are about. We are a mature party of government, exactly what our Minister for Finance, Minister Gallagher, said during question time, a mature party of government and unity at the heart of that, not different policies that are coming in and out of the different folks that are putting their hand up for leadership positions over there. We care about what Australians want. Real wage growth, and that's at the heart of what we are doing in our economic work across our Treasury and our finance area. Well, let me go to some of the other conversations. I think Senator Mulholland did to death the speed conversation of roads here, and they're important. They're important for our regional centres. They're important about the maintenance, and our wonderful repping minister, Minister McCarthy, articulated the investment that we are making, the Albanese Labor government are making. So I won't do that one to death during this time in taking note, but I'll also talk a little bit about Minister Watt's contribution and his responses to Senator Duniam in relation to illegal tobacco and the $256 million investment that we are making to ensure that we are tackling this problem. And as a member of the Law Enforcement Group committee here, chaired by the wonderful Senator Polly from Tasmania, we are working across with our state and territory partners. We are ensuring that Border Force and our law enforcement agencies and other agencies, more importantly, are ensuring that this is front of mind around the issues in our communities. Now, I want to finish off on something that is absolutely critical, and as Minister Watt responded today, what a landmark day for the environment here in Australia. And it is the work of Minister Watt, and I want to congratulate him and his leadership and those over in the House at the moment. We've heard the bells going all day and the voting that's been going on. This is important. Get behind EPBC reform.
Senator Kovacic.
President, I'm probably going to start a little bit off topic, but I hope you do indulge me. I just noted that Senator Cox referenced her great state of WA. I just wanted to note that my great state of New South Wales contributes 30.7% of Australia's GDP, and Western Australia is only about 17%. But I do digress, and I thank you for your indulgence.
I might have to call your order.
Excellent. So, we're talking about the Reserve Bank. So, Senator Patterson asked questions to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher, about the comments of the RBA in relation to the government's spending. And it is a fact that the RBA has made numerous comments in relation to the spending of this government. And over the past term, the Albanese Labor government has pointed to the fact that the inflationary problems are the fault of the opposition. Even though the RBA has pointed to government spending, Treasury has pointed to government spending, and now today we have Senator Gallagher telling us that it's actually because of big global pressures. It's never the fault of the Albanese Labor government. Whatever happens in this country seems to be somebody else's fault, usually ours, even though we are in opposition, but we do appreciate the sentiment of being able to control what the government does from opposition, but that's not quite the fact. Seriously though, this is an absolutely significant problem for Australians. Inflation in our country has been described as sticky, it's been described as persistent, call it whatever you will. But the reality is that inflation is causing significant cost of living pressures for Australians. I'll talk about housing in particular. Those opposite, when you hear them speak, will often reference the 3 rate cuts under this government. But what they will not reference are the 12 rate rises under this government that preceded the 3 rate cuts. So according to my very basic math, there is still a lot more rate increases that occurred versus rate reductions. Maybe we should have a think about that, because that differentiation still costs Australians about $1,800 a month more on their mortgage repayments. That's a lot of money. And if we're not just talking about mortgage repayments and we're talking about rents, that's a significant price increase too. You've heard me many times in this chamber talking about the plight of young Australians, the first who want to own their own home. I first spoke about it in my maiden speech. The reality is, and I'll say it again, no matter how hard young Australians work, they fear that they'll never own their own home. How can they? When the cost of everything has gone through the roof under this government. I think Mr O'Brien in the other place referenced it as gymflation, but the inflation that is a product of this government, that is homegrown, has put so much cost pressure on every Australian. Can you imagine what it's like to be a young Australian paying extraordinary rents and trying to save for your first home? So think about that. You're paying rents that have gone through the roof, you're trying to save for your own home, everything from your groceries to your electricity to your insurance to your petrol is more expensive, and those opposite are trying to pretend that there's nothing to see here. Well, there's plenty to see here, and it is as a result of their actions and inactions. Treasury has said that. Treasury has said that this is the biggest spending government since the Second World War. That's a problem. And young Australians are paying for it today in their inability to save and get into housing, to buy and own their own home, because that's what we want. We want young Australians to buy their own home, not to be subject to a lifetime of renting under the build-to-rent proposals of the government. But they don't seem to care. They are focused on doing what it is that they want to do because of their vested interests in Big Super, the CFMEU, and the impacts that they have on the cost of housing in our country. It is a real shame that they will not acknowledge the impacts that it has on Australians, that they are ignoring
Senator
their reckless spending.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answer given by the Minister representing the Prime Minister to my colleague Senator Waters. Australia has an extraordinary opportunity in front of it to host the world's biggest climate conference, COP31, in Adelaide next year. It could be a defining moment for Australia to show genuine global leadership and put an end to dirty fossil fuel projects across this country. The Prime Minister should do everything within his power to secure this bid. And frankly, failing to attend this year's COP is a massive cop-out. Hosting COP31 is about showing that Australia is serious about tackling the climate crisis and building a clean energy future, about working hand in hand with our Pacific neighbours who are already leading with courage and conviction on the global stage. The Pacific is ready to lead alongside us. Their leaders have deep, proven climate credentials on the world stage. Pacific nations have been the moral compass of the climate movement for decades. As Pacific climate leader Joseph Sikulu said, "If anyone is owed a COP in the world, it's the Pacific." Right now, Australia remains one of the biggest exporters of climate chaos in the world. Today, the Western Australian government's own report confirms our LNG exports to Asian countries are undermining cuts to global emissions, a narrative that this Labor government frequently peddles, busted. Securing COP31 matters. It forces us to show the world who we are. Are we a nation that clings to the past, or one that wants to lead the region towards a cleaner, fairer future? The Prime Minister must pull out all stops in these final days to secure the bid and show that we can match ambition with action. And if this government doesn't secure it, they need to know that they are certainly not off the hook. This government's responsibility does not end with a lost bid. It starts with real action. Stop approving new coal and gas projects. Commit to a fair and fast phase-out of fossil fuels. Invest in clean energy and support the communities already being pummelled by the climate crisis. Minister, the irony was quite frankly striking. You gave a shout-out to the young people at the start of your answer, while the government condemns the young people of this country to a future of climate calamity and uncertainty. You ask us to see the engagement that you've had with Pacific nations. Well, I've had the privilege of working alongside Pacific nations on the front lines of the climate crisis right across the region, from Tuvalu to Vanuatu to Samoa to Fiji to Kiribati to Solomon Islands. These are some of the most extraordinary activists you will ever encounter. And they know that the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees of warming is catastrophic for them. It's the difference between them being able to stay on their lands, to continue their culture, their traditions, their languages, or being forced to move because their islands simply go underwater, taking with it generations of history and cultural traditions and their livelihoods, of course. You know, there is so much at stake, and they watch on in horror as this government approved the North West Shelf expansion and introduce climate targets that are woefully inadequate and will not keep us close to 1.5 degrees to keep them on their homelands. And it is an utter disgrace. You call for these leaders. You call for respect for these leaders, but where is the respect for Australians and young Pacific leaders fighting for their futures? Instead, we see your engagement with Chevron, with BHP and the Minerals Council, who have all greenlit the loophole-ridden environment reforms, or so-called environment reforms. The outcome of those will be worse than the status quo, and we've heard that from environment groups right across the sector here at Parliament House today. They're absolutely appalled at the speaking points that Labor are putting out and the falseness of the narrative that the Ina Hari Murray is peddling. You say there's been no discussions with multinationals about this bill.
We need to refer to people by their correct titles.
Minister Watt. Better yet, maybe all ministers in this place could open their diaries so the public can see who those meetings are happening with. The Greens say this: Prime Minister Albanese, step up, show up, use every diplomatic and political lever you have to land COP31. The world is watching, the Pacific is leading, and it's time that Australia did too.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. We now move to tabling and consideration of committee reports and government business. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I present the report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee on a National Volunteer Incentive Scheme, together with accompanying documents, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. Thank you. I'm very pleased to table this report. This inquiry examined how Australia can better encourage and sustain volunteer participation in disaster preparedness, response and recovery. It follows the earlier work of the Senate Select Committee on Disaster Resilience and builds on the findings of the Colvin Review of Commonwealth Disaster Funding. Our committee considered whether a national incentive scheme for volunteers could strengthen Australia's ability to respond to disasters, ease the burden on existing emergency services and ensure volunteers are properly trained, recognised and supported. Australia has long depended on volunteers. When fires rage, when floodwaters rise, when cyclones hit, it is hard-working Australians from every part of our country who turn up, often at great personal risk and expense, to help their neighbours and communities in times of dire need. From our state emergency services, rural fire services, country of fire authorities, to organisations like Australian Red Cross, Disaster Relief Australia and Conservation Volunteers Australia, volunteers are integral to our national response effort. They represent the very best of who we are as Australians, community-minded, resourceful and ready to help without expectation of reward. Yet this inquiry made clear this is a proud tradition under strain. Volunteer numbers have fallen steadily over the past decade. In the fire services alone, volunteer numbers declined by over 14% between 2014-15 to 2023-24. Our committee heard that many Australians want to help, but are finding it harder to do so with added pressures of work, cost of living and lack of employer support. Our inquiry sought to test whether a national volunteer incentive scheme could help reverse these trends. Could a coordinated national model mobilise volunteers, particularly young Australians, in a way which supported existing volunteer services? And we did receive a variety of evidence. Some stakeholders argued that a national umbrella body could create new pathways and strengthen resilience, while others, including fire and emergency services, warned that duplicating existing structures could be counterproductive. The committee wants to focus on what works, what practical and sustainable steps could genuinely increase volunteer participation, improve training and recognition, and support the people who already do this most extraordinary work. Volunteering Australia told us that formal volunteering rates have fallen from 1/3 of adults in 2002 to 1/4 in 2020. The reasons are complex, but cost of living pressures and ageing demographics are key barriers. We also heard concerns that younger Australians are volunteering less and less. Some submissions challenged this perception and suggested young people often volunteer informally and are motivated by purpose and values rather than institutional affiliation. But there is no doubt that as a nation, Deputy President, we need to make volunteering more accessible and more rewarding. Financial barriers such as travel, training or equipment costs should not deter participation. Volunteers should not be left out of pocket for choosing to serve their communities. Similarly, volunteers deserve clear pathways for training and recognition. Many seek skills and qualifications which can translate into career opportunities, and that's a win-win for both individuals and Australia's disaster response capability. We did have a look at overseas models, successful overseas models like the Student Volunteer Army in New Zealand, the Peace Corps in the United States and the European Solidarity Corps in the European Union, all of which demonstrated the power of structured and skills-based volunteering. It is also important to remember we have proven Australian examples. Disaster Relief Australia, founded by veterans, now has nearly 6,500 volunteers nationwide and continues to grow at 38% per year, which is incredible. Its model provides training, national coordination and strong community partnerships while preserving the volunteer spirit. Conservation Volunteers Australia has decades of experience engaging young people in environmental recovery projects. One of the clearest messages to emerge from the inquiry was that Australia does not lack volunteer organisations. What it lacks is a coordinated framework and consistent support. State and territory governments retain primary responsibility for emergency management, so any national scheme must therefore complement the existing arrangements and not cut across them. So on balance, Deputy President, we recommend that the Commonwealth work with the National Emergency Management Agency and with volunteer-based organisations to strengthen the frameworks we already have, particularly through targeted funding, streamlined training standards and a national volunteer credentialling system. Training is central to sustaining a capable volunteer force. We found strong support for standardised national training, which recognises existing skills and builds new ones through the vocational education and training system. Volunteers could also seek and gain micro-credentials or nationally recognised qualifications which are portable across states and organisations. Safety was another major focus. Volunteers face not only physical but psychological risks, and therefore that was really identified as a key focus in any further work that needs to be done. There was some concern about reference to the title Climate Army. We had some submissions who sort of felt that that was over-militarised and sort of took away from the spirit, the volunteering spirit which underpins so many organisations. So in summary, the committee made two recommendations: that the Australian Government undertakes deeper consultation with the emergency response and broader volunteering sectors before any decisions about the feasibility, risks and benefits of establishing a national volunteer incentive scheme are made, and that the Australian Government perhaps moves away from the reference to the term Climate Army. So on behalf of the committee, I want to extend our sincere thanks to the many individuals and organisations who contributed to this inquiry, from state emergency services to local councils to not-for-profit organisations, academics, and of course the many wonderful volunteers who shared their experiences. Above all, I really want to acknowledge and salute Australia's volunteers. They are the first to step forward and the last to leave. They ask for little, yet they give so much. Their courage, compassion and resilience defines us as a nation. This report calls for a system which matches our volunteers' commitment to our great country, a system which values service, strengthens communities and ensures Australia is always ready when the next challenge comes our way. I commend our report to the Senate. Thank you.
Senator Drummond.
On behalf...
Oh, sorry, the question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Apologies. Senator Drummond.
On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, I present the report of the Committee on the NDIS participant experience in rural, regional and remote Australia. Keep going.
Keep going, please, Senator Drummond.
On behalf of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee, I present the report of the Committee on the Provisions of the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, together with accompanying documents. And I also present additional information received by the Economics Legislation Committee relating to estimates.
Now, did we do, sorry, just before I call you Minister, did we do the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties? Oh, that's been withdrawn. Thank you. Minister. Sorry, apologies. Senator Steele-John, you were seeking the call before we move on?
Yes, just to take note of the RRR inquiry report and seek leave to continue my remarks, if that's okay.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Minister.
I present two government responses as listed on today's order of business and seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hansard.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Steele-John.
Just for clarity, when I referenced the RRR inquiry, I was referring to the inquiry report tabled by Senator Darmanin in relation to the NDIS and the experience of participants in rural regional Australia, just
That's
to be very
probably
clear.
a very good clarification. Thank you,
Yes.
Senator Steele-John. All right, if there are no further contributions, we'll move on to consideration of documents. Yes? Yes? Senator Blythe.
Thank you. So I would like to take note of documents. Are you happy if I group them together rather than going through them individually?
Well, let's go through page by page if we
Page
can.
by page?
So perhaps start with page 7.
So we're on page 7. On page 7, take notes of documents number 2 and 3. On page 8,
yes.
9, 10 and 13. Page 9, 23, 28, 32 and 33. Page 10, 37, 40, 42 and 44. Page 11, 13 and 14. And that is all of them.
Seek leave to continue your remarks.
I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
I move to take note of documents on page 7, documents number 1, on page 8, document 11, on page 9, documents 22, 31, and on page 10, document 47. And then I also seek to take note of report number 11 on...
We'll go on to reports.
Okay. All right. So I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Senator Steele-John, were there any particular documents?
Not in docs. When we get to Auditor General's reports, yes.
Certainly.
But not.
I'll just note that any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. So we're all happy with that. Excellent. Thank you. We'll move on to further consideration of reports and responses. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of committee reports, government response and Auditor General reports, which are listed on pages 10 and 12 of the notice paper. Again, any reports or responses which no senator rises to will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Darmanin.
So I move that the Senate take note of report number 11 on page 11 and seek to continue my remarks.
Thank you. There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Steele-John.
Would like to take note of Auditor General's report on page 12, item 1, the Auditor General's report number 2 in relation to the Quality and Safeguards Commission.
You wish to speak to that?
Yes, and I do wish to speak to that, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy, I should say. So, the Quality and Safeguards Commission, the National Disability Insurance Scheme's Quality and Safeguards Commission, is the only regulatory body that over 700,000 NDIS participants can turn to when they experience abuse, neglect and poor quality service. Yet the Commission itself has been neglected and chronically underfunded, left without basic tools that it needs to both prevent and address abuse and neglect effectively. The result is a commission that is struggling to meet its mandate. And this failure is happening entirely on this government's watch. The National Audit Office report highlighted some alarming issues. It brought focus, razor focus, to the reality that the Quality and Safeguards Commission is failing on so many fronts. Let us take a look at what the auditor found. The Commission, it found, has a flawed decision-making process. It lacks a risk-based approach to decision-making, something you would hope to find in a safeguarding commission. The Commission's record system is non-compliant. The Commission did not have an up-to-date statement of expectations from its minister. Since the release of the audit report, they've scrambled to publish one. Here we are in 2025, We've had a royal commission into violence, abuse, exploitation and neglect of disabled people. We know the harms that disabled people are subjected to in everyday life, and yet the Quality and Safeguards Commission that is supposed to support disabled people is lacking the absolute basics that you should be able to expect from an institution like this in 2025, more than a decade after the establishment of the NDIS. This should not be happening. We should all be concerned, deeply concerned, that the Quality and Safeguards Commission is not adequately resourced to do its job. Participants tell my office that the Commission fails in its duty to participants again and again. Participants tell my office that they report to the Commission what they are experiencing, and yet there is no consequence. They don't hear back after raising a serious issue. One participant told me that they have waited 14 months before receiving a response to their complaint. We must do better. One of the recommendations in this report that I want to highlight is recommendation 4, which states that, quote, the Commission should publicly outline its regulatory process and decision-making criteria to support public understanding of how the Commission regulates the NDIS. It is absolutely vital that the public understand how the Commission makes its decisions, what it takes seriously, what standards it is prepared to uphold. Another key recommendation, recommendation 9, calls on the Commission to support its staff to apply a consistent approach to compliance by finalising a fit-for-purpose approach to policies and procedures for complaint actions and developing guidance to assist staff in selecting the most suitable compliance tools for specific circumstances. In what world is this not already a reality? It is frankly shocking that the Commission does not have in place these basics. Disabled people deserve better. This government must do better. The Australian Greens will push for better.
Thank you, Senator. Your time has expired. Are there any ministerial statements? Oh, sorry. You're seeking leave to continue your remarks? It's been noted. Thank you, Senator. Any ministerial statements? Minister.
Indeed, there are. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning resettling arrangements for Nauru, ministerial submissions by the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, and the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation's annual report.
Clerk. Me? The President has received letters nominating senators to be member of committees. Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to appoint senators to committees.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister.
I move that senators be appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic grid.
Thank you. I'll put that question. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against, declare it carried. Thank you. The Chair has received messages from the House of Representatives following the following bills for concurrence: Customs Tariff Amendment, Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025, and Defence Amendment, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I'll put that question. Those in favour say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister. Clerk.
Customs Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025, Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister.
I also move, Acting Deputy President, that the debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
Okay, I will put that question. All those in favour say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you, Minister. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Regulatory Reform Ombudsman Bill 2025, the Omnibus Bill 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Tempted to move that it be read out loud, but I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
We thank you for your consideration. I'll put the question. All of those in favour say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to repeal certain acts and provisions of acts and to make various amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
I now call the Minister.
Revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
I'll put that. Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister.
That the debate be now adjourned.
I'll put the question that the debate be adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the resumption of the debate be in order of the day for a later hour.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendment made by the Senate to the Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025. The President has received a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General, notifying assent to 4 laws, details of which will be incorporated into Hansard. Clerk.
General Business Notice of Motion number 256, standing in the name of Senator Orman Payne, related to aged care.
I call Senator Orman Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The government promised once-in-a-generation reforms to the aged care system. I'll move the motion. My apologies, Chair. I move the motion.
Thank you, Senator. You can now speak to your motion.
Thank you. The government promised once-in-a-generation reforms to the aged care system. Instead, we continue to see unacceptable delays in accessing aged care services, insufficient home care packages, long wait times for assessments, and continuing uncertainty for those who are accessing care. Labor refuses to prioritise people needing care. Instead, they're prioritising corporate interests and expanding the privatisation of healthcare. The other week, Minister Ray was bragging about the fact that providers' profits were increasing. People who are struggling to get care for their parents, grandparents or themselves don't want to hear about profits going up. Australians want to hear that people are receiving the care that they need when they need it. People also want to be able to believe the minister when he makes these promises. There are insufficient home care packages available, not because of some market or a worker shortage, but because Labor doesn't want to spend the money. They put a cap on the number of home care packages, and now we have a wait list that's a year long. There is no reason for this wait list. It's been created by the decisions of the government, and it could be cleared by decisions of government. The aged care minister thinks that boosting care for profit is a good thing. Well, let me tell you what older Australians think instead. Linda told us, "My husband's neurodegenerative disease means he can't get out of bed by himself. He can't sit up, he can't stand by himself, he can't walk, he can't dress himself. Having a shower, shave and getting dressed is the one thing that helps him keep his dignity. But the government is now charging us $25,000 out of pocket for that basic necessity." Linda shouldn't have to worry about the cost of assistance for her husband, but she does. We know that carers are already struggling. These new reforms have only added to this. Carers tell me that they're experiencing increasing worries about cost, facing uncertainty about the changes, and struggling to figure out how to support their loved one's care. The introduction of co-payments will only add to the care burden. It will force carers to provide more for their parents, partners and loved ones, because the alternative is to pay for these services, and we know that not everyone will be able to do so. We also know that this increased burden of care will disproportionately fall on women. Take Kaz, who knows how hard it is on families when older people can't access care. Kaz said, "As a woman in her 40s, I've been caring for my 94-year-old father who has lived with me for the last 6 years with advanced dementia. I can no longer work full-time despite training as a health professional. The support just isn't there. I have massive carers fatigue, and meanwhile, these providers are lining their own pockets whilst the end user misses out." Kaz sees through Labor and knows that they have chosen to prioritise corporate profits over care. Last year, the Greens were the only ones that voted against the aged care reform bill because we objected to the financialisation of care. We knew that it wouldn't help people that needed help and that it would leave many more people worse off. It is obvious that many people in this chamber haven't had to worry about the cost of aged care for their parents. They haven't had to wait a year for their grandparents to be assigned a home care package. They haven't had to make a decision about the number of hours that they work and being able to provide care for their loved ones. But across the country, Australians have. This Aged Care Act is forcing older people to pay more for their care and to miss out on services that they could previously afford. The Minister promised people that if they were already in the system, they'd be no worse off. But we are already hearing from people whose providers are putting up the cost of their care, and they are having to make decisions about whether they pay the rent or they can afford to have a shower every day. It is of no comfort to older people when the Minister goes on radio and talks about the profits of aged care providers. Profit or care should never be for profit, not in aged care, not in disability care, not in childcare. And yet time and time again, we see governments from both Labor and the Coalition privatising care, which means that the interests of shareholders are placed above the needs of the people whose care or the people who need that care. We are a wealthy country. 1 in 3 big corporations paid no tax last year. Imagine if those big corporations were forced to pay their fair share so that our parents and our grandparents and our loved ones were not at the whim of an aged care system being driven for shareholder profits, but instead governments invested in the care that older people need. During the pandemic, the aged care facilities that managed to do the best job in looking after older people in a challenging time were government-owned and run aged care facilities. In our inquiries, we have heard that government-run facilities have stable staff, people on a career path, government employers who invest in their training and their professional development. They provide consistency of care. And yet we have a Labor government who has turbocharged coalition-era privatisation of aged care so that the focus of care is now profit. One of the aged care agencies or advocacy groups has a post on social media this week telling people that they can show them how they can make $78,000 a year by getting into the aged care system. They are blatantly out there telling people how they can make money off the care of older people. Privatisation of care services doesn't make sense. Why do we want shareholders to make profits when that money could be going into providing decent care for older people? Older people are telling us they have worked their entire lives, they have paid taxes, they have contributed to our communities, and they thought that when they got to old age, when they needed governments to step in and look after them, they would be there. Well, waiting for over a year to get home care is not providing those people with the care that they need. It took an inquiry in the last sittings of the Senate to even uncover that there's a massive wait list for the wait list. 100,000 people waiting for packages and another 120,000 people not waiting on packages but waiting for someone to come and assess them to get a package. We had a story on 7:30 this week highlighting again that people cannot get the care that they need. They can't get the assessments that they need. We had a system where clinicians assessed people to determine what care they needed. Occupational health therapists, healthcare workers. And now we've got a privatised assessment system where people who don't even understand the needs of the people they're assessing are ticking and flicking. And then a person gets through that assessment process having waited for it for months, and then they find out that they have to be reassessed again, either because the assessment wasn't done right or it's been so long since the assessment that their care needs have increased. I don't know about you, but for most people over 80 that I know, 6 months is a really long time to wait for care. If you're in your 90s and you're having trouble showering, you're having trouble keeping your house clean, you're having trouble getting to medical appointments, being asked to wait 6 months to a year means that you're possibly going to die waiting for care. And we know that last year, 5,000 older people in this country died waiting to get access to care. We should be ashamed of that. We are a wealthy country. How is it that 5,000 older people died waiting to get the care that they need? Care should never be for profit. Not in aged care, not in childcare, not in disability care.
Not in disability care ever.
And I, along with my colleague Senator Steele-John in the disability portfolio, my colleague Senator Steph Hodgins-May in the childcare portfolio, and me wearing my hat as spokesperson for older people, I want to tell the people of Australia that the Greens will continue to fight to make sure that care in this country, aged care, childcare, disability care, should not be for profit.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the question now be put.
Are you putting the question?
I ask that the question now be put.
Not the motion?
The motion. The motion, Chair. Aye. Excellent.
So the question now is that the motion moved by Senator Allman-Payne be agreed to. I'll put that. All of that opinion say aye. All those against say nay. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Ringing the bells. 4 minutes. Thank you, Clerk. I wasn't going to get... Well, they're all busy working. It's real. It's real.
Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Orman-Payne be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Okay.
I get. Oh, Minister. Sorry, you caught me on the glass of water.
Deputy President, I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that Senator Cox replace Senator Ananda Raja on the Select Committee on Information Integrity on Climate Change and Energy on 13 November 2025 and Senator Ananda Raja be appointed a participating member.
And I'll put the question. Those that have been say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Let me just check, Clark. Where? Well, this has been a lucky day for Glenn. I now propose that the Senate do adjourn. Hang on, I'll pinch myself. No, that's real. Senator Polly.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise tonight to speak about an issue that goes to the very heart of Labor's values, protecting workers and ensuring safe workplaces. Across Australia, and particularly in my home state of Tasmania, retail workers are facing an unacceptable rise in violence and aggression. This is not just a workplace issue. It's a community issue, and it is one that the Albanese Labor government is determined to address. These statistics are alarming. In Tasmania, Woolworths reported 375 instances in 2024. That's 15% more than in 2023, 65 instances per 100,000 people, making Tasmania one of the worst states for violence per capita in these circumstances. Even more concerning is the nature of these incidences. Edged weapons, including knives, were presented 30 times in Tasmanian stores last year. Nationally, retailers reported more than 6,100 violent and aggressive instances. That's more than 25% increase on the 2023 year. Today, across Australia, retailers, whether it's retailers, pharmacies, fast food stores, are seeing an average of 450 cases every month. Behind these numbers are real people, workers who deserve respect and, very importantly, they deserve to be safe at work. No one should fear for their life while stacking shelves or serving customers. The Albanese Labor government has always stood for safer workplaces. We have strengthened workplace health and safety laws, invested in mental health support, and worked closely with unions and industry to tackle emerging risks. Our approach is clear. Violence and abuse are never part of your job, never acceptable. That's why Labor supports initiatives like workplace protection orders, a practical, proven tool to keep workers safe. And I congratulate the work that's being done in South Australia and in New South Wales. And I'm calling on the Liberal state government in Tasmania to take action on this issue. These orders allow employers to apply for legally enforceable protection on behalf of their staff, reducing harm and easing pressure on police resources. In the ACT, the WPOs have delivered nearly 100% reduction in reoffending. These laws are actually working, so 100% of reduction in those who offended aren't reoffending. South Australia and West Australia are moving forward with similar measures, and discussions are underway in other jurisdictions. This kind of reform Labor backs, evidence-based, worker-focused and effective. Despite this, in my home state of Tasmania, the state Liberal government is working their hardest to show us that the Liberal government do their best, and that is when they neglect Australian workers. That's what they do. Even some of the worst stats in the country, the Tasmanian Liberal government neglects the working class, ignores the hard-working members of unions and rejects. That's what they do, they reject it. They have known for some time, and the crime is increasing in Tasmania. The effort that the SDA, I congratulate them. They are there fighting for their workers. They should be safe when they go to work. So I commend them for their work that they're doing. Now, we know that it's in the DNA of Liberals, whether they're in state parliament or they're in the federal parliament. They hate unions. And too many of them probably never met a worker. They don't go to worker sites. They don't prioritise the people who keep this country running. So I, for one, have always backed the SDA's campaign that no one deserves a serve. This campaign has helped shine a light on the abuse and violence in retail and fast food workers face every day. It reminds us all that respect is not optional. It should be a right. I'd like to also thank the National Secretary, Jared Dwyer, as well as our local Secretary, Joe Tynan, as the Tasmania Secretary, for both of them for their leadership and the way that they're prepared to work to protect Australian workers. And that union has been forefront in discussions with the South Australian Government, the West Australian Government and New South Wales Government. It's just a shame that the Tasmanian Liberal Government have a closed door.
Your time has expired. Senator Smith. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. First, I must say I wasn't aware that Senator Polly had managed to collect a stray hair from one of my combs and do a DNA test on me, but there you go. I want to thank Punjabi pop star Diljit Dosanjh for his Aura tour to Australia. And it was a wonderful tour, and I saw some footage from the concert in Sydney, saw the joy of the audience, the singing, the dancing, sold-out concerts all across Australia, 90,000 attendees. Diljit Dosanjh had also, unfortunately, been the target of some odious, racist internet trolls. And I want to say and compliment the grace with which Diljit Dosanjh responded to those vile, racist internet trolls. He handled it with such grace and gave such a great example to young people in India, in Australia, all over the world. And he is a great example to young people everywhere, because not only is he a pop star, he's an actor, he's a film producer, he's also a philanthropist. And his Sanj Foundation empowers young people, in particular young people from vulnerable backgrounds subject to bullying and other prejudice. And his foundation is actually supporting the 10 hardest hit villages, that felt the impact of the Punjabi floods earlier this year. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming to Australia. Thank you for bringing so much joy to our community, and thank you for providing such a great example to young people everywhere. And in doing so, I'd also like to acknowledge the outstanding article which was written by an outstanding Australian by the name of Kushal Vyas, who was a member of Multicultural New South Wales Advisory Board and a youth rights lawyer in New South Wales. And I'd like to quote from his article. And it's an outstanding message for all Australians. I know this behaviour isn't representative of Australia. I also believe we can certainly have healthy conversations about immigration and the level of intake, but we must understand where that discussion crosses a line, especially when the commentary is fed by venturing into hateful stereotypes and xenophobia that is harmful to both the multicultural and economic fabric of this country. We must remain above that." End quote. So thank you very much to Kushal Vyas for such a strong and powerful message. Deputy President, I have spoken in this chamber on 3 occasions during the course of this year about the need to protect religious and ethnic communities in Syria. I gave a speech in March following the appalling human rights abuses occurring in the coastal region where the Alawite community and Christian community were targeted. I gave a speech on 23 July 2025 following the suicide bombing of the Mar Elias Church in Syria. On 4 September 2025, I gave a speech in relation to the appalling situation in Suwaida, where the Druze community was being targeted. I had the opportunity to recently meet with the Syrian Australian community in Melbourne, and I want to thank all the members of the community who came to that meeting to convey their views. And I want to say to you, you raised the issues I've heard and all Australians should listen to, that we must do everything we can as a member of the international community to prevent this persecution of ethnic and religious minorities in Syria. And in closing, I want to read to you from a speech that was given by an outstanding young member of the Syrian community at that community meeting. And I quote, "My hope is that as Australia continues to grow as a multicultural nation, we keep finding ways to open doors, not just to protect, but to empower. Because every new family that arrives here brings new ideas, new energy and new hope. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I hope to be part of a generation that continues to build bridges between cultures, between nations, and most importantly, between hearts." An outstanding message from a young member of the Syrian Australian community, which brings a lot of joy to my heart and a lot of hope for the future.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator Smith. In Perth on Tuesday, there will be an important event, a celebration even. It's called Bhutan Festival 2025 and will take place in the heart of the Perth Central Business District. Although I cannot be there in person, I want the Bhutanese community of Western Australia to know that I'm very much with you in spirit as we celebrate the Bhutan Festival 2025 and to mark the 70th birthday anniversary of His Majesty the 4th King of Bhutan. This is a moment to honour His Majesty's remarkable legacy, a reign defined by wisdom, humility and a vision that placed human happiness and environmental harmony at the centre of national progress. The philosophy of gross national happiness continues to inspire people far beyond Bhutan's borders, reminding us that true prosperity is measured not just by what we build, but by how we care for one another. When I visited Bhutan earlier this year as part of the inaugural Australian Parliamentary Friendship Group, I witnessed firsthand the depth of that vision. From the leadership of the 4th King's son, His Majesty the 5th King and Queen of Bhutan, to the optimism of Bhutan's young people. Our discussions reaffirm that Australia and Bhutan are more than friends. We are partners grounded in shared values of democracy, education and respect. In Western Australia in particular, those ties are alive and very, very strong. The Bhutanese community has become part of our state's story, enriching our campuses, our workplaces and our neighbourhoods with your generosity, discipline and joy. May this festival strengthen those bonds even further, and may the friendship between Australia and Bhutan continue to grow, guided by the same spirit of harmony we are celebrating now. In the last few days, the Premier of Western Australia, accompanied by the Labor Treasurer of Western Australia, have found it necessary to come all the way to Canberra from Perth to defend WA's GST deal. Why would they do that? They would only do that if they thought the GST deal was under threat. And Roger Cook, the Premier, knows the legacy of this issue perhaps better than many people, particularly when it comes to the history of the West Australian Federal Labor MP's support for the GST deal. When Roger Cook was the Deputy Premier of Western Australia, he said that his federal Labor colleagues needed to take more notice and to get real about the GST issue. But when Roger Cook and Rita Saffioti come to Canberra to defend the GST deal, they need more than advertising campaigns. He must come prepared with the facts, and he must come prepared to defend the deal. And on this trip, Roger Cook forgot some of the most important GST details. Roger Cook, Rita Saffioti travel all the way across the country, and they forget the most important details when it comes to defending WA's GST deal. We know in Western Australia that our GST relativity fell to just 29 cents 10 years ago, and the trajectory was that it would go lower. 50 cents for 10 years of the last 25 years. The GST relativity for Western Australia has been lower than 50 cents for the last 10 years of 25 years. Just compare that with New South Wales and Victoria, who have never had a GST relativity lower than 83 cents. In fact, New South Wales has had the GST relativity above 90 cents for 13 of the last 25 years, and Victoria has had a GST relativity above 90 cents for 14 of the last 25 years. In fact, Queensland's GST relativity has never dipped below 90 cents and has been above 100 cents for 19 of the last 25 years. Roger Cook and Rita Saffioti should not be wasting $1 million of West Australians' money on ill-informed advertising campaigns. They should stick to the GST facts because the numbers speak for themselves. Roger Cook and Rita Saffioti came to Canberra this week because they were concerned about the GST deal. And if they can't get confidence from federal Labor MPs from Western Australia that that GST deal is safe, then Roger Cook and Rita Saffioti need to stay home and make the argument in Perth and not in Canberra.
Yeah, the Senate stands adjourned, and we will meet again on Monday the 24th of November at 10 a.m, and if I'm not here, start without me. Katie, congratulations.